So we're going to be continuing the same builds we were doing in Masters 2 to Masters 1 for TVP and TVZ, because they are basically my main styles. My best strats is what we'll call this. Now, this is mobility for the win in TVT is going to be the biggest change today. We're going to be looking at 2 Cyclone opening, the 2 Reaper, 2 Cyclone, 2 Reaper, 2 Cyclone, 2-1-1. And we are going to try and remember to use times adjustment. This is something I don't normally do, but it's actually really good. Because what this actually, I died the other day to 4GG, and my drop didn't get in his base early enough. But you want to actually hit your drop kind of just as they're moving out with their tank Raven push. And to do that, you've got to remember to use your factory to build the starport reactor. That might not mean much to you. We'll walk you guys through this build as we play it. This is my favorite build. I had a couple of really good back and forth games with Beyond a couple months ago when I was really working hard on my Terran in the EPT weeklies. One game almost got to the 20-minute mark before realizing that a style that's based on mobility, surrounding, flanking, and out-positioning your opponent is, well, it's not that it's harder than a normal style. It's just funny to see how well a truly expert world champion player blocks your positioning. His movement was like, oh my god. Hey Pig, what's up? What's up, Ocean Moby Dick? I have a problem with TVT BCs. After I push with Bio and 2 tanks and 2 medevacs. Most of the time, I'm okay. But if is able to defend the natural, BCs almost every time overrun my base. So you really need to delve into the specifics of what's going on there, Ocean Moby Dick. Kind of depending on what tier you're at, you know, how fast you're playing and all these sorts of things. That's all going to make a big difference, right? So definitely, as always, posting a replay up on Reddit All Things Terran so you can get more specifics is going to give you better advice. So I don't really understand the scenario there, right? So it's obviously if you just keep building Vikings, the moment you scout its battle cruisers, the better. The earlier you realize someone's going battle cruisers, the better as well. So as you get better and as you look through the build, for instance, you see I'm doing more Reaper Hellion pressures, I'm mixing in more drops and things like that. So potentially having some sort of harassment pressure will scout your opponent's going battle cruisers ahead of time. And if not, well, you know, what is your reaction once you realize there's battle cruisers? Now, maybe you do a push and your push gets absolutely wiped just by 1 or 2 tanks on the high ground. You kind of fumble into them, and then from there, you're in big doo-doo because the battlecruiser teleports across. You just spent your whole army. You also didn't build anything behind it. You had no idea there were battlecruisers on the way. And the battlecruiser basically just wins the game. Okay, cool. That's a very specific scenario. It's a 6-minute battlecruiser or a 7-minute battlecruiser teleporting into your base. But try and always add specifics to questions like this, because if there's no specifics, I don't understand the context, right? Because that's very different to, oh, okay, the game goes to 15 minutes. This guy goes 3 starport battlecruiser. I don't realize what's happening, and I get surprised by 6 BCs, and they just ransack my economy before I can get Vikings up, right? These are all very specific, kind of different scenarios. So it's really important when you're looking for help in StarCraft to look at the specifics. Is your opponent on 1 base, 2 base, 3 base? What time are these battlecruisers hitting? What time is your attack hitting them? How much damage is it doing? You know, what's the comparative economic position? You know, there's so many different things that you can focus on to help you out. So guys in chat, I want you all to help out players who ask questions like that as well. Doesn't matter if you're qualified to, doesn't matter if you're high level or not. It's all about combining the brains trust to try and, you know, discuss things. And it's if you tell someone some information that's like, oh, that's not perfectly the most optimized perfect answer to that, does it matter? No, not at all. Because they have critical thinking as well. Obviously, don't with absolute confidence be telling people stuff when you have no effing idea what you're talking about. That's not great. But at the same time, don't be afraid to join the conversation, even if you're in Gold League or something like that. So alright guys, so this is the new TVT build. This is my favorite TVT build, and this is the biggest change in this section of the guide. Okay, so I want to chase that SCV, but also it's more important to check for proxies. So that's what we're going to do here. That guy can go there. This guy can go back to mining. Alright, that guy goes to build the depot. So guys, remember, we checked the whole right side with our barracks SCV. Left side, Reaper comes out. And we've got Reaper there, and we want to go Tech Lab for that. So I always like to poke with my Reaper. Why? This tells me how quick is his command center. And we know already, just from seeing the bunker, that this was indeed a very quick one. So we're going to run away. Now, what does that tell me, guys? Well, if he's gone fast expand, it means he's going to be very defensive. He has a bunker.
Complete.
But we can try to jump up the ledge, avoid the bunker. Maybe we'll do something there. Start that depot. We'll start a cyclone. And just continue the build as normal. So what is the build as normal? We're going to build a barracks. That'll float onto this tech lab after the next cyclone pops out. It's 2 Reapers and 2 cyclones. We know we don't need to worry at all about our opponent attacking us. And let's see if maybe he's a little low on units up here in the main. Okay. And he is.
Add-on complete.
Okay, so we're just going to throw some grenades there, back out, and maybe go back in a little bit. Marines and Cyclones are on the way. We're going to send the Cyclone to the front. Now, I wouldn't do this if my opponent hadn't gone for a fast expand. Because he has, I feel confident. And I'm like, yep, no worries. So these Reapers can also jump back in. Yeah, he's not set up there. Oh, hello. Never mind. All right, so it's not important for us to poke the front because it's just not going to do that much, right? We're going to go Starport there now. I do feel like this Cyclone is starting. Oh, this factory is starting up a bit late. We're going to move that over and build a reactor. Now, there is a safer version of the build, guys. So we're just going to do a little queued up lock on there for pressure, stim. There's a safer version where I build a tech lab and the Starport kind of builds its own thing. For now, guys, we're just going to run home. Now, I am going to do a certain defense where basically I set up to catch incoming Ravens. So that's what this whole defense is about. And you go there. Okay, keep building Marines, because what we're aiming for here is a double drop.
Add-on complete.
Now we're going to build another reactor and then a tech lab with that factory. That might be a little bit too much, actually. No. Let's just build a tech lab. So we've got 2 medevacs, and the idea is, look, we're ready for Banshees or Ravens on the edges with those 2 patrolling Cyclones. Very nice. We're building lots of Marines right now. They're going to get in the medevacs, and it should be close to a full double drop. Dropping more mules. We've got 1 Reaper to see if he moves out. That's going to tell us if his push comes. But we should be able to drop by 5 minutes 40. Okay?
Ready for dust.
We're going to build a 3rd command center, which we can even hide in this nice, very safe spot in the back. Oh, what a scan! So because he spotted the drop coming, he should be very defensive.
Ready for pickup.
So we're going to go around the left side. And we've got 3 barracks. We're building tanks now. Awesome. And this is actually going to lift off and build another reactor. Just because I don't think I need to have so many medevacs so early. I'm a big believer in that's unnecessary. We can go up to 5 racks, up to double gas, and up to double engineering base. Normally I'd go 3rd command center, double gas first. So a slight reordering, usually not a good thing, something we'll try to cut out in future, okay? I'm going to pull back those Cyclones, because I don't think we're going to be dealing with any more of those drops necessarily.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
As expected, opponent has gone and really turtled up, and he's also playing a mech, as we can now see. Okay. Almost got the Raven, but not quite. So these guys, we want more tech labs, so we can build more other guys now. Now this is interesting, guys, because it feels like he is kind of moving down to almost try and catch me off in some way. So that's real weird, isn't it? Anyway, let's take this front 3rd as we always do, and then 4th over here. That protects our main from doom drops. Is that the best way to play against other stuff? Maybe not. But... let's keep building depots 2 at a time. Gary and Bruce, as always.
Command center upgrade complete.
And keep building SCVs, keep building Marines and Marauders, get concussive.
Research complete.
These guys just gonna go there. And it looks like he's probably taken this front base. Indeed he has. Cool. So, our opponent, what's he got? What exactly has he got? Just a few tanks, few Vikings, few Marines. So the funny thing is, there's two ways you can do it. You can either drop a player, but he's got Raven Viking and turrets on the edges, right? Normally, that's the default, is I'm going to drop a mech player. Now, why am I not going to drop in this scenario? Number one, he's seen that I'm drop-oriented. So he's preparing for it, right? But not just that. Not just that. I also have seen that he's committed so much to the anti-drop. And those units just aren't that good against a frontal... frontal attack. Okay. So he actually really wants to fight by the look of it. And we don't need that. Because all you need is mass bio. Okay, that's all you need when you're playing against this sort of stuff. Okay, guys? So all we're going to be doing here is making a 4th command center and then going up to 8 barracks. And we're just going to look to overwhelm them on the front. So my medevac production has halted for longer than I would have liked. That is a little messy for sure. We can now say 3 bases saturated, rally to the 4th. We can get +2 vehicle weapons, all this stuff. I think lots of Marines and Marauders. Oh, he's actually coming out here. Okay, so he's insane. So my opponent wants to die, guys, is the best way we can kind of talk about this. I think he wants to die. That's all I can imagine. What do we got? Yeah, that base over there is super wide open. Okay. So we're going to try and push in on that base. So let's make sure we've got 8 barracks production. And here we go. Let's try and dive. He didn't react very quickly, so...
Mineral field depleted.
Let's take a 5th base as well. All right. So that was a real nice move. All right, I'm now going to split this drop off the right because we got rid of the sensor tower. These guys are going to go around that far left as a distracting force. Notice how that's really nice there.
Mineral field depleted.
All right.
Command center.
How many SCVs do we have? 69. I'll build about 5 more. Don't want to build too many more than that. Just because you got to keep in mind things will go down. Now, if you want more stability in terms of immobile units, you want that second factory earlier. I didn't focus on that for a reason, okay?
Mineral field depleted. Upgrade complete.
So look at that, guys. He doesn't have a lot of anti-air.
Waiting on you. Light flight here.
So we're going to try and drop on that. There we go. All right, we're going to try and drop this side now. And we're just going to stim in, focus the tanks, and then focus the planetary down as well. All right. Now, every now and then, add tech labs, add a planetary there. We've got money, so what do we do with that money, guys? Start making the Iron Bank. Oh, and he's going to fight me in the open, so it doesn't matter if we lose these units as well. As long as we kill a whole bunch of the mech units, that's beautiful for me. 3-3, +2 vehicle weapons, all going to come down soon. Should have taken these gases a bit earlier, but that's okay. So we can just go, you guys on the gas, just do it ahead of time. Is this inefficient? Yeah, but it's later in the game, guys. We need to put our army control at the front, at the center of everything. So notice, whenever you kill all their Vikings, if they land like that, you want to do moves like this, guys, where you drop on top of them.
Ready. Wait on. Now what? Light flight's here.
Go, go, go! It's about to get heavy.
Picking any production.
So notice how we're just going to use these.
Ready for dust off.
+2 vehicle weapons. Still hasn't come down. Orbitals, orbitals, orbitals. Because your opponent's got no map control, they can't do that. And we're going to just F2. Let me see. Has he got more command centers coming out? He does. He's going to try and take command centers in my face. What a savage. Okay, so let's just not miss a beat on my command centers for a moment.
Ready for dust off. Flames here.
Okay, at least we kill the planetary. Stop that position from getting up.
Mineral field depleted.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
So notice we're just kind of A-moving. I know it's a little messy, but the fact that he's coming out into small skirmishes is always going to favor the non-mech player. Because it means he's fighting into tank fire, amongst other things. Now, if we can get rid of the sensor tower, that would be the real absolute beauty. So let's try and move these tanks forward. We're going to move one there, and then this one can go over there. Because getting rid of those sensor towers, you guys know, that's massive.
Mineral field. Mineral field.
Oh, can we get rid of him? Because if we get rid of him, that allows these guys to move up. In range of the planetary.
What's our target?
Gonna move that tank there just so we can get rid of that. Alright, let's hold down those unit building keys a bit more again. Let's also drop some mules. Transfer your workers. Notice we're just gonna try and kill that. We're not in range of the tank, are we? No, we aren't. Awesome. So really good play from my opponent. This was a very specific scenario playing against mech, which I know a lot of players struggle with, so. Okay.
Mineral field depleted.
Okay. Alright, we need to actually pull back for a minute. This is a bit too greedy for me. So let's just take stock at this point. Because he was trying to expand so aggressively, I didn't want to take my foot off the pedal. I wanted to just say, no, you can't do that. That's way too greedy. We're going to still keep taking more command centers though. So what are we doing, guys? 8 barracks, 2 factories, 2 starports, bio, tank, medevac. All you need. You really don't need to be going for other units in these scenarios.
Ready for dust off.
Only 2 tanks. It's pretty sick.
Ready for dust off.
And then as he comes forward, if you ever find him out of position and you make him come to you, you just see how drastically bad the tanks are. Where we kind of said, hey, why has he only got 2 tanks over here? And it's because he was worried about me pushing this side, right? We also could have dropped. So I know he's got turrets up, but you could drop past. If you go past with, say, 3 medevacs right on the edge, you'll lose 1 to those 2 turrets, and the other ones will get in. So you'll still, once you get 2 medevacs full of stim bio in their base, it's very hard for them to deal with. Especially because he only had 1 reacted factory, 4 tech labs, so not as much Hellion production, not as much buffer. I really love this style because it does get across the map so early. I think it was really unfortunate that my opponent scanned as I was loading up my medevacs. If they didn't scan that, they might not have been in position and we could have done critical damage in the main. But I played very cautious after that. And you can see my opponent had very few units, in fact. Yeah, very few units. They're very turtly. And a lot of people like to play TVT in a turtle mode. I think it makes a bit more sense if you're a mech player. But yeah, I do find it very boring myself. So yeah, I went back to just grab more Marines. I figured, oh, he's going to be ready even if I drop now. Funnily enough, guys, if I just followed my standard and boosted straight towards the main, I would have got here before these turrets were ready, and he wouldn't have had a tank sieged in the main here. So we actually could have hit the normal drop angle and done really good damage. So my opponent was a bit greedy here. My reaction was, oh, you know, so my reaction should have been still hit the same angle, but just you always watch that drop as it goes in, and then I could have unloaded, killed the turret, stimmed in, killed a few SCVs, and then as his units come to defend, run away. Obviously, I would have been very cautious with it because chances are he'll be ready for it. He's a bit ahead on workers than me. You can see he took a very quick third command center, and I maybe missed a tiny bit of SCV production here or there. But that's actually totally okay because with this build order, you get map dominance for a while, and you're going to be playing usually a more mobility marine heavy style of TVT. Obviously, I started adding more Marauders because I realized it was mech, and I'm going, oh shit, okay, I actually need Marauders here as well, right? We don't want to be on pure Marine because the Marauders are a little tankier. They do take a lot more damage from the siege tanks, but they're much tankier versus Hellions, for instance, and they do that great bonus damage to siege tanks and Thors as well. So took a bit extra damage on that medevac than I probably should have. At this point, seeing this turret out here, I was like, wait, what is this guy up to? He's doing some crazy shenanigans. And I should have backed off from that a little earlier because we didn't quite get the Raven, so we chased a little bit far there. So we ended up losing 8 Marines in a medevac for very little. It's not the end of the world by any means, but it did kind of go in that direction. Third command center was not super fast either, and you can see quite a bit of missed SCV production. This is my first game today. We're going to count it as the warm-up game, and you can see whenever I'm very tactically focused, sometimes we do tunnel vision a little bit. Big gaps in that SCV production all game long seem to be the big thing. I think that's just me trying to explain what I'm doing and why I'm doing it a little bit, even though the commentary dries up naturally in a TVT when there's a lot going on. I'm still trying to be a little bit more explaining, and it turns out I forget to build SCVs. So let's remember to build some more SCVs, queue a few more out before we enter a micro situation, and that sort of stuff. Big thanks, Baby Destruction, for the 3-month resub, and Ashfall. What's up, guys? Thank you so much for the love.
Command center
Appreciate it.
Complete.
Oh no, I messed up my sub goal. One sec, guys. Let me rectify that really quickly. B2GM sub goal. So we should have 3 subs. 3 subs, not 2. There we go. We got it. We got it. Okay, cool. What's the best way to make medevacs heal your Marines? When I patrol, they just move with the army and don't heal them. Well, they should heal them, but normally you A-move. You should almost never use patrol. There's very little reason to be using patrol in StarCraft. It's something you'll occasionally use. If you want to say put some Vikings and a Raven up here to stop drops, you'll patrol them from there to there, something like that. But that's the only time you'd use patrol. So don't use patrol, deep chill. Normally your medevacs, if they're on attack move with your Marines, they will heal. So you keep them all on the same control group. Whenever you attack move for a battle, which is what you should always be doing, you shouldn't be right-clicking enemy units. You should be attack moving. They will automatically heal. And I would imagine they would heal while patrolling as well, but I don't think I've really tried it. This game is the most use of unsieged tanks ever. Opponent's macro is pretty good. Oh yeah, he macroed great. Opponent's really good, guys. We're playing dudes that are within the range of my normal account. Let's just go over that mid-game a little bit more, guys. So notice how I took gases on the third? Don't need that because we're playing a pure bio style there because I like the 8 racks mobility against mech rather than building the second factory. If I was going for the second factory, we would have gone straight for the gases on the third so that we could keep up those expensive tanks. Because I wanted to just say, no, I don't care about that. I want fast 4th command center, then 3 more barracks, and then I can think about extra command centers, second factories, all these sorts of things. And even before that, normally what I do is we do try to make sure we have a 3rd barracks. Now, why do we get a 3rd barracks, guys? That 3rd barracks should have swapped onto this reactor here. So this is a mistake I made with the build order. I built it over there. I should have built that barracks here. So the idea is when these 2 medevacs pop out of the starport, that barracks swaps onto that reactor, and then you've already got 5 Marines building at a time. 2 out of there, 1 out of there, and then, of course, 2 out of this barracks, which goes on this starport. That's going to give you enough Marines to defend a push. A lot of people are like, man, you've got no tanks. How do you defend? Well, number one, you keep them pinned back with your drop, because if they move out, You drop in and you kill all their stuff before they kill your stuff. And then if you're building 5 Stim Marines at a time, you start your combat shields as well. You can overwhelm tanks and Ravens with just Marines, even if they're sieged up, but preferably you catch those units unsieged and then they get absolutely slaughtered if you have the Marine numbers. But that's why it's very important you get a 3rd barracks up and you swap it on that reactor before committing to a 3rd command center. This is a Marine heavy build. We are focusing on mobility with this build. This is my favorite way of playing TVT. I get really frustrated when there's a lot of sitting back and just defending in TVT. I also get a bit tired of even just slow pushing with Raven Tank myself. It's just, I like to be mobile. I like to have hard hitting units that I can actually play the tactical game, because that's what's fun about TVT for me. So that's what this build is for. If you guys don't like that as much, you can obviously follow the previous styles I was playing in Masters 2 and Masters 3 and so on. But yeah, this is a good style. It's a good style. So from here, I would normally go 3rd command center, double gas, double engineering bay, and then the 4th and 5th barracks. Whereas this time I did it a little bit different. You're going to see me go 4th and 5th barracks, kind of jumped the queue, so to speak. It was 3rd command center. Then I go 4th and 5th barracks in just a moment here.
Research.
Then I go the double gas. Then I go the double engineering bay. I mean, it all happens around the same time. It's just one of those things. You want to be consistent with this so that it happens like clockwork and you're kind of used to when things time out. Otherwise, you might have these 2 barracks kick in and you don't have enough gas for the reactors and the upgrades to start at the same time. Something like that, right? Which I was pretty close to hitting in this game. Because if I queued up a tank a little earlier, that's 125 gas. And then what if I want to build 2 medevacs? That's 200 gas. That's more than the gas I even have available right now, let alone the 200 gas on the 1-1. So these gases should have been a little earlier. Yeah. I didn't know Marines could kill planetary fortresses. Anything kill planetary if you got enough of them. I had a few tanks and a bunch of marauders when I stimmed on that planetary, and there were not that many SCVs there. Yeah. Don't take that fight unless you know there's no enemy nearby and you've got overwhelming numbers.
Add on.
We could use some help here.
We're in Masters 1 right now, guys. Yeah, we're in Masters 1. If I go 3 Rex Bio and play Standard Terran versus High Templar Protoss, I always lose due to Storms. Should I make Ghosts or just improve my combat engage? They should not be able to have Storm by the time your first attack hits, new Z-Bus. So work on your fundamentals, work on your macro, work on hitting your first timing earlier and harder. And past that point, you should be doing a lot more than just 3 barracks. If your opponent's on Storm, you're 3 base versus 3 base, say, you shouldn't just be building off 3 barracks. 3 barracks is 1 base production. You should be minimum 5 racks, which is 2 base production. And as we go through in like Diamond, I think it was mostly the Diamond part of Bronze to GM, where we really fleshed out, hey, let's get the 3rd up, get the double gas, and we went triple factory siege tank. And we did a lot of games versus Storm, versus Colossus, versus splash damage. You got to understand that there's different stages of the game. So if you're attacking with 3 racks, Stim Bio, and Medevacs, that's a moment in the game. They shouldn't be able to have Colossus or Storm out by then, right? If you then are 5 minutes later in the game, sure, Storm's meant to be out, but you're also meant to be much further down your route. So you've got to have a good understanding of what happens at different parts in your build. And if you don't like going to those later parts of the build, we'll commit even harder to that 3 racks all in. Maybe you pull the boys, pull the SCVs to A move with your army or something like that. But I think that's you got to make sure you try and optimize the push as much as possible if you're going to be going all in there.
Complete.
Gateway. We could use some help here.
Not roaches, planetary skill infinite roaches. Just have 10 Ravagers in the mix, pity. You do that beautiful where you do the biles all along the edge so they're all hitting the command center and it kills the repairing SCVs. Oof. Goodbye, planetary fortress. My man. Do you have any replays of these builds being executed? VODs are great, but being able to study in-game would be invaluable. I do send replay packs out to players, and the Bronze to GM replay packs do get released usually at the end of the series, so we should be able to send out all these replays probably at the end of this session, guys, when we hit GM. So that would be, I think, I'm not sure if I'll be able to get GM today. So where are we? 4780 MMR already, actually. Let's put me in Masters too. Oh, they changed the borders. So yeah, we're going to have replays of these. You can also look at my regular replay packs. I do occasionally drop some of my own replays, just like a whole big one of my own ladders. Of course, if you're subscribed to the channel, you get access to all of these replay packs, everybody. I think the Bronze 2GM ones we might also make publicly available to everybody, just for people trying to improve who can't afford to sub. Though I think, honestly, staring at the replays, it's not always necessary, but it's probably a good habit to build. Probably a good habit to pour through the replays yourself, be able to check things, yeah.
SCV ready.
We already have the Zerg one up, of course, since Zerg Bronze 2GM has been finished. And guys, it's going to be Terran versus Zerg here, so we're going to play Battle Mech. Now, the question is, do we play Proxy Starfort this game? That's my favorite way to open up and keep the aggression on the Zerg. The other one, though, is just playing 3 CC, 3 Command Center, Mega Macro. And I wanted to just show you some variations, because I think we already showed you a lot of different Battle Mech play, and as cool as it is to stick with standard things, based on the meta, I do like to shift the openings a bit. And a lot of people think, oh, but then it's a different build, it's the same style. It's just a different opening. And that's the modular nature of Terran, is you can still be working on the same overall skill set. You absolutely can. And then you can just unplug your opening, plug a different opening into it, and it really is fantastic because of that modular nature of Terran. The way Terran works, you can just, you know, take that same style, and it's going to end up it's going to have a convergence point, a point where everything ends up the same. It'll be a bit of a different time that we get there. There might be some very slight differences. Upgrade timings will be a little different and so on based on the build order. But other than that, it's essentially the same. So I'm going to do Proxy Starport in this first game, and we're going to show you a few different opening variations, but they're all going to be the same. Doesn't Battle Mech auto lose to Lurker Viper? No. Okay, guys, my opponent is 12 pooling me. Okay, that's interesting. And when I say interesting, I mean, what? All right, roaches? It's roaches. No link speed though, guys. Okay, so let's go straight for a bunker. Do we want it on the high ground or the low ground? I think we're gonna go high ground bunker just to be safe. Okay, guys? So, what's the Reaper's job? Right now, he's guarding us from any early Zerglings. Oh, you little shits.
Oh yeah, baby. You're the Reaper man. Hey, wait. Bad news. SCV ready. Gotcha.
So the idea there is we just need to get those started. We build a bunker on the high ground.
Who wants some? SCV ready.
We build a factory. Now, one of the things I've been liking to do here, guys, is to go for an extra barracks here. But we're not going to do that this game because...
Add-on complete.
Okay, Cyclone's a little bit late. There we go.
Let's go.
Okay.
Command center.
Really? Is this not close enough?
Armed and ready. This better be good.
Okay, we're going to lose those, which is a real bummer. Okay. All right, that was a bit annoying, wasn't it? So, yeah, these guys are being a massive pain in the ass right now, but guess what, guys?
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
Unfortunately, he locked onto the Ravager, which is a bit of a bummer. We're going to make a Liberator here. I'm going to send my Cyclone across just to check if there's any sort of follow-up aggression. We're making 2 depots, and I'd like to make the command center very soon as well, just so we can continue our kind of macro path. But this guy's job is just to go, right now he's going to check, is there a third? You know, how hard is the macro follow-up, or is it just 2 base muter or something like this? See, maybe we kill a drone or 2. And see what we can do, yeah.
SCV ready.
There we go. The 3rd command center can go down.
Reporting for action.
And we can send the Liberator, which is going to already queue to go like that.
coordinates are
Raise
right.
some hell. SCV ready.
And we're going to start this depot.
Cyclone receiving.
So, because he's using slowlings, I'm kind of like, We're going to queue another Liberator, actually a Viking down here.
Show me who you want to die.
SCV ready.
We're going to get another depot down there. This guy can go like that.
What's
We're going to build
going
2
on?
more factories.
Ready to raise some hell.
Adjusting for new
SCV ready.
Is there a lair? There is.
channels clear, boss. You got coordinates or
So we've got 3rd command center, 2 extra factories.
cyclone receiving. Ready to plunder.
All hands to battle stations.
Notice the Cyclone's a very good tank here. It's much tankier than the other units.
Of course.
Got a target
Ready to
in
raise
mind.
some hell.
And that guy's going to clean up those. Ah, damn. Really weird spore placement from him that I didn't know about.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
Okay. So guys, this is the point where you kind of want to pile the aggression on, but what's even better?
Big job.
Get ahead.
SCV ready.
So 5 factories, double armories. This is everything I need and more in order to finish off my style.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Fight or flight.
This guy can go, dude.
SCV ready. I'm going.
We're going to run these guys in here.
Complete. Command center upgrade complete.
Hell yeah.
Let's get it.
Daylight's burning. SCV ready. All day long.
And we just kind of realized, hey, wait a second. I have more stuff than you.
Talk to me, boss.
And we're able to just overwhelm there. So a lot of multitasking from me. Because I'm trying to stick with the mech plan, I tried to do that. So part of me wanted to simplify this game. And I'm going to just kind of talk about, okay, so at this point, I'm like, fuck, that's annoying. In hindsight, the bunker on the low ground would have been far better. I just needed to make sure I started it straight away. So this was surprisingly quick that my opponent hit with the Ravagers. I guess because I saw that he had a decent drone count, I thought it was going to be a little slower than this. But this was a real kind of weird, unique version of the roach pressure, right? It was 3 Ravagers, but then into an expand. So I think this was like a 14 spawning pool or something. It was a bit of a weird version. In hindsight, though, the reason I feel like I probably should have gone for that bunker on the low ground is because of the fact that there's no way to protect from these depots, right? So that was a problem. He timed it out really well. And the thing is, if we just put this in general terms, there's no expansion. And that's what I wasn't really factoring in. I was treating this a little bit more like, it's a 5 roach pressure, but once me Cyclone's out, I'll deal with it, and then we'll kind of go and smash it. So that would have been okay, but my second gas, you can see, was a little bit late. That's meant to go down right after the factory. Factory started 26 seconds ago. It's about 15 seconds late, this gas. This gas should already be just starting to mine. And if it was, I'd be able to start my Cyclone straight away. I also make a criminal mistake here, guys, which is I build a starport. Now, why is that such a criminal mistake? Getting that Cyclone out is what shuts this whole thing down. Where's me tech lab? Number 1. Well, I'm getting distracted microing against 1 Zergling. Come on, mate. Few seconds delay there. Number 1. Number 2, I spend my 100 gas on the starport, so the tech lab finishes, and I can't start the Cyclone for a few more seconds. It's not a big delay, but it does add up. Loses me some depots. That's very annoying. Now, at the end of all this, I'm still ahead of my opponent, right? My opponent didn't take an expansion,
Command
guys.
center upgrade
Yes, he
complete.
goes double expand, but look how late they are. So as long as I do shut this down eventually, you know, we will be totally fine. But this bunker stops me from dying. This bunker does not actually defend my buildings. So I think in hindsight, I would have gone for the bunker on the low ground. And the reason for that comes back to, remember that SCV scout, guys, goes in. And what does it see? The classic. Not only did it see the roach horn, I also saw the spawning pool was not wobbling, which means if he wants to make ling speed, he could. But 2 big problems with that. Number 1, it's only starting now. It's going to be at least 1:20 till it's done, so it's going to be a while. Okay, but he could still do it, couldn't he, Pig? Yes, but it would suck. Why? Can anyone in chat? I want you guys to play the game with me. Why would it suck in this scenario that the Zerg's got to go ling speed for a Ravager ling all in? What is so weak about the Ravager ling in this scenario? from the Zerg setup? What is missing in the Zerg setup? What would the Zerg need to really make speedlings coming in behind scarier for him? So we've got a few different ones. Not enough gas. Speedling means he would have one less Ravager if he makes a Speedling, is what some people have said. A Ravager is another, it's 75 gas to morph another Ravager. Late expand, lava. So I think Pity, Polox, and Absorella are actually the ones that I was really looking for, which is lava. There's no hatchery. So even if they do make Speedlings off this, it's one hatchery injecting of Zergling production. So you're not really looking at a swarm of Zerglings coming across the map. The other people made good points, right? So he's already got roaches on the way, right? They're going to pop. He needs to spend how much gas for 3 roaches? 225 gas. So he's going to have to spend all of his gas for the next little while on it. Then he's going to have to start ling speed. And then he's going to be like, have one wave of maybe 25 speedlings. But if he's doing that, he doesn't have an expand behind it. My opponent does not have an expand. He's got no follow-up. It's completely all in. So even if I say defend the initial Ravagers with the bunker, but then it ends up getting busted by the Ravagers coming in with like mass speedling, it's not mass speedling. It's the point where, it's like I could have, if that was the point, if I had a bunker here, his Ravagers are standing off with it, not breaking in, I might still go Cyclone first, but I'd then be going straight into Hellions after that, right? Would I? Or would I go a tank? Oh, you see, because Hellions wreck the Zergling follow-up really hard. Tank is good because you can stick it on the high ground and it can blast shit from far away. Up to you, really. But I think either way, the Zerglings would come so late, it wouldn't be that big of an army. I think you'd be fine. And you'd probably be able to see it with your Cyclone, because your Cyclone would be able to chase the Ravagers off. And let's imagine, let's actually benchmark this out. This is a really good idea. So let's look, when does he spend all of his gas on the Ravagers? Because he never pulls off gas here. 1, 2, he has one more roach, right? Yeah, he has one more roach. So he needs another 75 gas before he can make that one into a Ravager, right? So, okay, does he pull off gas? He doesn't. So when's he going to be able to start ling speed? Okay, if he left on gas, he'd be able to start ling speed about 3:30, which means about 4 minutes 50, about 5 minutes into this game, ling speed would kick in. 5 minutes? Do you know how much shit I'm going to have by then? I'm going to have so much stuff. I could have built a Cyclone, got it out, and had 4 Hellions out as well, already kind of poking out. My Cyclone would have pushed the Ravagers away ages earlier and started pushing across the map to try and get scouting information. Same way I did in this game, where I was saying, look, I don't care if it dies. If he's gone a whole bunch of speedlings and ling speed early, then I at least know he's done that. And I know that I can afford to be a bit more defensive. But if he hasn't, that Cyclone can maybe catch some Overlords on the map. It can check is there a third base, all that sort of stuff, right? So that Cyclone could have popped out a lot earlier. Immediately swap these two around for Hellion production is the way I like to do it. If you're more, I want a tank on the high ground, you can make a tank and then do that. But the idea is just get back to your normal game plan from there. Let's make Libs, Hellions, get ready for pressuring, build SCVs, make a third command center, make 2 gases, go up to the factory count, all that sort of stuff. So there's definitely a thing there where I think we could have put the bunker on the low ground, completely shut out the Ravagers with just a few SCVs pulled to the low ground to repair, and it would have been even nicer. The trick to remember here, though, guys, is you do need to start that bunker in time. These Ravagers arrive at about 2:55. A bunker takes, I think it's 30 seconds to build? How long does a bunker take to build? 29 seconds. So you'd want to build that bunker. You want to start that no later than about 2:20 on the low ground to make sure that finishes in time. And with Zerglings arriving, it could get delayed a little bit. So if you do want to go bunker on the low ground, you might consider it a little bit riskier. This is me weighing things up. Pig, but which one is better? It all depends on your skill set and what you want to focus on as a player. For me, I like the idea of shutting this pressure down because I'm very confident in my assessment of what the Zerg's doing and the scouting information. If you feel that's all too much for you, if you feel you'd just rather be safer and it's hard for you to figure out what they're going to do and the speedlings could still catch you off, or it's hard to repair the bunker on the low ground, if that's too much for you, just do what I did. Build the bunker on the high ground, you can play it. The point is, we're at Masters 1, and I'm no longer telling Twitch chat how to play StarCraft. I'm giving you guys options and letting you think for yourself. And that's what we should always be doing, even at the low levels. But it's like, it's really important just to kind of weigh it up. And none of these is going to be like 100% the best option. I really don't believe in 100% best options in StarCraft. I think it's infinitely better for you to just kind of weigh up the odds and say, okay, I like this because of this and this. As long as you have a reasoning behind it and then you put it to the test, StarCraft Ladder is a constant mode of experimentation, right? It's a constant mode of figuring out, okay, I think this will work. Let's put it into practice with these details. And then you might find out, you know what, it's just not working. And sometimes it's just because you're missing some of the execution and you just got to tighten it up. Other times it's because it actually was a pretty shit option, or it's shit against what your opponents are mixing in. And yeah, it makes a big difference, guys. Makes a really big diff. Would this have been more difficult if he didn't lose his Lings before his Ravagers got there? No, the Lings are very important. This would have been much easier. Those are slow Zerglings, Evil Putty. Their whole job is to distract me and keep me occupied, right? So otherwise the Reaper would go across the map and like it would be picking off a drone, potentially. It would see the roaches coming. It would maybe delay them with a grenade or two. There would be no distraction at home, which means, guess what? I'm going to hit my factory timing maybe a second or two early. I'm going to hit my second gas on time because I'm not... Oh, where are these Zerglings? Where are they? This patrol path you can see was pretty bad, guys. I should have gone patrol from there to there. And that way he would have automatically caught these Lings coming in. So bad patrol path for me. Little details. They all add up. Almost got your cherry popped by the cherry popper. You just watch the same player play versus Zombie Grub, same tactics, same results. Nice. Yeah, it's a shame the Cyclone locked onto the Overlord when I did fight this, guys. I thought it was close enough that just A-moving it would get it to kill the Ravager, but it was actually a little further away than I realized. So the Cyclone did a dum-dum, and that's why I lost so many Marines there. Because otherwise, ideally, I would tell the Cyclone to lock onto that green hit point Ravager, and then the other guys would just do whatever. But yeah, I didn't need to shove down here quite as quickly as I did. So you can see the Cyclone doesn't really help. It's just the Marines and the Reaper, essentially. But at the end of the day, whatevs. As long as we keep track of the big picture, we should be good. And, you know, definitely big fan of get the lib out, building a Viking behind that. Because players that are aggressive like this tend to just rally their overlords across the map. They tend to have very sloppy macro players who open up with early roach aggression. It's not always true, but I like to check for it, and a Viking after the lib is good for that, and Cyclones and Hellions running around the map also very good. Now, of course, my opponent took a long time to get their creep spread back up. They tried to just use mass speedlings to surround Hellions. Hellions are the natural predator of speedlings, for those who don't know. So trying to do that is beyond a gamble. My opponent, knowing they were in this circumstance, should have sent these Lings around the edge of the map, and then whenever my Hellions are poking, they can have 10 Zerglings backstab my naturals. Suddenly, I'm microing in two places at once. Much bigger chance of you surrounding these guys, getting yourself a little bit of room to breathe. Absolutely should already be spreading at least 1 or 2 creep tumors and kind of going to that next step. But yeah, shame I didn't notice this Spore Crawler. I don't think I saw it. Yeah, I didn't see the Spore Crawler there, so I accidentally sieged up on that a bit later. You can see instead I'm the one who's engaging the Zerglings and killing them, and he's distracted, so he's losing his queen. Imagine how different this is if 10 Zerglings are running in. And this is why I was really like just in his face, dictating, winning every fight. I would have switched gears if my opponent started backstabbing Lings, and I would have been much more cautious. My Liberator might have just hid in the back until I cleaned things up at home. I might have sent my whole Hellion Cyclone army to A-move home and put my focus on these Hellions and get them in the mineral line, raise the depots up here. I might have focused on finishing my wall off, getting the Hellions out, raising the wall, making sure I have more Hellions in production rallied behind the wall. And then I go, this is a no distraction scenario. Once this wall's up with Hellions rallied behind it, I can just focus on attacking again. But if you don't clean that shit up, there'll just be another Ling run by and another Ling run by. Once you've seen a Zerg who's going to focus on that stuff, he's going to keep doing it. So make sure you get on top of that shit, fam. Is there a StarCraft guru in your opinion? Artosis Roddy? But Roddy doesn't know StarCraft 1. No one knows StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2 crazy well. The closest would be Artosis, right? If it's StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2, I can't imagine anyone knows more about both games than him. But obviously, like right now, Artosis isn't getting that many SC2 gigs, so he would only be up to date on like the very, you know, Korean GSL meta. But yeah. I mean, I guess if you want Warcraft and StarCraft 2, then it's Roddy, right? Roddy's the biggest elephant brain on StarCraft 2. He remembers everything, he knows everybody, and in general, he's just he knows what he's doing. So guys, we're playing a random player. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna send that pretty early scout across the map just to give us an idea of what's going on. We're playing against Elmer Fudd is the name. So that's gonna allow us to go down a different path. Now, a lot of our builds are barracks gas expands anyway. So this is basically going to be the same build as always. It's just going to be slightly different timings because we're sending the scout out a little bit earlier, and we'll see exactly which matchup it is in a moment. Artosis is super nice. What? Have you not watched his stream, Mamabar? He's a psychopath. He thinks Protoss players should be burnt to the ground and stuff. He's evil, right?
Well, butter my biscuit. Yep.
I do find it funny when people say that stuff. All right, guys, so this is TVZ again. I'm very happy to be playing this matchup. And you know what? I wanted to show you guys proxy starport. Well, okay. Guess we'll do it up there. So the idea is you want to show yourself going back to the middle of the map and then run up there so that they don't see you running off to a corner, because that's sus as shit.
Command center upgrade.
So yeah, and notice I even activate the watchtower just to check. I'm like, oh, I don't think there's any overlords watching this area, so I think we're kind of safe to do it. The reef is gonna go across. Let's get that factory up. Obviously, like I said, everything's a little slow, just because of the what do you call it? The earlier scout than normal. And remember, random players suck usually. So this guy's like, I'm gonna build 10 Zerglings. I'm like, okay.
SCV ready. Done. On the way. All right. Yes, indeed. I'm going. Certain.
I'm obviously throwing shade at myself with that one, by the way, in case anyone's a little bit snowflakey. They do tend to have way worse fundamentals, random players. Most of them are pretty cheesy and stuff, you know. So that Marine can, of course, patrol up there. I'll build another Marine, just so if they Overlord Sacrifice, I want to be able to kill it quickly before it realizes, hey, why is there no starport in your base? Because obviously that's something I don't want my opponent to really be dwelling on. And oh my god. Okay, we're just gonna pull up there. Okay, and guess what, guys? That's a big old all-in, isn't it?
This better be in the rear with the
Our
gear.
SCVs are under attack.
So we're gonna completely wall off here. Hello?
Ready to raise some hell.
Base is under attack. Base is under attack.
Ooh.
Ready to raise some hell. I'm in a heat. SCV ready. This better be good.
Okay.
Bad news. Go ahead.
Alright, we don't actually need that anymore then. Alright.
You gonna go ahead. Huh? Who wants some? Been waiting on you. Ready to raise some hell.
He kills the Hellion, but he loses all of his guys.
Are you ready for this? SCV ready.
So, yeah. It's good to wall off and just take the brunt of those first banelings, because things can get messy, you know? But,
Big job, huh? In the rear with the gear.
alright. So we've got 2 engineering bays there. Ideally, you stop building those before they complete, is a nice way to do it.
Light it up.
Alright, these guys are going to just go out a little bit, and
Smoking. Talk to me, Bob. I'm waiting on you.
Base is under attack.
ah, shit. Okay. Okay.
Bad news.
Okay. Alright, we got like a billion SCVs queued up.
SCV ready.
Oh, Command Center doesn't really wall off well on this map, does it? Forgot about
You scared me. Are you?
that. Okay. And then we can just kind of go, okay.
SCV ready. Daylight. In the rear with the gear. Yo.
Alright, then we'll go across the map with that, yeah.
Burn rubber. Light it up. Are you ready?
Alright, this is a bit of an awkward position to be in for sure.
Go ahead. What's going on? Where's the hot action? SCV ready.
Oh, he's trying to go mutas for sure.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's good to know. Alright.
Are you ready for this?
Okay, let's get that. We've got one armory. So he actually did some pretty good damage. I'm impressed. Builds another spine. Well done.
Been waiting on you.
Need something liberated?
SCV ready. SCV ready.
We're returning fire!
SCV ready.
Hydras. Oh, okay.
Sounds sweet.
Incoming orders.
This better be good. SCV ready.
Okay.
Add-on. Command center upgrade complete.
What's going on? Big jump. Go.
Okay.
Bad news. SCV ready.
So we're just trying to build those, and we're trying to just make tanks, and we should be fine.
SCV
Alright, this is such an unfamiliar scenario that I'm kind of like a little bit weirded out by the whole thing, but
scared me.
I think we should be fine. Let's try and take that front base, shall we?
SCV ready.
Add-on.
Yeah, I want to build a single cyclone and then just more tanks. That's kind of what I want to do here. We're going to make another armory
SCV ready.
just up there, just so I can get extra upgrades and stuff. And we're going to go back out to the middle of the map,
What's going on? Big job.
and we're going to go back to deep red production in the main. Beautiful.
SCV ready.
Okay.
Raise some hell. SCV ready.
Yeah, maybe he has a goal. I doubt it, but
System
SCV ready.
yeah, let's try and get the blue flame as well.
How can we help?
Are you ready?
Got freedom.
Our SCVs are under
SCV
attack.
ready.
Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted.
SCV ready.
Hey,
What's going on?
I was looking for the Nidus on the edge. Going to base Hydra or Lurker is one of the worst strats out there. He had Groove Spines and +1, 34 drones, so 1.5 base economy. This Liberator came back in, and it was up to 18 kills apparently, so it was doing pretty good. Just tried to bum rush the third command center, but tanks first, Hydras, Thors if it was mutas, which was what I was planning to build Thors. And the reason I was building that one Cyclone was just to get rid of Overlord spotters. But yeah, let's go back to the early Lingbane. So this is really interesting. Let's check this opening. Always check your opponent's cheese. 17 hatch, 16 gas, 15 pool. Okay, and then they're just basically doing a hatch first, Lingbane all in. This looked pretty standard to me, and it was pretty close to standard. And they build the Overlord, and then I just left. I was like, yeah, this looks normal enough. That's fair. And obviously they were slow to drone their expansion, but you know, I wasn't going to read too much into that. I was like,
Thanks for
only
the
one drone,
Bezos box.
whatever. And then they were kind of slow to take their third as well, but I was like, yeah, whatever. Now what I could have checked for was, hey, you're still mining gas with 3 workers. And if I actually glanced at that there, that would have been a big tell in of itself that I'm probably getting all in. So they normally start link speed. Oh, he started it really early. Where
My man.
What time did that gas go down? Was that pre 1 minute? Oh yeah, right on 1 minute. Okay, okay. I thought it was a little faster for a second there. I thought it was even faster. Because I'm like, how is that link speed that early? Gosh. So anyway, when I hop up here, I could have gone in and if I see the gas mining, it's like, hey, he started link speed a little while ago. Why is he still mining with 3 workers on gas? Could just be 2 base layer though. It doesn't tell you that much, right? So I just did completely standard things and he kind of showed me the link flood, right? Which is very kind of my opponent. But as long as you're building Hellions, you're safe against this stuff. So we see those guys coming. They kill my Reaper. And I immediately pull to the high ground. Now the problem here is it's kind of awkward walling off. Some people would be like, just land your command center. And that can kind of work, but it's the command center has curved edges. So using your command center as part of your wall can be a bit of a trap, number one. Number two, those banelings are going to be ready in 10 seconds. This command center is going to take forever. So notice I stopped building SCVs. I'm not throwing down extra buildings or bunkers or anything. Definitely a bunker is not a bad idea here. Get 2 Marines inside your bunker, back here, and what are the chances they blow up the wall and get through that? But the more important thing I figured was just to take the wall. Now, one problem is with this engineering bay there, that engineering bay can get blown up by banelings on that corner, and that's exactly what that happens. The idea of the secondary wall is not to blow up from the things that blow up the first wall. So that engineering bay is like very... If that was placed 1 space to the left, which I think it could that do 1 space? I think if it goes 1 more space to the left, then I think it would still be overlapping with the engineering bay. Yeah. So 1, 2, no, I would have needed to build another building if I did that. But that might have been smart. It might have been smart for me to drop this engineering bay like here and then throw a bunker down there to fill the gap or something like that. So the other thing to consider here is that these 2 engineering bays, I should have told the guys to stop building them before they finished, especially once I saw that he blew up that side of the wall. I was a little busy. What was my priority? Here I was like, oh fuck, that eBay went down because I didn't realize that was going to happen ahead of time. So we quickly pull these Hellions back. The idea is you've got to get your Hellions away from the links around and into the mineral line where the SCVs and the Hellions can beat unlimited Zerglings. Problem, if there's still banelings alive, that gives them targets. So you need to do a mixture of spreading versus the banelings and hiding with your Hellions, and then also fighting with your SCVs occasionally as well. So notice he gets some decent baneling hits. He kills a bunch of SCVs. Well done, Elmer Fudd. Well done. But because I spread the SCVs, it was okay, and because my Hellions aren't surrounded, it's fine. Now these Hellions actually are surrounded. I didn't even realize they couldn't even get out of there. So I had a little Hellion turret that I accidentally built here, which was frigging hilarious. I don't think I've done that before. That's pretty funny though, because there's not much space for them to pop out here. So they can, one can pop out there, but the other one will pop there. But once you've got a pack of Hellions up and you've defended the first wave, you actually want to just go out and fight. Because anytime you're just kiting Zerglings, Hellions trade so well. Look at this, 7-8 Zerglings for 1 Hellion. Oh hells yeah, I can do that all day, son. Then you just keep doing this, and your opponent's so screwed at this point. Because you've got 2 command centers, 2 orbitals, he's only on 23 workers, so you're in a pretty good spot. Now, it took me a while to rebuild my depots on time. I should have dropped a supply drop there to keep up production, especially the earlier I get libs in there sieging up, the earlier I'm doing counter damage. So that would have been really nice.
My man.
Thank you, Singularity, for the 54-month resub, Zerg Smash for the 2-year resub, and of course, Jimboy with the 7 months as well. But just remember, guys, if you know they're baneling busting you, just build that eBay wall off. Just absolutely get that eBay wall off, and you should be fine. And if you don't want to mess around, don't go out front with your Hellions to fight until, you know, after they've blown all their banelings up. Wait till you've got a good squad of 4 or 6 Hellions together, where they're actually able to one-shot Zerglings together. No. Just use the diamond and the gold parts. Was it gold or platinum where I played Mac, actually? I've already forgotten. Can't remember. I think it was platinum.
What's going on?
Alright, what do we got, guys? TVZ versus Hippie. So, are we going to get a chance to show any build orders, or are we playing NA ladder? We're playing NA ladder, guys, so we're trying to do that proxy starport. We haven't really had a chance to do anything off it, because we've just been getting attacked constantly, but let's see, who knows? Well, that's just because you guys just call them standard underwear, right? You guys, I know British people they wear a G-string wherever they go. That's the standard underwear. I hear apparently, even like, yeah, even like overweight dudes and stuff as well, like everyone's just like the standard thing. It's like you go straight from nappies, take the nappy off the toddler, and you give them their first G-string. Apparently, I've heard that's a British thing. You guys are a little weird. What can I say? But I'm not here to judge other people's culture. Link shunned. All right, guys. So very standard build. Let's fix those rallies. There we go. And of course, we're going to go Reaper first. This is Glittering Ash's nice big map. We're going to do the very standard scout. So 19th SCV from the command center rallies down. Reaper, orbital, rally that back to its mineral lane. And this guy is going to build that command center.
What's going on? Yep, big job. In the rear with
Command center goes down. And remember, right after pulling the command center down, bring a depot to build the depot there.
go ahead.
In Texas, a lot of girls wear thongs that extend above their jeans. Well, shouldn't it be below their jeans? Thongs go on your feet, mate.
Grim Reaper has arrived.
You guys are all upside down over there in America. Great land of Texas. Texas. So we just saw Hatch first. How do we know it's Hatch first? It was about to finish as me Reaper was popping. I say that, and actually this is a very big map, and it wasn't quite finished. A bunch of Zerglings come in now. I'm going to feel like a real silly boy. That's what I get for reading chat while I'm playing, right? Oh.
SCV ready. What? You want something?
There we go. Alright, we're not actually doing the proxy, by the way.
SCV ready.
Okay, this is a interesting
I'm listening.
Interesting turn of events, guys. I think his build's just a little loose. We're just doing the Star Protoss. So this is actually very similar to what we were doing earlier, essentially.
Complete.
Now, why am I dropping... Oh, it's just a quick third... I'm like, where is his money, dude? Where is my opponent's money at?
Listening. On the way. SCV ready.
Okay, we've got the first two Hellions on the way. We'll build the tech lab just because why not?
Got something for
Command center upgrade complete.
Okay, let's see if we can grab a drone rallying down.
SCV ready.
Oh, notice we blocked that drone. It tried to build a spore crawler there, but we got right up in its business, and that was where it wanted to build the spore crawler, so that actually worked out really well. I notice he wants to put a creep chamber down.
Oh yeah, baby. What? You want something?
So I thought I'd click that initially, but apparently that was a misclick, I guess? I don't know. Either way, that was kind of frustrating, because I could have sworn I'd clicked that correctly, but game says no.
Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready.
It was a little greedy from me, but
Yep.
it is what it is.
Waiting on you.
We're on the Australian server, so maybe the ping's too good.
SCV ready.
So you can actually kill, oh, there's a creep chamber there. I didn't think there was a queen there.
Add-on complete.
Light it up.
So we're just kind of roaming around looking for creep tumors. I'm not really committing too much, but already I can feel that my opponent doesn't feel has too much stuff going for him. He's going double Evo as well. So double Evo is really good if I'm playing 3cc into bio, and it's really bad for most other things. So I did miss quite a bit of SCV production, Hellion production though, so I can't punish this as much as I would like. We'll build that. Let's get the first two factories up.
Are you ready for this?
Dive in, kill some drones, run away. 3 Hellions is all you need. He does not even have any drones on the third. Oh my. Okay.
Attention.
Are you ready for this? SCV ready.
Oh man, I can't click today. The queens keep blocking it. It's crazy. Every time I go to click on a creep tumor today, it's blocked by the fat hitbox of the queen.
Add-on.
So we're gonna try and kill that one now.
Need something liberated?
SCV ready.
We're just gonna queue that to be annoying.
Yeah. Huh? In the rear with the gear.
Add-on complete.
And we're gonna get the double armoring as well. Gonna build 2 tanks for safety, because that's something which I really wanted to do a bit more of
Flight plan is locked.
in this series, and didn't really end up doing it.
SCV ready. You gonna give me orders?
All hands to battle stations.
Oh, he didn't siege? Ah, apparently he hadn't sieged up when I gave that F2 command. Oh well.
Yep.
Alright. It is what it is.
What's going on?
Engineering bay is what we want there.
Go ahead. In the rear with the gear. SCV ready.
Are you actually trapped there, mate?
SCV ready.
Are you kidding me? Mother trucker.
SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. Lay it on. SCV ready. I'm in deep. Yo. What's our...
Hello? I lowered the depots? How are you guys not understanding how this works? Oh my god, unit control just does not exist today, guys. Alright, so now I'm sufficiently triggered. Let's,
Systems go.
because my units aren't doing what I want. We're gonna have to really fix our macro to try and get this game going. Infestation Pit and Spire both. Alright. Alright, we're gonna go down that left side there. We're gonna send 4 Hellions down that side.
SCV ready.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna send a Banshee that's gonna go patrol up there.
Thanks for the
Okay,
Bezos
let's try and get an
box.
extra command center if we can. So my opponent here has gone maximum greed, and we've kind of given them the freedom to do it.
Research complete.
And they've just built Hellion Zerglings as well. This is a crazy greedy opponent. There's a lot of Zergs out there who don't know how to play against mech, guys. I think this might be one of them. But you've already given him such a good start, it's going to be really hard to actually come back from here. Now, those Hellbats did just kill a lot of guys, so my goal from here is, look, this guy's only building Zerglings. Let's just... Yeah.
Enemy contact.
Okay, we're making doors right now. And we are probably dead, guys. We are going to try to see if we can defend here, but it's going to be really awkward, really hard to make this work.
Research complete.
So we are just in full turtle mode. Opponents go on both infestors and muters.
SCV ready.
Let's get drilling claws and lots of widow mines, guys. Ooh, great.
Boy is here. Big job, huh?
Upgrade complete.
Okay, get the 2-2 upgrades. We've got some Thors out.
You got coordinates?
Go ahead. SCV ready. Huh? Speak up. SCV ready.
So what are we doing? We're putting widow mines.
SCV ready.
Systems go.
SCV ready.
Base is under attack. Our SCVs are under attack. Your forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
Ready to raise some hell.
Mineral field depleted.
Ready to raise some hell.
Research complete.
Ready to raise some hell. What's that?
Receiving.
Ready to... SCV ready.
Yeah. I don't want to be mean to the opponent. It's just people try to play against mech without building roaches, and I just get offended because I'm like, Blue Flame Hellions beats this, and it's actually, yeah. So anyways, that's a lot of what you'll run into. This all came down to my just really messy early game. First thing first, I should have rallied the scouting SCV back in the right direction. So this guy, when he was coming back, remember, he's meant to go back to the middle of the map and then hide maybe over here for that proxy starport. That would have been real nice, number one. Number two, beyond that point, what was it? My Hellion production halted a little bit early on this game, guys, for no good reason, just a bit sloppy. So, yeah, you can say, I mean, his opening's pretty sloppy in my opinion, because he loses so much mining time. Opponent ends up okay from there, but very slow on the creep spread. And then there was just multiple times where I didn't have my screen in the right position. So let's talk through what happened with these misclicks. And these were very greedy, but I was also very triggered by them. Okay, so in this scenario, guys, if you want to click on that creep tumor, there's only one way to do it. Scroll your fucking screen over here so that you can actually see the creep tumor. Otherwise, look how the creep tumor kind of hides behind her tail if you're looking at it from the left. Her big fucking... So queens, for those who don't know, have big fat fucking asses. They are big booty bitches. And if you try to click on that, you're not going to be able to click on it, especially if something's above them. You need to like scroll up to click on it or even fucking rotate your camera or something, which I don't even keep on a hotkey in game. And to be fair, it's not important. It's better to just not even go for it. But what do we do here? I run in. Where's my screen centered? Over here on my Reaper. So look at this, guys. If I have my mouse there, notice that's selecting the queen. Only here on the very far right of the creep tumor, just on the edge of it is where I can click on it because Brenda's big fat booty is covering it in this scenario, okay? Now, what if I scroll over? I'm pretty sure if I go to here... No, it's the same. It's still pretty damn hard. Okay, that doesn't actually change anything. Never mind. I feel like that changes it when you're looking at it from above. Apparently left to right doesn't change shit. So her booty was just too thick. So what I should have done is I should have just thrown the grenade down and then moved in closer and tried to click on the far right of it. And then as it bounced her, it would have been really easy to click on it. Now you can rotate the screen. I don't leave the screen rotate on any hotkeys. I could put it on if I want. Maybe I'll put it on since I'm never going to accidentally hit those keys anyway. Let's give it a go. So let's fiddle with my camera hotkeys, guys. Camera, rotate left, backspace and tilt. Oh, it's backspace and thing. I always forget. I've looked this up a few times now. I realize. So I could have done these ones, but that doesn't help. Her booty, no matter what angle you're on, her booty covers it. You've got to go right to the edge of it, no matter what fucking angle. This fucking stupid queen booty that sticks out over the thing. God damn it, Brenda. Look at that fucking, she's pooping. I mean, I guess she's literally mid-poo. It does make sense that when someone's literally mid-poo, it's hard to shoot the poo until they move out of their squat. It happens. Anyways, so I got a little triggered by that, and then I did it again with some Hellions a little bit later as well. And I was like, God damn it, click on the fucking tumor, bro. It just is what it is, guys. It's hard to click on people's poo, and that's essentially what you're doing. So anyways, notice I'm not building Hellions right now. I went the command center earlier than I should have. Guys, never deviate from the build. I was like, hey, I have money for the command center before the second depot. That's different. If something's different, it's different for a reason. That reason is you screwed up. This is meant to go down 410, maybe 420. Why is it down at 355? It's meant to be second depot, then command center. Why? It's because we're not building Hellions right now. I've skipped our 5th and 6th Hellion, and this slows down our momentum, whereas we should have been able to just kill all my opponent's drones otherwise, because they didn't really have that many queens, their creep spread was really late, and their overlord coverage was also very poor, so they didn't have early warning. So if I ran in with 4 Hellions and just went for a straight up dive, that could have been huge, but even these 2 Hellions weren't that fast. So let's see, what happens here? It's only 2 Zerglings. If we dove, it would have been great. So there we go. This is another misclick. Yeah, that's it. That's the misclick there. Lose a Hellion for it. So I got a little frustrated and flustered, and then other things started slowing down. But we were very quick onto gas. Could have queued up a few more SCVs again. I'm being a little light on my SCV production. I think I should start queuing up a few more here while I'm being a bit more instructional as I play. And in general, the lower your APM, the worse your multitasking, the more SCVs you should queue each time. My Liberator did that annoying siege up thing that I do where we kind of siege up in the same location. And then we just hit it, and then we were like, cool, let's go for a Hellion surround. But my opponent at this point had 20 Zerglings off 58 drones. So we've kind of let them get away with some maximum greed. We lose a bunch of Hellions. We accidentally don't siege the lib there. It could have at least killed 2 or 3 drones before the Spore would have finished. Probably 4 or 5 if my opponent didn't pull. So at this point, I felt pretty bad about my situation in the game. But the fact my opponent didn't make safety banes, they didn't make roaches, they got a billion hatcheries, they tried to play Omega Greed, and I kind of let them get away with it, so I was a little frustrated at this point. My units then, you know, a little slow to respond to that. I knew I was in a bit of a dicey spot, but I followed the build order. Two tanks first, then I go Cyclones. That tech lab, unfortunately, was poorly placed. This is why I always try to leave spaces between my buildings. I thought I could get away with it. This factory should have been there. These guys should have been there, and then that wouldn't have happened with the tank getting trapped. And then I'm like, cool, let's go start trading a little bit, you know, check what we're up to and stuff. And I think these guys actually kill a lot of Zerglings. I morphed Hellbats a little late, but look at what this volley does. Oh, he did pull back. Well done. Okay, he did pull back. I looked back and was really surprised my Hellbats were alive, so I was like, hey, he did some damage there. My opponent's going Mutas and Infestors and Lings, and basically it's just a very fragile composition, very greedy, double Spire as well. So this was really scary because my 4th had just started. And Infestors are so good versus Thors and Mutaforce Thors. So yeah, really interesting style from my opponent, but at the end of the day, not the right one to get it done here. We got our turrets up, and then we just kind of said, okay, I really want to like catch him before he swaps into Ravages or Ultras, something else that's going to be a bit more good at fighting. My opponent was also very low on Banelings in a lot of these battles, which would have really helped him out. Even just a sprinkling of Banes, because they don't take the bonus damage from the Hellions, and if they do connect, they're huge. If you're going to play a mass Ling style, you should also be multi-pronging a lot, but you can see my opponent keeps their whole army on one control group, which is I think a bit of a mistake. I think if they were running Lings into my mineral lines and stuff, it would have been a bit better, but to be just attacking with pure Ling Muta here, it's just a little bit cavalier, and they end up taking a pretty bad trade there. Right, let's look at the units lost tab. I think it was bad for me earlier, but it's definitely going in my favor. And I just said, you know what, let's just go trade with the opponent, because I feel like if I give them any space right now, they can have every upgrade. They've got so much of the map. I need to go force a fight right now. And do I have a good army? 9 Hellions, a Banshee, a few Thors, 2 there, 2 there, a few Cyclones, 1 tank that's not even coming, 10 Widow Mines, which I'm just F2 unburrowing and running forward. Not at all, but I kind of looked at it and said, hey, my opponent's not building any core good fighting units. Where are the Roaches? Where are the Hydras? Where are the Banelings? Where are the Ultras? Let's at the very least push forward, force them to build a big army. And if I see a bunch of Roaches coming out or something that I really have to respect, I'll pull back. But at least this is going to stop them massing Mutas. Once I see them building all those solid units, I can swap into tanks. I can get my 4th, I can start taking a 5th, I can wait for 2-2 and do something closer to a maxed out push with a lot more tanks in the mix, which is going to be something I'm way happier with. But right now, I've really felt I needed to do something to just put pressure on my opponent, force them to build a solid unit, and it kind of almost accidentally won the game. This was not really meant to win the game, it was meant to force a proper unit comp out of my opponent, but my opponent was just so greedy, didn't even have Baneling speed in this scenario. And just once again tries to engage Hellions with Blue Flame Hellbats, with Zerglings, and Thor Widowmine Cyclone with Mutas. And that's just not a real army composition. So GG, the opponent just got a little bit too fancy there. Oh. We got TVT. Alright guys, TVT. 2 Reaper, 2 Cyclone, 2-1-1, and we're actually doing something which is new to me, which is we're using the factory to build that reactor. This is something we learned from time. A lot of people, I feel, tell me this is not a proper TVT build, like high-level players, like GMs, Masters, Diamond Ones that watch the channel. And I'm always like, guys, I've seen Gumio, Cure, Beyond, and Time all do this build order with slight variations, so it is absolutely a real build. Why is Roach Ravager good versus mech? Because Roaches don't give a shit about Hellions, my friend. They're cheap, they're accessible, and Corrosive Bile is fantastic at killing units that siege up and then can't move. Yeah. It's not like you're meant to just max Roach Ravager and then just sit there, because obviously tanks mess up Roach Ravager pretty well, but it's definitely something where they should be kind of the core unit in just about any composition that you're going for a sort of standard anti-mech play. Otherwise those Hellions can be a big problem. I mean, if my opponent at least had Banelings to clear out my Hellbats, they could have done it with just Mutiling Bane. Simply because they were ahead, and I was in a bit of a bad position in that last game. But they didn't, so we are all good. And we are continuing our road to 5k MMR.
Gotcha.
Reaper, Orbital. And remember, SCV checks one side, Reaper will check down here for proxies, and then go across the map to attack and see what's up. As we get to 100 gas, we want to pull off, build a factory, pull off, build a depot, and this guy is usually the one who builds that. This guy can go up there.
Command center upgrade complete.
Factory SCV goes to build a depot, so they all have tasks. This is all mapped out, guys. And we'll change the rally point there. So if this Reaper ends up maybe killing their SCV building the command center, but their Reaper comes over and is killing mine, then we know what we're going to do. Third up front, fourth up front, fifth over there. All right, always queue up this extra SCV ahead of time.
What's going on?
And command center starts. We want to go straight for the tech lab. And we want to queue up another SCV. Straight for a reactor as this guy runs up this ramp. So we build a reactor just then. Oh shit. So we're gonna, oh my god, that's a lot of guys. Holy crap. Okay guys, we're gonna go in again because he's gonna come across with those Reapers, which means I think he might leave nothing at home. So we're gonna try and run in with a Reaper counterattack and defend with the Cyclone at home. This is very cheeky on my part, and I think we get away with it. We'll find out, of course. Put two guys back on gas after that second barracks goes down. We're gonna build another Cyclone soon because I think those Reapers run in and just kill my
Add-on
guy right here. I think.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Yep. What's going on?
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action. I get you.
SCV ready.
Show me who you want to die.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
And that's how we win a game. So because I was killing his SCV as well, and he was being greedy and going straight for... Wait, what? What? Whoa, ladder! What is this? What is this build? It's a 3 racks? Wait. So it's... I thought he'd gone reactor first, but I don't think he could have had 3 Reapers that early if he went reactor first, did he? So that actually, I should have known there was an extra barracks. Okay, guys, so this was actually me being really dumb. Really dumb. I'm very simple. I'm actually very simple. And me sending a Reaper across the map is the most ridiculously Chad Gamer psychopath move ever. Now, him building a 3rd barracks is a little silly. I think he should go factory from there for sure. But his second gas is so late that he's kind of locked into the 3 racks. So yeah, there's no way. If he goes reactor first, his first 2 Marines are popping right about now. And they're going to come out and kill my Reaper. There's no way he could have a 3rd Reaper unless he has a 2nd barracks. So I should have known this is a 2x Reaper, but it's just because their command center's even faster than mine by a few seconds. It just didn't compute that he could have had a barracks before it, but of course he can. I've got a factory down. So I should have known what that meant. But I do like this Chad Gamer move of mine where I'm just like, you know what? Send the other Reaper to dodge these Reapers on the map. Notice we queue him down the bottom. Because I know if I can kill that SCV and he's building add-ons at home and doesn't have like a Hellion or something popping, he's just going to be super triggered, right? So he comes in with 3 Reapers, rallies a 4th one behind it. This should probably be a 5 Reaper pressure. I think there should be a 5th one coming out as well. But this Cyclone, I should have queued another Cyclone already. That was a little lazy. And this guy should have been clicked closer to the command center. I accidentally click him way too far behind. Now, I did do some nice SCV micro, but like I said, I should have already had 2 Marines and a Cyclone queued. I have the money for it. There's no excuse for that. But in this scenario, what is the micro? The micro you're going to see me doing is moving a lot of SCVs and then peeling off the front ones. Grab them, click them back. Grab them, click them back. And do I save all of them? No, but I save a lot of them. And the idea here is if he doesn't target fire, if he just A moves, his units, the moment these guys pull back, they're going to stop getting shot. The Reapers are going to change targets. So look at that. Red hit point SCV there, pulls back. Those guys, whole bunch of red and yellow guys, pull back. Cyclone's out. Cyclone says, welcome to Dicktown. Took me a little while to realize he was actually fighting me, and then I was like, oh crap. So we were very close to losing that. Cyclone gets to 3 hit points, 3 hit points, 3 hit points, 3 hit points. He loses that and is of course dead. So he was pretty far behind. So pretty sloppy of me, guys. If we want to memorize that in my mind, guys, if they have 3 Reapers at 2 minutes 40, you know they've gone 2 racks, okay? So pretty obvious tell there in hindsight. GG. Swarmos viable, they're really good versus mech. You could absolutely use them versus non-pros in other situations, but pros are so good at multi-prong, handling multiple angles, map control, and zoning out the swarm hosts and microing against them. It's much harder at pro level, but that actually means that swarm hosts are, like, if you use them in the correct manner, they are so good below pro level. They are so good. So it's actually criminal that we don't see them more in, like, even ZVP and stuff like that, right? Where I think it would be really cool if we saw, like, Queen Swarm Host, Mass Queen Swarm Host more against Protoss players playing Mass Air. Like, shit, that would be really cool, actually. I should try that out. Anyway, we're playing a TVZ, guys. Major Wood here is going to be dead at the end of this game. Should we, bronze to plat, cheese only, says Ebiscudo. Well, the thing is, everyone when they're new, every time they get attacked, they go, I'm getting cheesed, you know? And it's like, that's why I always tell people when you're new, try to take cheese, take that word out of the equation. And try to be really specific. Be like, man, I'm getting 1 base proxy all-in a lot, right? My opponent's building their first 3 barracks outside my base and hitting me with 8 Marines at the 3-minute mark and SCVs, and they're building bunkers, and man, it's really hard to stop. Like that because immediately you're engaging with the specifics, whereas it's really easy if you don't engage in the specifics to basically get really loose in your thinking. Once again, guys, let's set up for that proxy starport. And this time, we're going to go really aggressive. We're going to add a Hellbat timing with it. So we're going to get an armory nice and early before our extra factories. So we're going to do a big Hellbat timing, and we're going to build 2 libs as well. This is a massive commitment. If our opponent defends really well, we are going to fall very far behind. That's fine. I'm not used to doing the build. Good chance I mess up the execution. So even if my opponent's not that prepared, good chance they come out of it okay, just due to my lack of practice with the build. So yeah, we sent the wrong SCV across the map. Doesn't really matter. Just meant I had to double up on those orders.
Go ahead.
Is Protoss cheese? Yes. If you pick the race that your opponent doesn't like playing against, that is objectively cheese, guys. So basically, it's a 1 in 3 chance that you're cheesing just by playing the race your opponent doesn't enjoy playing against as much as the others because they think it's unfair. Okay, that's hatch first, guys. Very standard stuff. And oops, just a second of SCV production there. It is what it is. I will see if I can just cure this Marine to do like a little bit of Marine hunting. Reactors on the way, building more SCVs. Alright, nice. Okay, we got that, we got that. Oh, hello. He was distracted by the Reaper, so he didn't move his Overlord properly. Oh, this is huge, guys. This is absolutely huge.
What? You want something? Oh, that's all?
Add-on complete.
Yes, indeed. I'm listening. Death from above.
Okay. Okay. Keep building SCVs, because that got a little chaotic there. Gonna build 1 more Marine. This guy is gonna go up there. Already killing an Overlord, killing a drone, killing a few Zerglings. This is an absolutely massive opening, guys. So we're gonna build a Liberator. We will send this guy back because we killed the Overlord, so I don't think that'll give anything away.
Command center upgrade complete.
All right, certainly. What do you want a piece of me, boy? SCV ready. I'm going.
Okay. Very nice. Alright, guys. Oh shit, what did I forget, guys? Depots. Okay. Okay, do we have a drop? We do. We've got a drop, so we're going to use a supply drop to fix this up. More SCVs. I really find this map a little bit... I think this map even distracts me. Yeah. So because I feel like I've got absolute stranglehold on my opponent, guys, we're going to be just kind of doing it this way. And where's that armory? It's going to be coming down soon. So we're going to send this first lib in. And then the second one will rally in
Got
as well.
freedom. We're returning fire.
Ready to SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell. Smoke got something for SCV ready.
Yes, sir.
Got any extra fire?
Liberation is at hand.
I'm going in. I'm listening. SCV ready.
There we go. And the other lib's going to siege up the main. Now, behind this, what we're going to do, guys, we're trying to get that wall off up so that we were actually safe behind it. We're going to, behind that, go 4 factories at once. So, when you open up with this much aggression, you're going to be so focused on the micro, just make sure you get the third command center, the double gas, and then you're going to do a Chad transition. What's a Chad transition, guys? Chad transition is one that even you, with your not that crazy high APM, can handle. No fancy add-on swaps. I'm literally going to build 4 factories, build 3 tech labs and a reactor. Chad gamer style. We're then going to build an armory. Now, in this case, I think it was 2 base meter, right? I'm pretty sure this was 2 base meter, so let's go back. Yeah, this was 2 base meter on the way to Spire. So, obviously, we would have dropped an armory as well so that we could get E-base, and that would be good. When do you get the armory with this build? So as long as you basically get the armory, it takes 46 seconds to build, so 46 seconds or more before you plan to attack. When's that, pig? Totally up to you guys. Use your own logic on it. There is no. Do you want to hit with just 6 Hellbats and your first Liberator, or do you want to wait for the second Liberator and sync it all up like I did? If you're waiting for the timing that I did, you could actually have probably 10 Hellbats. I only had like 7 or 8, so I probably could have had 2 more there. That would have been a way of doing it. RLT, thank you very much for the 500 biddy. Cheer! What's up, dude? Pig Ruff's dad? Hells yeah. Why not? Why not? I don't think I'm his dad at all, but I'm down with it. I'm down with being Ruff's daddy. So, the idea of this is... There we go. But reading the message a little slow there. I beat you to it, love. Yeah. But basically the idea is 8 to 10 Hellbats on the front, 2 Liberators sieging up the bases. You're already poking with the Hellions, the Reaper earlier. You're already poking with the first Lib, but really trying to be careful with it and keep it alive. And then you just go for your factories. Now, your factory transition is very late. Don't get me wrong, guys. You are very delayed on that. You need to do some damage here. What if I run forward with the Hellbats and there's like 10 Roaches or 10 Banelings that I see them? I would not morph Hellbats, all right? Run away, morph back into Hellion form. I'd just poke with the Libs. Because I would be like, okay, I might need to even run these Hellbats home and then hold position on the high ground to defend Roachling counterattack, right? I might frantically be going, holy shit, I need to rally even Libs back to help defend. I mean, there will be some things that could potentially kill this, but you'd be amazed what Hellbats on a high ground ramp can do, especially if they don't have an Overlord nearby to spot for it. So it could actually be really good, but just a nice way of taking the fight to the opponent. So why am I showing this build? The real reason is sometimes you're going to go through metas where people are really greedy and your normal pressure, you're just not finding the damage. You can't find your way in and slow them down. But you're like, man, these guys always have 75 drones by like the 6:30 mark or something. This is just, they have too much stuff. I can't keep up. And sometimes, rather than just focus on the specifics, you can just make a general meta move and say, all the Zergs are greedy. I'm going to be more aggressive. I'm going to go proxy starport, get that Lib out there nice and quick. And then I'm going to go for a big Hellbat Armory timing. And this is my branch. If I am in a mood to be more aggressive that day, I can do that. We're going to plug it into the same, get 5 factories, get 2 armories, go for the 4th command center, get 3 more factories, get the Banshee production. All that stuff will still keep going. What happened to the first queen that was attacking the Liberator? Well, I think he just chased it a little bit, but it ran to the other base. I don't think we actually killed it. What's the easiest way to tell a Zerg is going early Ravager? What does early Ravager mean? JW? What do you mean by early Ravager?
SCV ready.
What are we doing, guys? Another TVZ.
Big job.
All right, so it's a great big map. I think this time I'm going to show you guys the 3 command center version of the build. Should I? Or should I? Maybe actually, let's do that Hellbat timing one more time. I really think it's good to iterate, to show things multiple. Let's show the Hellbat timing off the proxy starport one more time, and we'll get at least another example. Just because I won with it doesn't mean we should stop focusing on it. We'll show you guys that one more time. Because I think the 3 command center build I wouldn't really recommend to most people. It might work well for some people, but it's a very specific sort of defensively oriented player that's going to mesh with, right? So anyways, that's going to go over there and then there. You're going to go there. You're going to go there. These guys on gas. Beautiful. All right, we're missing a guy on this bottom patch, guys. So we've got to just grab him, put him there, and we can just rally him there. Very nice. All right, so we're going to rally this guy down there, right? 19th SCV builds the command center. This guy rallies across, goes back to the middle of the map, then goes off to proxy that starport out in the middle of nowhere. Set the rally point back and get ready to build that command center. JW says 1 base Ravager for a quick door bust. 4 or 5 Ravagers with a few roaches around 4 or 5 minutes. That's not a build order. Your timings are totally off. Go watch your replays, JW. You're unless you fell down to Silver League or Gold League, what you just said doesn't add up. Double check your replay, my friend. Double check your replay.
Center upgrade complete.
Yeah. I would love to give you some more info after this game when my focus is freed up, but what you just said is Silver League timings. So, and I know you're a Diamond player, so there's no way.
Big job. SCV ready.
Yeah.
Who wants some? SCV ready. This better be good. Look.
Okay.
What? You want something?
Oh my god, almost got surrounded there.
SCV ready.
And we're gonna just leave.
Fair enough.
Reaper is just searching for an expansion. Oh, he's following.
I'm going. SCV ready. Let's do.
Okay.
Big job.
Okay, you go there, you go there.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Get from above.
Okay, no worries. First 2 Hellions start at 3:04. That's a good timing. Last SCV queued into the main. Very nice. And you go there.
Scared me.
Looks like he came out and killed my Reaper. No reason for the Reaper to still be there. Lazy on my part, and we got punished.
Armed and ready.
Alright, we're gonna have this Marine patrolling. We'll have another couple of Hellions on the way as well. This guy's gonna send back. And we're gonna have that there.
Are you ready for
Alright.
this?
Hellions are on the way. Notice they rallied to the top of the ramp, so we've got plenty of warning if Zerglings come in terms of time to react. We could even set it back there if we wanted to. Okay, check this out. Alright, we're gonna leave. We're gonna go hunting this guy. This guy's being a bit of a fucker. So we just.
Ready to raise some hell.
Alright, Liberator's on the way. We've got more Hellions on the way as well. Let's build another thingamajig.
Can't wait.
Alright, we at least push him back. That's real good. Let's get the armory now.
Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready.
Now, you might be wondering, why are we sending the Hellions out the sides? Because I'm worried about a Zergling runway right now, guys. That's what I'm thinking about. And that's why I'm trying to kind of prepare for it. So this Liberator's a bit late. We started it not on time, guys. And we just see that Overlord coming in again. So let's try and cover against that.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Got the first Lib.
Liberation is
Pig, it's
at hand.
actually over a year watching on YouTube even though I don't play. My favorites are when you cast the pro Zergs like Scarlet, Boom and Flo. Smile, never stop uploading. P.S. Happy birthday, Flo.
Oh, shit. Alright, guys. Armory is done.
SCV ready.
That is a changeling. Third command center is in the worst position I've ever built a third command center in, guys.
Ready to raise some hell.
Okay.
I'm going in. Daylight's burning. Pedal to the metal. Waiting on you.
We're returning fire.
Light it up. Where's the hot action?
Liberation is at hand.
Got any extra.
All hands to battle station.
So we're trying to get on top of the queens if possible, so that our splash damage really works. And that's exactly what's happening there. So remember, guys, what do we do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I hear you. Can't wait. Word.
SCV ready. Been waiting on you. Ready to raise some hell. Here we go. SCV ready.
Okay, so we've got 5 factories coming in. The command center in the worst position of all time, which also wasn't a complete wall off. Jesus fudging Christ. We got away with that. We just got away with murder. Don't ever do that. But we did some good damage, guys. We killed quite a fair number of dudes.
Complete.
And yeah, we should be able to just kind of have Marines patrolling in the main.
SCV ready.
Get another tech lab, another reactor.
Command
There we
center
go.
upgrade complete.
And there we go. So we're going to kind of send everything down to the 3rd. We've got double upgrades coming in at the same time, just so I remember them. We're going to build a tank here. We're also going to say, was there a lair? There was no lair. So tanks for safety, and then just cyclones, blue flame, mag field, and just cyclones and hellions from there. We want to go up to the standard, guys. What's the standard? 6 cyclones, and then we go into proper tank production and that sort of stuff. Starport's coming back to start Banshee production. So super duper standard stuff. We are following the same kind of rules and guidelines we've been working on this whole time. I will have a scan shortly. We don't have one right now, but just something to keep in mind. And you can go there. These guys can queue up that.
SCV ready.
Okay.
SCV ready. Right on. I'm waiting on you. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Okay, I accidentally queued some tanks, so let's get some more hellions and cyclones out. So you'll notice that he's using Zerglings to counter hellions again. We're noticing this pattern. There's a lot of players on the ladder who don't know how to play against mech guys. They are going to keep trying to do this. So it's our job not to rage about it, but to go, okay, if you're incompetent, I'm going to show why you're incompetent. And this is an infection that's all over the ladder. I think it stems from cocky Raynor. We all blame Raynor for this, because he kept insisting, oh no, I can beat mech with Lingbane Muter. And we're like, that's just not true. Marine Lord showed him it's not true. He fucked him up really hard in a show match, where the entire point was exactly to just show that. I don't really want to more Felbats here because I don't actually want to fight the queens. And guys, guess what? 4th base. And our opponent knows that they are obviously way behind from the early damage, I believe. And they've got 66 drones, but they're trying to just make mass Lingbane double upgrades is the lowest priority. What they should have been focusing on here is having a mobile pack of Lingbane to deal with Hellion pressure, dropping a Roach Warren, and going up to the next tech. Maybe Infestation Pit for Fast Hive, swap to Hydra Roach, swap to range upgrades instead of Carapace, definitely. But the upgrades are honestly, like I said, the lowest priority. Drop another hatchery down here, get 85 workers up once they've got a bunch of Lingbane, and then they can start doing Lingbane run-bys and all that sort of stuff. Guys, we were up to 3 Cyclones. We had 3 more in production, and because of that, actually 4 more, I'd swapped into tank production mentally. I was already saying, I've got enough Cyclones to be annoying. We're going to make 2-2 tank production. Because I was building a 4th, I was also going to build 3 more factories out here so that I could have 3 more tech labs, 2 reactors, 6 tech labs. That would effectively double my tank and Thor production, which would be absolutely huge. So yeah, let's go back a little bit in this game and take a little look-see at how this one went down. All right. Pig, I'm a Diamond 2-1 with Terran. I pull my SCVs out of gas when I build my 2nd depot in PvT. Then I rally back in while keeping 16 on minerals. I build stim and combat. Sorry, are you playing 3 racks? 2 racks? What is this? I build stim and combat, then get a 3rd around the same time as the factory. I'm not sure when to get my 2nd gas. I am also not sure how to not die to a huge Protoss counterattack with Colossus. Counterattack against what build? Against what attack? They usually have no probes on gas at their 3rd, I would imagine. On their natural or 3rd. They just make a big Colossus charge counterattack. Yeah. and they're down 5 or 10 workers. Am I too greedy? Are you doing like a beginner build order, no cap? I don't really understand what your opening is. Because all you've said is you pulled guys off gas, but you haven't really described if you're doing a 2 racks or 3 racks. If you're going barracks factory starport 111 into extra barracks, it's hard to understand. I think it's a 3 racks from what you've said with the gas. Otherwise, I think your description doesn't make sense, but hard for me to answer that one. Does anyone have a link to that show match? Yeah, does anyone have the VODs for that? I didn't cast it myself. But it was just Marine Lord roasting his Lingbane, like mines, Thors, Hellions. It was good. Why is pause quit a sort of BM thing? Often people will pause and unpause. It's more insulting when you're winning. If someone does that when they're winning, it basically, it's one of the few things, like a lot of the thing is StarCraft's pretty anonymous, but if someone actually pauses and unpauses while they're beating you, it's their way of saying get out. And it's one of the best ways, and one of the few times where you, through the internet in an anonymous environment, can actually identify that your opponent has a negative length penis. So it actually has a reverse gravity because it's so tiny. So rather than sucking things into it, it actually repels females. And that's why they are so unsatisfied in life that they need to tell their opponents that they've lost the game. So it's a negative penis repelling gravity. So that's definitely one of the things you guys have got to watch out for if someone unpauses. So if you lose a game to someone who pauses and unpauses while they're winning, just remember, in the big picture, in the macro scheme of life, did you really lose? Because it's questionable. In any, if you will, says JW. Absolutely, mate. Yeah, like if you need to tell your opponent they lost the game, it is ridiculous, man. It is like, oh my god, like how deranged is your life that like it's not enough to just win at the video game, you need to tell the other guy he lost. Like that person is really clutching at like the one thing they get joy out of, which is the victory screen. They're like, I need to amplify that feeling. Yeah. So no cap legendary. So it sounds like what's happening is you're probably throwing your army away with a 3 racks timing into a bad attack that makes no sense. And then you're kind of macroing well behind it, but you're wondering why you're dying. So there's 2 things. Your factory sounds like it is insanely late. Sounds like you're not really doing a proper 3 racks build, because what you're doing is you're doing one cool 3 racks timing, which is nice. And I reckon it would be pretty optimized, the timing you hit. But if that doesn't do massive damage, the problem with your follow-up is you're going for a 3rd command center.
Add-on complete.
But your gas is so slow. Like your upgrades, you probably don't even have an engineering bay for ages. Your upgrades are going to be slow. Your medevacs are never going to come out. And
command center
yeah, basically it's like there's this huge window where you're like, just let me saturate 3 bases and then slowly add production and upgrades and medevacs. And you're not going to have Vikings ever in time for anything. And you're also not going to have the numbers potentially. Especially with the 3 racks, often you scare someone to staying on 2 base for a very long time. So you don't need a fast 3rd like that. You should never, with standard play, you never really need to expand faster than your opponent in TVP. You can always be half a base or a full base behind. And with mules, you're actually in a totally fine position. So it sounds like you're just putting yourself in a position where you're basically, your build is not optimized. So if you do a proper 3 racks build, like if you look at my 3 racks build, and I'm doing 3 racks today as well, so hopefully we get a Protoss opponent and I can show you. I get my factory down at 4 minutes 20, and I've got medevacs, you know, popping 6 minutes 30, something like that, which means I can stop at just 2 or 4 medevacs and go Vikings for the Colossus. I'm also always kind of scouting ahead and going, hey, wait a second, this is a situation where I can just kill my opponent. Awesome, let's commit to the stim attack. Or you know what? I don't think I can get any damage done this game. Let's pull back and preserve those units. You can't just be throwing away those units you've been building up all game, because you need to have enough critical mass. Yeah, obviously against Zealot heavy armies, Widow Mines are incredible for clearing them out. It's just Widow Mines aren't very good versus Colossus. So there's a bit of a kind of cross there. On the other hand, if you're a tank-focused player, obviously tanks are great versus Colossus, but they're kind of bad versus Charge Zealots. So if you're defending with tanks, you might need to say, it's kind of hard on this map, but you might need to have like a tank or 2 here and your other tanks on the high ground, and if they come into that attack, you might have to lift your 3rd and run all your SCVs away and pull the 3rd back, because you can't let those zealots get on top of the tank. So you kind of have to keep them behind the wall, and your bio ball needs to start a step away from the Colossus and deal with the zealots before it can really do anything to the Colossus. But generally speaking, like my 3-Rex build, I never pull off gas, and my second and third gas go down at 4 minutes is what I do. That's my build. It's written up in the !B2GM doc if you guys want that build. But yeah, it sounds like your build order is just not super optimized. It sounds like it's not a bad build, but there's just a big giant window in it where you have nothing you can really do except turtling up. Good. Ouch. Yo, good luck, have fun. Guys, it is Livy Roar. Is this are we playing what's his name? Berry? Are we playing Berry Crunch? Is that who Livy Roar is, or is this just a Livy fan? Is this it's not real Livy, is it? Oh, this is real Livy? She's on early. Or am I did start my stream pretty late today, I guess.
Roger. Big job, huh?
All right, we're getting a lot of TVZ. So, we've really been enjoying that Armory Hellbat timing, guys. Let's try and make that a little bit cleaner this game, shall we? So we're gonna do that one more time and see if we can, you know, really take the fight over to her. Awesome. Yeah, guys, get a multi-link in the chat. Apparently this is Livy B we're playing against. She's been grinding a fair bit lately. Oh, why are we sending this across so early? That's weird.
Yep.
That is unnecessary. Guess we'll scout for an early pool, though.
SCV ready.
Okay.
What's going
Alright,
on?
looks all standard.
Sure thing.
Yep.
In the rear with the gear. What's going on?
So we're going to be a little shorter of minerals than normal.
Go ahead. Huh?
Okay, the reason... Okay, you can get that.
Command center upgrade
SCV, we got the depot. And this guy's, of course, going to go out to the left after going back to there. Hopefully we don't get spotted going in that direction. Oh my god, whoops. Oh man, I'm building things out of order. I was so excited by all these people's life stories. I forgot how to do my build.
Big job.
Thanks for sharing, guys. Really appreciate that. That was really kind of everybody. Thank you, Mr. Loopy, for the 15-month resub.
This better be good. Been waiting on you. Got something from SCV ready. Certainly. Oh, that's all. Fair enough. Agreed. SCV ready. What's going on? Death from above. Nothing I can't handle.
Okay, let's just be chill. Be chill.
My man.
add-on complete.
Oh, we got the Overlord. We've got a kill. See if we can get the tumor. Maybe? Oh, she's doing a big aggression, right? Why she got so much lava?
Command center upgrade complete.
This is massive damage that we've just done to her.
I'm listening.
What's she doing?
I'm going. SCV ready.
Is she AFK?
You gonna give me what? You want something?
I think she's... did she just get donated $1,000 or something?
Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready.
She's so distracted. That's crazy. Oh, the lib didn't start up. Oh, that's no good.
SCV ready.
Oh, well.
Go ahead. SCV ready. SCV
Alright, so we're gonna hit with like maybe 8 Hellions and 2... Maybe 8 Hellions and 2
Our
libs? 1 lib, sorry.
SCVs are under attack.
I'm listening. Done.
Okay. Cheeky.
SCV ready.
So that's actually a wall off, for those who are wondering. I'll build another lib, I think, but we'll try and build this first.
What's it worth?
Base is under attack.
Okay, no we won't.
SCV ready.
So we're gonna try and bounce the queens. Oh yeah, got the high energy one.
Got any extra firepower?
We got her.
What's the story? SCV ready. SCV ready.
Yeah, I don't know. She went AFK for a minute there. That was real weird. Yeah, her hatchery was quite late. You can see her queen started up in the main quite a bit earlier, and she's not spending her lava for some reason. So she didn't build an overlord ahead of time or anything. And then she gets mega supply blocked on 28. And she's got 400 minerals. She's not building a third or anything. And she's distracted by losing this overlord. So this was just, I think she was just reading chat at the start of the game. This looks like just a streamer warm-up game to me. Not much to learn from that one. And, oh shit, we got Livy again. Okay, I'm gonna let her search after this one. We're gonna let Livy search after this one. I'm gonna show you guys my 3cc build, just so we show something a little bit different. So with this build, it's gonna be much lighter Hellion aggression. We'll see how Livy goes. I reckon she'll cause me some trouble with some muters, I would bet. So, we'll see how that goes. Asher Bro with the 21 months. A big thank you, Idolist, by the way, for the $10 tip, dude. I'm sorry, I didn't actually shout that one out, even though it really made me smile when I heard Barb read that message out. So thank you, my friend. Scarlet, Boom, Flo. I like that you put Scarlet in the same category as Boom and Flo. She would be very offended by that. But I'm glad you enjoy those games, Idolist. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate the love. Provide your will with the 5-month resub as well. Yeah, how do you guys think Scarlet would take that being put in the same category as Boom and Flo? I mean, I think she's a fan of those players. I just think if she gets thrown in that category, she might have some harsh words. Conflicted? Yeah, me and Livy are both in Australia, so even though I'm currently like 400, 450 MMR higher than her, guys, it's gonna match us together pretty quickly, because it's like, hey, you guys have got really good ping. You're both in Australia. So yeah. I should probably tell her it's me doing Bronze to Gym, but I don't want to mess with her head. Squirt Club gifting 5 subs. Oh my god, thank you. Yeah, it was finishing. Just checking. So, notice I'm using the Depot SCV to build the factory, because I'm more focused on my economy this game, guys. I don't actually care so much about the, I don't care so much about the other stuff.
By the numbers, boys.
Leave.
All right.
Whoa!
Yeah, but what's it? What? You want something? SCV ready. Oh, that's all? Yes, indeed. Fair enough. Nothing I can't.
Because this is, like I said, guys, it's the 3cc version.
SCV ready.
Okay. So with this version, because it's a mech build, I still take the second gas straight away there. A lot of other builds, you wouldn't do that. Okay, so she hasn't put a creep tumor down.
Add-on complete.
Starport straight away. Oh, she got it. Well done. She was waiting right on the correct ledge. So notice you don't have money for the Hellions to start straight away. As long as you start them by 318 though, we're doing 315, that's fine. Shouldn't have missed SCV production for it though. That was sloppy. Okay.
Command center upgrade complete.
SCV ready.
Add-on.
Now, I like to do this in a very safe manner. So the way I do this is I actually will,
SCV ready.
and we're actually going to go like this. We're actually going to send out 2 Hellions across to check the watchtowers first. We're going to go straight for a Banshee blind. You can understand why we do that. It is just, of course, going to be a very nice way to ensure everything is safe. Banshee shuts down a lot of the different aggressive builds. So we're just kind of checking around, seeing what's up. And it looks like, oh, we only built one Hellion on that second wave. Okay, that's why I had a bit of extra money. She going 2 base muta. Oh, okay, guys, she's going 2 base muta. Oh, actually, she has a roach horn. Maybe not. Then again, no ling speed. So yeah, I think it is. I think it is 2 base muta. We'll find out shortly. Double gas.
Command center
No later than
upgrade
about,
complete.
well, I guess you could go 445 double gas and you'd be fine. Overseer, she's already got a lair. Okie dokie. Let's get that double factory down real quick, eh? Oh my god. Anything that shoots. Anything that shoots. That's a bloody fast one, isn't it? Oh my god.
Complete.
Okay. Yeah. Bunker just to help it out. Put that barracks there. She is so all in, guys. This is hitting so fast in this game that this is the build that you just run away from, okay? That's all you do. You just run away from it. You get to the high ground. You build tanks. You build depots. You do anything you can to try to hang on here.
Base is under attack.
Notice we're dodging the biles as best we can.
Base is under attack.
Oh my god. Well done here by Livy to put on some crazy aggression. Just keep in mind, she's done this off almost no workers, okay?
Base is under attack.
You guys go there.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Alright. Alright. We're gonna try and build some cyclones now.
I got my ears on.
Oh shit! Oh, she got the Banshees as well? No way! Okay, yeah, she's actually going hard, isn't she? Okay. Okay. So we don't want as many guys here on auto repair anymore, I don't think.
Mineral field depleted.
She's doing an awesome job right now, just keeping me pinned in here. This is real scary. We're going to try and drop that down, but it's the lack of gas that's really hurting me. If I was playing Bio, I would not care. Oh, here we go.
Show me who you want.
Go ahead. Give us your best shot.
Comms open.
Got no way up, ready to go.
Ready to raise some hell.
Mineral field depleted.
Okay. Yeah, really well played by her. At this point,
Lay it on me.
Been waiting on.
What's our...
By the numbers.
What's that?
Ready to raise some hell. Ready to raise.
I'm in deep.
Waiting on you. Channel's clear. Who wants some?
okay.
On my way.
Been waiting. Ready to raise some hell.
Mineral field depleted.
Gonna try and move these guys down. Oh my god. It's crazy. Alright.
Show me who you want.
Give
Holy shit.
Move it. Let's go. Big job, huh? SCV ready.
Oh my god. This build is so bullshit, man. This is why I should have just swapped back to bio. Oh my god, she got me, man. I should have just kept building cyclones. Isn't that fascinating? The tanks are just too immobile versus the Ravagers. So it's like I just couldn't get enough gas off just one base. I should have tried to get this proxy gas base up a little bit earlier. And those queens are just so tanky. Oh, this is a beautiful build from her. Well done.
Brand new. SCV ready.
Got no patience. No way to raise something. Let it roll out. What's that?
SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Go ahead.
Base is under attack.
SCV ready.
GG. That was such a fast Nidus. And she still had some economy left at the end of it.
Is under attack.
So impressive.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Let's go. Ready to raise some hell.
Oh my god.
SCV
This
ready.
is actually so sick.
What's our ready to roll
Alright.
out? Got no. What's that? Give us your
SCV ready.
load up.
Huh? Go ahead.
GG!
Under attack.
Oh my god.
SCV.
Fucking 3cc mech, man. The downside of it there, that Nidus first hit at like, was it 4 minutes? Fastest lair of all time, so sick. Actually, it wasn't even that fast, was it? It's just 3cc, puts your factories far behind. Oh, and Ravages and Queens. So this 3cc build is very weak to anything that can get Queens and Overseers on your side of the map, because you can't defend with Banshees. And the whole point of this build is basically to defend anything with Banshees, because you're building a shitload of SCVs, command centers, and nothing else. So I haven't actually died to a Nidus Queen before, but I've died to the Taxi many times, where they bring like 4 Overlords in a Taxi or something like that. So this sort of build order, just perfect against what I'm doing. And I thought I'd stabilized, but apparently not. Apparently I had not. So let's fast forward and basically look at just the usage of her Overseers to spot the high ground. Great corrosive bile snipes. And 4 queens in an Overlord taxi. You know what I mean, Twitch chat. You know what I mean. And that bile where I lost the Banshees was actually real problematic, because they're a big part of my raw damage output. She built so many queens. 8 queens! I haven't seen someone do that before. I was like, holy shit, man. I mean, this was pretty good D. I thought I was doing fine. I was like, okay, you know, it's kind of stressful. I don't have any Marines in there, which kind of sucks. But, you know, I'm keeping the bunker alive. I'm killing the Ravages. We're holding, and we should be okay. But I think I needed to float a command center out earlier for sure. Because in general, mech is just so weak in these sort of situations where if you lose a base, losing the gas, normally Terran can mule one base, still have basically massive income, and kick ass, right? Not in this scenario. And she's just like, I'm going to spread creep, I'm going to keep making queens. And she drops a third in drones as well here. But she just keeps me so busy with these units. And my own buildings kind of work against me and stuff. And she does such a good job of using the eyeball mode, which I've talked about. The observer eyeball mode is bullshit. Who knows? Maybe the overseer is as well. Look how far that sees. But I needed to get cyclones only from here, I think. And just basically say, hey, let's just lock on these units from the edge of range and do it that way. But look at this. This tank survived for a long time. It got a lot of shots off, but you can see how little tanks actually do to queens. And look at that. And then the queens killed both Banshees. That was a crucial screw up for me. I should have been more cautious, more careful, waited for these cyclones, got rid of the overseer, and then she would have only been able to hit it when she's move to the middle of the ramp. But losing those units there, really crucial moment, and it was really well done. You've never seen the Overseer eyeball? This is pervert mode. So basically he pops an extra eyeball out of the top of his head, this big floating thing. It's kind of just sticking out the top of its head, out of a tentacle, and it just gives it extra vision. It becomes immobile. It's the same as the Observer pervert mode. It's so that the unit doesn't move when you F to it. So they put it in as a thing to help noobs who always accidentally move their Overseers away from where they wanted to set it up as detection, and then they can do it that way. So well played, Libby B. She got us and would have knocked us back quite a bit of MMR, which is good. Gives you guys even more games on the way to GM. Yeah, you can use it. It gives like +2 vision. It says 25%. It's like, I don't know, probably 9 to like 11 roughly. I don't actually know, man. Raven, Terran's the hard race. Raven doesn't have an eyeball mode. That is true. Does already have so many abilities. It would be a little annoying to have another ability on the command card, but it is what it is. So, yeah, I thought we'd held on really well, but look at the way she did this. And then she does Nidus in my main, and I'm like, fuck, I should have left a tank up there. So that Nidus in the main is really what got us, right? At this stage, I could have got back in this. As long as I keep building nothing but Cyclones, maybe we can defend the Mutas, but even then, that's going to be hard. So I should have been scanning her to try and figure out what she's going next. Scan the bases would have been huge. I've got so much energy. So if we're in this scenario again, double scan, quickly get this command center down here, take these gases and start even long distance mining from it. And then I've got an armory already, so if I can just make a couple Thors, that'll be pretty huge. Yeah, GG though, well played. Really well played by her. Fantastic. I told you guys I wanted to show you the 3 command center. I do really suck at defending a lot of aggressive builds with it, but we've kind of come up with some general pointers. We could also look at this, right? We could say, at this point, do we know the opponent's not going for a third? Well, not really. She even faked it with a drone out there, as if she wanted to. But then when the Reaper dies, she runs back. So she was even faking it. Great kind of false information there. What time did my factories drop? Double check. And this is about the time those factories should be dropping anyway. Yeah, just 5 minutes is fine. 4:45 is totally fine. This is the build, but we got caught out on this one. So we needed to do a lot of very good crisis management. That was very important, by the way. I was completely dead straight away if I let that get up. So I only got 5 Hellions and a Banshee. So I think we did pretty good crisis management. A couple tanks is very useful. Just be more conservative with the tanks and accept that you're never going to be able to push forward until you get Cyclones out. And then always leave 1 tank or 1 Cyclone guarding the main. We're playing Idra's left nut. I think that was a 4300 play. Am I just playing Aussies today? I think this player was also quite a bit lower than me. I'm not getting a single person who's higher level than me today. This is crazy. Crazy ladder. Yeah, I think I also thought Livy was a bit more all in than she was. I thought she'd done that off like 25 drones in that last game. I didn't realize it was like 33. So I actually misread it, and that's because I wasn't taking into account that I was doing a 3 command center build. So in terms of where that hit, it was surprising because that... Holy shit, guys. Squirt Club gifted 5. Abyss gifted a sub. Sam's gifted a sub. And now Ultrang gifting subs as well. Holy crap. Thank you, guys. Damn. Thank you so much for your generosity. Really appreciate the love there, guys. That is massive. All right, you're going to go there. Guys, a little slow on my barracks and gas this game. Not the absolute tightest of build orders, but it is what it is. Guys, we are playing TBT. We are going to check around for those proxy shenanigans, as we always do. And we're a little slow on that 19th SCV, but that should be okay. The barracks is late, so we won't actually lose much. Overall SCV production time, you're going to see that's still going to line up in time to start the orbital and the Reaper. Okay. All right.
Our SCVs.
So if that SCV comes in, we can lock it in our base. Doesn't look like it wants to, though. Or we can just deny scouting, keep them guessing. If it walks up to the front of the base, we'll kill it. Yeah.
Command center upgrade.
I think it's going to run away fast enough, to be honest. We're going to just check for the proxies. That's all.
The Grim Reaper has arrived. SCV ready.
Okay, doesn't look like there's any barracks proxied over here. Awesome. That guy's going to go down there and build a spotting depot. You go there.
Go ahead.
You go there.
Got some. On the way. SCV ready. The Grim
Don't see a Reaper there.
arrived.
Oh, no command center. All right, lads.
What's it worth? Oh yeah, baby.
Add-on complete.
Okay.
Certain death from above.
He's building a Hellion right now.
I'm going.
All right, I'm going to play defensive. Cyclone started up a few seconds late there, guys. Should have already started. It is what it is. And let's put guys on gas. So we want to get our Reapers together because we know he's going Reaper, Hellion. So we know there's going to be a Reaper Hellion coming into our base at some point in the near future. Let's queue that extra Cyclone ahead of time. These two Marines ahead of time. And let's also get that Starport, shall we? Which we can put here.
Systems go. Cyclone
So we're going to try to see if we can posture out front, see if we catch him rallying across a bit too early with his first two Reapers and a Hellion. Now we're going to pull back because it could be 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions, and we've got to be careful against that sort of stuff.
Show me who you want.
Alright. And of course that will line up there.
You got coordinates.
So I don't know what we're up against exactly.
Gear. Nothing will stop me.
ready.
Optics online.
This better be good.
Command center upgrade complete.
Cyclone receiving.
Okay, these guys are going to go across the map, try and see what's up.
Got it.
We don't really have any info right now, so definitely a dicey point in the game.
SCV ready.
Oh, we did see a command center.
I get you.
Okay.
Cyclone.
SCV ready. You want a piece of me, boy? SCV ready. Sure thing. Been waiting.
You got coordinates or what? Oh, I'll get there.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Channel's clear.
Armed and ready.
Show me who you want to die. Cyclone. Got
Bad news. SCV ready.
in gear. Moving into position. And here we.
SCV ready.
Oh, I'll get there.
Woo! Alright, medevac starting up a bit late, but it is what it is. I did put guys back on gas before, so that's awesome. Third Rax is starting a little late, but there's been enough skirmishing going on that I don't really feel I'll need it, so I think we're okay there. So some nice micro from me, in terms of just, and well, not really micro so much, it's more unit prioritization, right? That's kind of what I'm happier with there, is I prioritize the units correctly. Marine count sucks, even though I haven't lost any, which shows my macro just flawless. What can I say, guys? We're actually hanging out for a moment, just waiting for a few more Marines to pop. Before, there we go.
Research complete.
Okay, the Cyclones are going to go forward again.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
And let's try and get, yeah, tank, Marines, medevacs, get double depots building again. Okay.
SCV ready.
Adjusting for new cool. Cyclone enemy contact.
You want a piece of me, boy?
I get you. Comms open.
Talk to me.
Okay. Let's try and get 4th and 5th barracks. We don't have the money yet for it.
Channel's clear.
Ready.
Taking some fire here.
Ready for dust off.
Is there a tank? There is, but there you go.
Wait.
So notice we left. Why? Because he was about to gather his forces. They were all gathering up. We know he was getting in range. We'd already done some damage. We pulled the workers off, but he had Ravens, Vikings, Marines, tanks all gathering. All of them. Thank you, Activale, and gifting a sub to Dot. Hi-oh!
You want a piece of me, boy?
Okay, these guys can go there. These guys can go here. These guys.
Command center upgrade.
SCV ready.
Research.
We're gonna doubt now, because we've got my opponent pinned, I feel like I've got no worry about a counterattack right now. This you could call being cocky. I'd call it seizing the advantage is what I'd call this. Cyclone's there, drop on the left, which is the one he's going to be worried about. Got these extra depots. Do we have combat shields? We do. Almost got the tank, didn't quite get it.
Gangway. Coming. SCV ready. That's fine. Affirmative. You gonna get me?
Got those guys there. Ooh! Look, he was completely distracted by that.
In the rear. And wait.
And he's dealing with that while the other drop came in. So we felt like we could just kind of multi-prong. We've got stim, we can disengage from any of those situations. We got shields. My opponent's got all these Ravens, Vikings. And the whole idea there was if we're attacking where those Ravens, Vikings can't just shoot down the medevacs ahead of time or they don't have all their tanks sieged in position, we should just be able to overwhelm. But let's go back earlier and talk about the early game multitasking and what you do with your Reapers. Remember, first things first. First Reaper, the Barracks SCV scours the left side of the map to check for Proxy Marauder, Proxy Reaper. Reaper goes the right side. So we check most of the common proxy locations. Our depot SCV builds the command center. Our factory SCV starts another depot. We go straight for Tech Lab. And this first Reaper always goes across the map to attack. Now he was a little bit later because I accidentally, as you saw, gave him a queued up A move to go on that point of ground, so he derped out. The moment I come in here though, and I see no command center, I go, okay, there's a few options. Either his command center is almost finished, because he's gone a normal 1-Rax expand, which started at a minute 40. Command center takes 70 seconds, it should be almost done. Or he's done a build like mine, it should be about 20 seconds complete. Should have started about 2 minutes 20. This is a barracks, factory, and then pull 1 worker off each gas. Now the final option, when I see no command center there, is I know, and obviously I don't know, but I know he's left all 6 on gas and he's building either non-stop Reapers out of a reactor, or he's building like tanks and medevacs. He's doing something much more aggressive. I might need just to be a bit more cautious. Just be aware of it. I don't actually have a set reaction because my build's very safe. Just keeps me on awareness. Now obviously when I went on the high ground I realized he actually was doing the same build as me. Just the command center's in the high ground. So just a small change up in that regard. And you can see I knew was building a 3rd Reaper because there's no add-on, whereas I was building a reactor after my 2nd Reaper popped. Okay. Now I was a little slow to start this Cyclone. Notice that Tech Lab's finishing just now, 246. So I should have known at this moment, usually if you're microing a lot with this Reaper, it's right around that time when your Tech Lab finishes. So you should be like, factory start Cyclone. It took me about an extra 7-8 seconds, maybe 9 seconds to start that. A little sloppy there, but it is what it is. That slows down everything else, which is part of why I couldn't use the factory to build the reactor for the start with. Okay? So from there, I was thinking, do I send my Reapers around the map? Because I know he's going to try and hit me with Reaper Hellion, because he's built at least 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions. Good chance he's going to attack me, right? Not 100%, say 80% chance a player who builds 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions wants to come fight, right? So I could run my Reapers around and then just like wait over here, and as he runs in, I'll select my Reaper control group, click them in, and hope to catch him at this point. What's this point? He's building add-ons, and all of his fighting units are on my side of the map. I chose not to, because I didn't want him to dive on top of my 1 Cyclone, kill it, and then fuck up the SCVs on my natural. I just played it very safe here. I kept looking for the Reaper Hellion, couldn't find it. Looking for the Reaper Hellion, couldn't find it, because he really took his time to do this poke. And I eventually move out just as he comes in. So this is what we call the NA timing. The 3 Reaper 2 Hellion was out a minute ago. He could have already hit me a minute ago, but he comes in now. So it's the most surprising moment for that to come in. You know, it is what it is. No, I'm just kidding. But anyways, so yeah, basically I'm leaving. At this point, I'm like, okay, I need to see what's going on. I'm just going to poke across the map, try to see, is he pushing out with anything? What's going on? I don't want to just sit in my corner of the map, because the whole point of the Cyclones is if he is doing a tank push, I want to pick off units as he's moving across the map. I want to kill any Reapers or Hellions and get a good trade using those Cyclones. So he does a cute little 3 Reaper jump in the main, and I initially, what did I do? I F2'd. So you're going to see these guys turn around for a moment. So I F2, A moved, and then I immediately went, no. Selected number 1 and A moved it into the natural again. And then I just made sure I rallied the barracks. So the Marines are coming up, rally these guys, get these Marines to all fight. And I tried to pull the SCVs back just to keep some of them alive. He gets maybe 2 SCVs, bit of money time. I immediately put my guys back on gas, and then I focus on the fight. And you'll notice I get a Marine and an SCV or 2, he gets a Reaper. But I've got 2 Cyclones versus 1. So I just go for a very simple and common piece of micro here, which is you run in and you move command. You do not A move, or the Cyclones will just lock onto whatever's in front of them. What do we do, guys? We move command. So you notice I've done some A moves there. Then you're going to see me give a move command. Notice that green circle, move command. And then I'm going to go, for me it's that button, but I'm going to go hotkey, left click, hotkey, left click for the lock on. Lock on, left click, left click. And then micro back, and notice I'm kind of steering sideways because I wanted to make sure I stayed in vision, kill the Cyclone and get out. And then obviously this works out perfectly because he panic F2s there. So his Hellions come back, they die. And then the Reapers do as well. And notice how I dodge the grenade, but I keep focus firing the Reapers with their auto attacks. We get all 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions. And this is kind of the dream scenario for your Cyclones. Killing an enemy Cyclone, killing their Reaper Hellion, going home repairing, going back across and getting map control. So this is all about map control and mobility and movement. That's what this opening's about. You guys know I'm not a big fan of Ravens. I like mobility, I like map control. So this opening, it gives me 2 Reapers, which are both aggressive, and then straight into Cyclones, which I'm also very map control, very, you know, I like to control the map. I like movement. This is my favorite way of playing TVT. If you guys don't like that, we said at the start of Bronze 2GM, don't do it. It's not for everybody. It's for me as a tactical guy who enjoys movement on the map, doesn't like turtling. I love this style because then I get my double drop going across the map, which, as I mentioned, was not a very fast double drop this game. But it's something my opponent doesn't know about either. He probably didn't pay attention when he was jumping in here. I mean, I guess he saw it, but did he actually realize what this means? Not necessarily. So we send the drop over, and obviously we send that in eventually and do end up getting some damage with it. And our Cyclones are kind of clearing up the Marines at the front, getting map control. 3rd command center, double gas, double engineering bay, and then 4th and 5th barracks. And that's all after we get the 3rd barracks on the reactor. Yeah. This is not the... Is this favored over a Raven opening? No. Things go in and out. It's really up to you. The most generic vanilla is just build tank... You know, get a Cyclone, build Ravens, build tanks, make Vikings, you know, take your 3rd command center, slowly work your way up into the extra barracks off the back of tanks, Vikings, Ravens, all that sort of stuff. So you'll see pros mix this build in there. We've seen Cure, Beyond, Time, Gumiho all do this build in the last few months, but they won't do it repeatedly because... You know, because it's naturally giving up the frontal fighting ability. Notice I have my first tank popping out 7 minutes into the game. Actually, no, I had one out. It was, okay, 6:30 my first tank pop. It's still very late, right? You're giving up frontal fighting power. You're giving up the Raven efficiency. In turn, though, you have mobility, you have map control, and all that sort of stuff. What's the worker count? We're up about 6 workers. We haven't killed that many workers. We've mostly killed fighting units, but we're up a few. So not the best macro for me today in general. My SCV production has been lacking, to say the least. But I would say tactically, I've been on point. Definitely, I could, once again, hold that SCV key down a little bit more. But as I'm talking you guys through what I'm doing, I think it's naturally the first thing I miss when I'm commentating as I play, as I tend to keep queuing up just 1 or 2 SCVs at a time. Huckleberry, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub, my dude. And as I said, the only reason I started just dropping my whole army at this point and multi-pronging, I just felt like my opponent was so pinned back. I had vision all around their base, and I was like, look, if I just grab this, if I get 2 tank siege and 8 stim marines in there before my opponent's on top of it, and then these guys like stim in on the 3rd, like what's the chances he defends all these positions? Because look at what he's got. This stage of the game, you got 6 Vikings, 2 Ravens, but if they're not in front of the medevacs, shooting them down before they unload, they're not very good at clearing things up. He's only got 4 tanks, 10 Marines with no upgrades. Actually, Stim did just kick in. but he doesn't have combat shields and they're already damaged. There's no medevac healing them. It's just hard at this point in the game to defend all locations. So, whereas if I was playing Raven
Thanks for
tank,
the
I'd be more
Bezos
likely to
box.
just come up here with my army and just drop auto turrets and try to jump on him and just siege on top of his tanks and using auto turrets and marines. With this style, I'm naturally always looking for drops and mobility and multi-prong and try to catch my opponent out of position. So it's a very drop-heavy style. Yeah, this is a very special mobility-focused opening, guys. This is not the most standard vanilla TVT, but honestly, you should always play StarCraft the way that you find fun. Speaking of fun, guys, we're up against Lyco. This guy is very hard to fight against. 5k MMR, really weird mechanics, weird build orders, does like to get aggressive, does like to try and overwhelm, doesn't always spread creep, but by golly, will he try to just overwhelm you with just, you know, aggression and waves of tech switches and stuff. So Lyco's really good. This could be a really hard match, guys. We're playing a GM player. First GM player we're playing today on our road to Grand Master League.
SCV ready.
He plays very strange styles, this guy. So we're going to do the proxy starport again if we can get to it, guys. We are still playing mech. I have had mixed results against this guy on the ladder. Sometimes I slay him, and sometimes I get kind of bopped. So this guy is going to go across the map, come back, and then go down there for that proxy. Got a second base there, third base there. Probably the fourth over here. I think that's the easiest to defend, and I think ease of defense is pretty important against this guy. Like, if I'm pushing the top side, I might change my mind and make this my fourth.
Go ahead. SCV ready.
Okay. So we're going to change the rally point for that 19th SCV down there. And let's go. Oh, I could also open the jumping path, can't I? Yep.
SCV ready.
So we're going to open that, come in there, and then go there, and then go down there. Okay. Oh, orbital didn't start. Whoopsie daisy. Bit of a little mistake there.
Big job.
Not going to have time to mine 5 minerals. That's fine. Change the rally point back, and let's get that depot. What's up, Dennis? How you doing, mate?
What's going on? Ah!
Mineral field depleted.
Huh? In the rear.
Command
Here.
center.
The Grim Reaper.
Oh, hello.
Oh, that's all.
All right, guys. I don't think we're proxy starporting.
Huh? In the rear. SCV ready.
We're going to try and sneak that SCV in, see if it is. And let's also get this. We're going to go that low ground bunker, guys.
We got some.
Now, I talked about this earlier today and how it's a bit risky, but I wanted to try it. So, you know, if we die trying something new, we die trying something new. It is what it is. Just trying to get in here. Will the queen stop us? I don't think she will. Aha! We see the roaches popping. Awesome.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
All right, we've got marines on the way, guys.
SCV ready.
That's awesome. Shouldn't be dropping mules on the low ground because those
Our
roaches are going to run
SCVs
past.
are under attack.
We're going to go straight for a cyclone,
Complete.
and only then will we start the starport.
Base is under command center upgrade.
Remember?
Complete.
Keep building those mules on the high ground because he's going to run past us.
What? You want something?
Starport's there.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Okay.
What's going on? In the rear with the gate. SCV ready.
Systems go.
SCV. Go, go, go.
There you are.
You got coordinates or what? Comms open.
By the number. Let's rock. SCV ready. SCV ready.
This ought to be
Death from above.
moving into position. Cyclone on route.
SCV ready.
Okay.
Well, butter my biscuit. Will do. Bad news.
Okay, you go there. You go there. Let's get another factory up.
Comms open. Got a target in mind. In gear. Oh, I'll get there. Nothing will stop me.
ready.
Liberation is at hand.
I get
Alright, we're just gonna run home with that.
Yes, sir.
SCV ready.
Do you want to make another Liberator? I'd like to make one more Liberator, just to kind of pile that pressure on him. And, you know, get that kind of answering him on his side of the map. And just really lean that on him a little bit. Because I don't think we have the gas to do much with our factories right now anyway.
Ready to raise some
There we go. Cool. Okay, you can go there. We got an orbital on the way. Let's try and queue up these SCVs a bit more, shall we? Oh, get out of there.
Perfect. Got freedom.
SCV ready.
We have you on screen.
Add-on.
We're returning fire.
Ready to raise some hell.
Reporting for action.
SCV ready.
Command center upgrade.
SCV ready.
Alright, let's go over there, shall we? Let's get Magfield. Do we have another Liberator? Yes, we do.
As you say.
SCV ready.
Alright, that can go there. It's got spores in position.
SCV ready.
Ah, okay, I see. Let's build a Viking, because he does have Overlord spotters out here.
Nothing will stop me.
Okay.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
All hands to battle stations. Incoming orders. Course set.
SCV ready.
We're returning fire.
I get you.
Ready to plunder.
Okay, yeah, you can see he's just going to make like 100 Zerglings. Big brain player.
SCV ready.
And I'm stupid enough to throw my units into it, as always. I was expecting roaches, guys.
SCV ready.
Systems go.
SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready.
Our SCVs are under attack.
SCV ready. Bad news, been waiting on you. SCV ready.
Okay. He doesn't have creep notice. It's hard to build creep.
Ready.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
Optics online.
SCV ready. Ah! You scared me. SCV ready.
Okay, we've got those, we've got those. You guys go here.
SCV ready.
How has he got a hatchery here? It's fucking savage, man.
Got coordinates or what?
SCV ready.
Base is under attack. Our SCVs are under attack.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Open it up.
SCV ready.
Cyclone receiving.
Just rallying units into me like an absolute maniac. Okay, we need to get that command center going.
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
SCV ready.
This fucking psycho. What an absolute savage. So he's trying to just pin me back, and then he's going to swap into mutas or something, guys. So we're trying to squeeze out a Thor and some Widow Mines here.
SCV ready.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
SCV ready.
Adjusting. Got a target in mind.
SCV ready.
Mineral field depleted. Add-on.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Cyclone. Channels clear.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Show me who you are.
Daylight burning.
Cyclone receiving. Comms open.
Slow roaches with Burrow. Like, what is he doing?
Show me who you are.
that. Let's try and get another factory or two.
SCV ready.
Let's try and get this one.
I'm in a heat screaming. I'm going in.
Okay. All we're going to be doing now is building lots and lots of these other units. Obviously, we should be getting engineering bay as well.
Mineral field depleted.
Okay.
Is channels comms open.
Receiving.
Mineral field depleted.
Go ahead. What's going?
I got my.
You got
Our SCVs are under attack.
adjusting for new
Figured he would have.
cycle.
Bandit. In the rear with. Gotcha. Ah! You scared me.
Mineral field depleted.
Go ahead. You're the bomb. Big job. Huh?
Comms open.
Ready to roll out.
Ready to raise some hell.
Oh, wow.
Our SCVs are under attack. Add-on complete.
What's that?
Command center up.
Give us your best.
Channels clear, boss.
What's our target? Ready to roll out.
Can't hold them alone. Ready to raise.
Taking some fire here.
Ready to go. What's that? What's up? Go ahead. Fused up.
It's heating up out here.
Mineral field depleted.
What's going on? We hear you. Ah!
Up.
It's heating up out here.
Mineral field.
Ready to raise some hell.
Go ahead. What's our target?
Your forces are under attack.
Okay.
Ready to roll out. I'm in deep.
Ready to raise some hell.
This is one of these players that makes you feel like Zerg units really are free, you know?
Got no.
You're just kind of like, how? How does he just keep having these units, man?
Complete.
Go ahead. Sweet. Got no. Give up.
Optics online.
Command center
Okay,
upgrade.
you guys can go
complete.
there.
Ready to raise some hell. All day long. Got any extra firepower?
Show me who you want to die.
Ready to roll out.
Ready to raise some hell. Are you ready for this?
Taking some fire here.
It's heating up out here. Ready to raise some hell.
What's our target?
Mineral field depleted. Base is mineral field depleted.
I get you. Cyclone en route.
Ready to raise some hell.
Systems go.
Got any
Okay, I'm trying to make
extra
Thors
firepower?
now, just because they're more general purpose.
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
Okay.
What's that? Fused up. Ready to go. Ready up.
SCV ready. It's heating up out here.
Got no. Go ahead. What's going?
Mineral field depleted.
Fucking burrow ambushes? Really, dude?
Fused up. I'm ready to go.
Mineral field depleted.
I'm in
Vestige.
ready to roll out.
Taking some fire here. Show me who you want to
Mineral
die.
field depleted.
What's our target? Hey, speak up. What's that? Go ahead. Got no raise some hell. I never
Mineral
tread.
field depleted.
Got any extra firepower?
Give us your best.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
What's our
Huh? Go ahead.
Let's go.
Enemy contact.
I'm in deep. Got no patience.
Mineral field depleted.
So he's gonna have Broodlord soon. That's why I'm trying to swap into Thors,
Go ahead.
and that's why these guys are
What's our target?
trying to just clear up all of his bases. But what a fucking savage! He's just like, I'm gonna queue so much shit at you, you can't deal with it. And I'm like, my god, and it almost works, doesn't it?
Target in.
That was a very fun game. But by golly, man, he's like just running mass slow roach at me with burrow for 5 minutes. I'm like, what the fuck is this? He's like, well, I have 7 bases now as well. This is a player who understands a core concept of Zerg better than most players out there. And that is,
Vestige Gaza.
you have explosive production, and if you don't tunnel vision, you can do a lot of things at once. And if your opponent isn't pristine,
I'll give it back.
if they make mistakes, if they freeze up, if they overfocus on things, if you just attack, drone, and as many of those attacks as low APM as possible, just queuing units in, queuing units in, queuing units in, queuing units in, many angles, many angles, many angles.
Mineral
And
field
then you build
depleted.
20 drones, and then you queue more random attacks in, then you build 20 drones, you queue
Upgrade
more attacks in.
complete.
And you can create such a nightmare for your opponent, like my opponent did in this game, where I'm like, Jesus, what are you going for? And my opponent's like, I'm just doing things. And I'm like, no, what is your goal in this game? And he's like, I'm doing things. And you can't lock it down strategically, so it simply becomes a mechanical war of defeating them. And, well, are you beating them strategically? Sure, you're doing great. Look, I mean, I shut down this roach pressure so hard. But the thing is, he did a very good job of defending my counter-aggression. I overcommitted to the libs on the counter-aggression. My Hellions did not achieve what I wanted them to as well, so we'll have to look at that, because it feels like I gave up what should have been a lead after this, right? But after that, he basically just makes me react a lot. And the more you're reacting, especially as a Terran player, the more you're forgetting depots, the more you're making little minor mistakes that stack up a lot. Did we lose a unit? We lost 1 Marine. It's a pretty sick opening, man. That was pretty great. Notice the trick, guys, don't start the starport until you have the Cyclone started, because you don't have enough gas for both.
My man!
So at this point, obviously my opponents recovered their economy reasonably well, but I've got a 3rd on the way, and, you know, they don't have any creep spread. So this player just naturally has no creep spread, no good queen count. It's all just, I'm going to play without any of the standard fundamental things set up. I'm going to play only with the, you know, running Zerglings around, doing Ling run buys, doing Roach run buys, all that sort of stuff. Now, did really well positioned for the first lib, and where are my Hellions? My Hellions were a bit too slow to start. So let's go back to the crucial thing that made this game a lot harder than it needed to be, and this is something I always forget, because I went through a meta maybe 6 months ago where everyone was doing Roach attacks like this into Speedling all-ins, and I always felt that I needed a tank to survive, but you don't need a tank at all. So what I needed to do here was, I need to remember one very simple thing. That is, at this moment, lift these 2 and swap them. You've got enough units. I don't need to remove that. Putting my workers back to mine, not important. QSCVs, leave these guys in the bunker. Swap these 2 and get Hellions producing. If I build Hellions right here, what's he going to do? What could my opponent possibly do to me here? Nothing. But what can I do to my opponent? His Ling speed hasn't started. If I'm already producing Hellions when his Ling speed hasn't started, he's in a place. What does that place smell like? Any guesses, chat? Have you guys ever been in the change room at the gym? Maybe. Maybe there's been a large, sweaty, heavy-set man removing his undies next to you. It might smell a little bit like that. Some of us call it Dicktown. He'd be in Dicktown. If I got 4 Hellions out with that Cyclone, coming over there right after this, I'd be all over this. I'd be absolutely ruining him. And I should remember, just go 1 lib into Viking, because this guy is just going to rally his overlords across the map, because he doesn't know how to control group his eggs, I don't think. So I think he just sets his rally point across the map sometimes when he's attacking, and then forgets to change the rally point back. So remember, multiple times we sent Cyclones down and would catch like 10 overlords in the middle of the map. So that would have been really nice. Why not go Marauder Bio? Well, we're playing mech, and there's no need to change the build order. So if we wanted to play Marauder, why would you ever play Marauder Bio here? You see, if you're thinking, well, Marauders are good versus Roaches, we've already dealt with the Roaches. He might not build a single extra Roach for the rest of this game, and I guarantee you, if I'd played Bio, he wouldn't have built more Roaches. He only built Roaches because he saw I was playing mech. So number one, you would never go Marauders here, because this is a 4 Roach pressure. This is not a Roach build. They're not planning to stay on Roaches. There's no sign of that, right? Number one. But number two is, the real question is, why not go Bio? And definitely, I do think going Bio after crushing these early pressures can be very smooth. But right now, we're working on mech play. So why abandon our playstyle just because our opponent did a little pressure early on? No reason to abandon ship. Stick with what you know. Stick with what you know. So let's watch my pressure as it unfolds and look at just how long it is before I start producing SCVs and Hellions again here. Or SCVs were okay, Hellions not. Thank you, Beanmeister, for the big 18-month resub. Thank you, mate. Just seeing if there's any questions in the chat. That game was so sick. Can you upload it somewhere? Of course. This is all going to be uploaded. This is all Bronze to GM. Bronze to GM is all up on my coaching channel for Bronze to GM Terran. If you guys hit !B2GM, it will link you that playlist. So this will be up under the Masters 1 section.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Where's crew?
Reporting for action.
It felt this way playing TBZ today. I main Zerg myself, and I thought it just never ends, does it? Well, this player is a very special breed of it never ending. Because like I said, he's putting so little APM into his attacks, he was literally rallying across the map at some point. He was literally rallying units across the map. Like, this is, there's a lot of Zergs that do stuff kind of like this. Very few will do it like Lyco's done here, where he's like, well, because I don't build queens and spread creep, I can just build hatcheries everywhere and stuff. And definitely the Banshees also were pretty damn good. Forced him into the Hydras, which I think was a pretty bad call. I mean, Roach Hydra Viper's not terrible versus mech by any means, but yeah, look at this. Look at how fast he's like, I'm just going to take every base at once. Doop-de-doop. Unfortunately, yeah, I didn't quite get enough Hellions out to really create a very fierce wave. And then I think this Liberator, let's look at what happened with the libs. That lib got a queen and forced mining time and a drone. That lib didn't quite manage to kill the queen. If it killed that queen, I think this might have worked. And we lost Allen. So this was sloppy. If I kept those Hellions alive, I've got Cyclones starting to come out to join up, and it would really be way better to have that squad of units available. So I gave him room to drone his 4th and 5th base here, which is what gave him a very nice lead. And obviously, nice little Zergling counterattack from him. Gets a couple SCVs, not too many, because our Hellions fall back to the choke point and stuff, but he denies the 3rd for a while. He's on 76 workers. This is all very cheap for him, just to sacrifice a few Roaches here to just slow my base down. And you can see, what do we got? 1-1, Burrow, super early. Lair is so late. But man, that economy is just out of this world, isn't it? And then look at this, Ling backstabs, avoiding, fighting, front on. Very good play. Doesn't click them all the way home though. Big mistake. Loses quite a few more Zerglings unnecessarily. And then more Roaches just rallying across the map at this point. It's just hilarious, dude. Yeah. So once your opponent's just rallying Roaches, guys, you just build tanks. Notice I'll swap into very heavy tank Banshee focus. Those are the main priorities. But even here, with Magfield done, I was picking off a lot of Roaches, a lot of Overlords. And the units lost tab in this game had to be something absolutely just insane. What's this opponent's APM? Probably pretty decent. Yeah. higher than mine, 243, 245, but how much of that's just holding down the Zergling key, I don't know. Guys, we haven't had a single TVP today. What's going on? What is going on? A Zerg again! So much Zerg today. How fascinating. What do you do with the tech lab? If you put the factory on the reactor there, starport can go on it for banshees, or you'd probably just build your second or third starport on the tech lab. Second or third factory, sorry, is what I meant. Because your second and third factory both go down on tech labs. Or they swap onto tech labs, or they have to build their own tech labs if you don't already have them set up. Yeah.
SCV ready.
Oops. Forgot to change the rally point. Losing us 5 minerals. Yeah, or maybe 10. Okay.
SCV ready.
I never evolved, I tended to hyperfocus. Later, I have learned that hyperfocus is a part of having AD. Oh, ADD. Having AD. Yeah, hyperfocus could be really good. Could be really good. It's hard though if you tunnel vision a bit too much, right?
SCV ready.
Hope you're doing well, too messing. I just realized I always abbreviate people's names, right? I was about to do it for you, buddy. And then I realized that I was going to say, I was going to call you TP. But then I realized TP is already for toilet paper usually. So I was like, I'm not going to call you that. Thank you very much for the 11-month resub, Big Angry Dad. So guys, same build order as always. Orbital Reaper. And, whoops, send that guy down there. Alright. Did we third there, fourth there, fifth there? And I think if the Reaper just runs out the front on this map, it's a little more efficient.
What's going on? Yo.
Oh shit, thank you, Dominras. Thank you guys. Really appreciate the love. You guys have been so generous today, seriously.
Command center
Arcaberry,
upgrade
Akavan,
complete.
Altrang with that huge 10 gifted subs before. You guys, thank you so much, everybody.
Our
Thank you.
SCVs are under attack.
Oh, it's interesting.
Yep.
So the reason that's interesting is there shouldn't really be a drone down there.
Thanks for the
though.
Bezos
So I was
box.
just checking if he was like gasless or something. I'm like, why is there a drone there that early? But actually, no, I think that's kind of normal now that I think about it.
Why not?
Okay.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
Gonna have me some.
Ooh, we got one.
What? You want SCV ready?
So notice we just want a micro in a circle.
Whole lot of pain.
Oh, nice trick, nice trick. We are on US West, so we do have a little bit of lag. Keep that in mind. And, oh, get over there for that proxy starport, bro.
Yeah. I'm going. Got something for me to kill. SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
What's it worth? I'm listening. SCV ready. What's it worth? Get from above.
Command center upgrade complete.
Not going to get that one. No need to be greedy. We got a tumor, which is awesome in of itself. So, guys, starport's there.
In the rear.
This can now go doop and run home.
Ready to raise some hell.
Can get the Hellions going out across the map as well. Just one Marine this time. Normally I build a second Marine with this build. But we'd already pressed the tech lab, so figure, what the hell. Liberator's on the way, 345. I think that's decent timing.
SCV ready.
Try to get the Reaper in front.
I'm
Any
going.
chance?
Add-on complete.
That's all. What's it worth? SCV ready.
Alright.
I'm go-
5th and 6th Hellion on the way. Let's try and build that command center, shall we? And of course you do need one more depot there.
SCV ready. Got
Reaper in front, as always. So we control click the Hellions, pull them back.
SCV ready.
And we're just looking for those tumors.
Nothing I can't handle. Fair enough.
So notice we just wanted to kill the Zerglings there. Extra lib on the way, very nice. Double gas. And we do want more Hellions, guys. shit.
We have you on screen.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Alright, that's raised.
Huh? What's going? SCV ready.
Not many drones there. So, Liberator queued in. Hellions are just trying to be a distraction. If there's not many Zerglings, they might run in. I don't see many Zerglings, so we're going to run into them, and I think this is a game.
Certainly. All right, let's do this. Oh yeah. SCV ready. Roger.
So we didn't really keep focusing there, but that's alright. We're just going to try and get this one in a bit of a surprise. Hopefully it doesn't notice it's coming. So we've got 2 factories going down in the tech labs, the 2 armories, and we've got 2 more factories here.
We have you
So
on
we got
screen.
2 kills, some of which were probably lava. But that was really good damage. So what are we going to do, guys? Well, we're going to build a Viking now. Clear up his map vision, and then we'll float that home. So Viking's just going to go down here and work on those bad boys. Okay.
Command center upgrade complete.
Shift click. Set rally point. You guys know that's my preferred technique.
Add-on.
Everyone finds their own kind of preferred technique, but you know, that's my one. Just feels real nice for me to do it that way. I'm a big F2 organizer. I like to use my F2 to organize as much as possible. So just gonna queue that lib in from there. This Viking is gonna have an absolute party. That guy comes home for the tech lab. And yeah, just trying to be as annoying as we can. Look at that. Just be ready to unsiege that. So micro the Hellions. Try to just get 1 or 2 volleys off. And then try to get out. So notice there, we pulled out. We didn't really overcommit. That Blue Flame and Mag Field, but we're also building tanks right now, guys, not Cyclones, because we need 2 tanks for safety. We haven't built those yet. And notice those depot builders from the natural were queued all the way out there. Oh, hello. You're gonna go down, son.
Add-on complete.
And we will get that engineering bay now that we've got the full setup. Just because you never know.
Show me who you
Wants fight or flight? Yeah, right.
This ought to be good.
Let it roll out.
Ready to raise some hell.
Okay, so with the tanks, you can be really conservative, or if you're feeling confident like I am, you can just put them out front. If I was conservative, I'd put a tank there and a tank there. And obviously, if you're not sure, be conservative. That's kind of the rule.
Are under attack.
Okay, alright. Let's get the 4th command center. I've been very defensive for a little while, and that's partially just because I feel like
Let's go.
I've already done so much damage in this game. So we're going to start attacking with the Cyclone Hellion. We've got the Banshee now as well. We're not going to bother with any upgrades. Even upgradeless Banshees is fine.
Research complete.
SCV ready.
Moving into position.
SCV ready.
Mineral
Just trying to get rid of these creep
depleted.
tumors. And
I'll get there.
I don't know what his army's like. Oh, there we go.
Let's go kill something.
Research complete. Mineral field depleted.
Is that it? Transformation systems, bruh.
How can we help?
Ready to raise some
Okay.
Jordan, big job, huh?
Engine screaming.
Can't hold them alone.
Drilling Claws and Thors.
Cyclone ready.
We're returning fire.
Go ahead. Will do.
Sights online.
Alright, we're on full defense mode, but we've also got Hellions ready for a run by there.
SCV ready.
Let's go over there. Let's go 2-2 upgrades. Put the Banshee out here. Alright, let's so just take some of these guys out. That's about to mine out anyway. Try and repair those and then go over there.
Our SCVs.
I really
are under
need
attack.
okay, I really need to get those extra factories up, guys. We still have not got the extra factories up.
Go ahead.
Okay, so let's go factory, and Good. No, no, no. Man, I got buildings blocking everything now. Factory, factory, factory. There we go.
Show me who you want to die.
All right. Woo! Good attempt, good attempt. Opponent knew they were dead. And we had this Hellion run by running in as well. Remember, that was just waiting on the side of the map for my opponent to be attacking me. My opponent knew they needed to do some big damage there because we did so much to them. Like, we were just really in control with the Reaper Hellion from early game. And then the Lib found damage and got out of there. And then the Lib found damage and got out of there. It was just too much damage. So it just stacked up really well there. That was a tight opening for me. And we just kind of managed to get a little bit of momentum early, and it all starts with little things like us killing an extra drone or two at the start of the game, right? Because didn't we killed a drone and forced a spore, right? Which is already an amazing start. If they're building sixlings, they shouldn't be losing any units, but we could see our opponent just kind of messed up a little bit, left the spore tricks a bit too late, and so we were able to kind of win that one out. Yeah. So yeah, we got a drone and a spore trick. That's awesome damage. So my opponent was sitting on 18 drones for a long time there. Yeah, lots of idle lava. Yep. Yeah. They were trying, I think they're doing the clash opening is what this is, like with a pretty fast third, but I don't know actually. It doesn't feel that fast. But it just feels like there's way too much idle lava. So I think I already, with my early Reaper, put my opponent way behind, and they just started making a few slip-ups from there. So then it was really hard for them to ever get out on top of it. Kind of like when I played Beyond yesterday, and I just could not deal with those 4 Hellions in the second game because my opening was just a bit loose. Yeah, I think the macro is a little bit better this time as well. We had the 3rd command center on the way. We were doing the non-Hellbat version of the proxy starport. And notice how it's timed out. The Lib goes in at the same time as the Hellion's going. We're just threatening. We're pulling the attention around. Now, I didn't actually reposition that Lib, I don't think. And that's because I found the empty mineral line, that's why. Yeah. I thought there was no Zerglings. Turns out there was a decent number of Zerglings. My opponent was just out of position. And this all comes back to the basics. My opponent didn't have proper Overlord positioning. They should have had an Overlord here, like probably here, out here, and then one down here as well, right? So they didn't have extra vision, so they were very slow to react because they didn't give themselves that setup. So I did game-ending damage with this Hellion run by basically. We killed a lot of Zerglings on top of all the earlier damage we did. Lib does finally get cleaned up, but then even coming in with another Lib to waste mining time, anything to slow down my opponent at this stage was huge. What do we kill? Like an egg and a lava is not that big, but it's mining time, it's distraction. Remember, he comes in later and does more damage. And we're going bam, 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 all up our factories, double armories on the way, 3rd CC. There's no counter pressure ability. Like, this is just a massive advantage. And we can kind of see why. It's because the opponent was trying to skimp on creep spread, only 6 queens, and go for a really fast Spire Evo's Bane Nest. But, you know, they were trying to go for the straight to the mute attack, and they just didn't quite handle the early waves of pressure as well as they kind of needed to make that work. And yeah, Liberator came back in, got a few kills. Hellions got a few kills. We pulled back, and it's just abusing the opponent's kind of lack of map control. This was a bit of a mistake. I did not mean for that to chase in there. I imagine he chases into the Spore and dies now. Oh no, kills the Overlord. Holy crap. That was unexpected. This guy got 2 Overlords as well on the left, so. And the unit's lost tab's getting out of control. We got, like I said, 2 tanks for safety, then you build 6 Cyclones, then Hellions. And I didn't feel a need to really do much damage. I just felt a need to hit my macro at this stage, so we're getting all the upgrades needed. And we're gonna go 4th command center, and then 3 more factories, and that will be that. What? When was the last time they had SC2 on their streams? I know what you mean. Obviously, GSL commentary. We all love Papa Tasteless and I don't know, and Mr. Artosis, Bert and Ernie of StarCraft, the lovable duo. Living in Australia, pretty much every StarCraft fan I think has the same experience as me, where every Australian StarCraft fan has fallen asleep to the voice of Tastosis many times, because it's always on at night, and I guess especially when I have an early schedule and GSL's running a bit late, like the number of times over the years I've fallen asleep to the sound of those two talking about silly shit is kind of insane. Guys, I did not see the opponent's MMR. I don't care. They're Protoss, and that is exciting. We are playing a Protoss player. It's the first one today in our Masters 1 final stretch. I wanted to work a lot more on you know, kind of figuring out what's going on in the 3-racks department, refining all the little situations that might arise today, and showing you guys some more 3-racks, because we didn't get to show that much 3-racks yesterday. We had a lot of people, or last week I should say, we had a lot of people kind of freaking cheesing our ass, and it was what it was. Okay, we didn't rally to the inside of the gas. That was a little inefficient for me, but that's okay. So guys, this is a Protoss play. So this is how I like to scout. We're going to check, is the gateway and cybercore over at the wall off up here? And then we're going to check, you know, does he have 2 gases or 1? And that sort of stuff. Alright, we're going to go Marine here. Well, that's double gas opening. Okay, so guys, I've recently been doing a greedy build against double gas openings, where we just kind of
Thanks for the Bezos box.
go for the expand anyway, but we just do it on the high ground.
Command center upgrade complete.
Let's try and get that deeper up, shall we?
By the numbers, boys.
Our SCVs are under attack.
What's going on? Who wants some?
Hello.
SCV ready. Looking forward.
And I'm going to go 3-racks as well, because I was planning to go 3-racks. Now, arguably this is not the greatest if it is proxy Stargate.
You're the boss. SCV ready. Will do. Big job, huh?
Okay, we're going to build a bunker now. We'll build that right there.
This better be good.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Okay, he's going to kill that guy. Very nice.
Ah, you scared me. Huh? What's going on, boy? SCV ready.
Okay, and I would like to get the second gas early, just because we might get pinned in here. I also feel, screw that. That's not part of the build. Don't do it. It'll slow down your other more important things too
Our
much.
SCVs are under attack.
Okay, guys. So there's a few different builds this could be. One base blink being one of them.
Yo. By the numbers, boys. Aye, aye, sir.
All right. So we basically are doing our exact same normal build order. We just squeezed a bunker in on the high ground, guys, and we're trying to scout a bit more than normal, and that's it. Ooh, this is going to be tough. Okay. Shit. So we set off the barrier. There we go. Ah, this is going to be real tough. Okay, okay.
My man.
Go, go, go! Why not? By the numbers, boys. Big job? Who wants some? You gonna give me orders? By the numbers, boys. Who wants some? Armed and ready. SCV ready. This better be.
Add-on complete.
Okay, I think I threw the game, guys. Yeah, we did. By fighting down there? Okay. Yeah, that was a big mistake then. Okay.
Research complete.
It's going to be very hard for me now to survive. Now we do have stim, so that is obviously something that could come in.
Want a piece of me, boy? By the numbers. SCV ready.
Oh, shit.
Armed and ready.
Yeah, there's no way, man. Yeah. That was the Robo. This is one of the ones which is surprisingly good. Surprisingly good versus this. If you don't go for the factory, you are just weak. And like I said, the 3 racks is a little bit weaker to this version, so it is what it is. Opponent gets the kill, well played by him. And just uses that nice Warp Prism micro. If you can't build a Viking, you shouldn't be able to beat that. Just really well played by him. Great micro.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
And well done. So where'd he proxy it? Just out to the left. Pretty simple location. If we scouted that, it would have been a really easy victory. Was trying to follow up with DTs and an expand. Very cute all in play. I scouted all over the right side of the map, not on the left, and that's my fault. If I saw what that was, we would have gone for it. Now, the counter to this build is very simple, guys. It's a Viking. If you have a Viking, the Prism can't do shit. You can defend with a siege tank, defend your high ground, and you will be good. Now, in hindsight, could I have just stayed on the high ground and defended the ramp? Yeah, I think that was the right play. And definitely this should have been a tech lab. I thought I built it, but I didn't. Maybe a reactor would actually be the right play there, because you don't really want to build Marauders. I don't know. Maybe there's an argument behind building Marauders because they have an extra range. So they have the same range as the Immortal. They do take massive bonus damage. If you build a reactor, you're definitely going to potentially struggle. I think the important thing is get an extra barracks or 2 as quickly as possible. Completely cut building SCVs, get an extra barracks or 2, and I don't think chase. I think you just have to keep trying to defend the high ground. It's just awkward because they outrange you by 1 and they've got the Prism as the safety net. And, you know, I was hoping to catch them. I think if I hid those guys right up against the edge, this could have worked. Because remember, I killed his observer guys. So this was actually, oh yeah, if we look at this, guys, if I'd hid those there, because the whole idea is I wanted those Marines to come along the edge, and then as he's attacking me ramp, come in from the left side with Marines and the right from the ramp. So that was a big mistake. Why not factory instead of one of the barracks? Because I was playing 3 racks. So I said right from the start, I'm playing 3 racks. You always choose one way or the other. Normally you'd go the factory. I said, I'm going to go 3 racks because that's the build we're doing. I've been doing this sometimes on the ladder, and it's really fucking great versus anything that isn't an actual, like, super perfectly committed Void Ray Rush or Immortal Rush or something like this with the proxy outside your base. Because a lot of people in GM have been doing fake proxies. They do this, and then they just either take a hidden base or they build a Stargate behind their natural, and they just take their Nexus a little bit later after your SCV leaves, and they try to get you to not build your command center and turtle up. And 3 racks just absolutely crushes that. But yeah. Would Marauders help with range? We just asked that question and said maybe. But they do take way more damage from the Immortals as well. So maybe not. I think because we have tech labs up, maybe it makes sense to do it. I mean, they only take 3 seconds longer to build than a Marine. Yeah, I should have been building Marauders. In hindsight, I should have been building Marauders. Marauders do get 3-shot by Immortals, same as a Marine, which is not great. But if we think about it, that extra range and just the fact that they build about as fast as Marines, and production's a big problem here, it is huge. Engineering bay, not important at all. So next time, once I realize what's going on, which is probably, what, 3:30 or something like that, right? Yeah. This is the point where my Marine sees it, cancel the engineering bay, and yeah, I think I would go tech lab still, stim, still get shields. I think I would still do both of those, but I think I would actually try to build a 4th and 5th barracks just to get more Marines out. Because once you get those 2 upgrades, you're going to be good. And that's really your whole thing, is if you can just buy time for stim and shields and avoid fighting a lot till then, you'll be good. Part of what you can do to help you with that is actually pull SCVs into the fights to tank for you. You just got to be careful to not throw too many away. But definitely don't chase too far. And I think accept that this barracks is probably just going to go down. But at least you could mass repair it, actually. You could mass repair the barracks from behind. Even though Immortals do crazy damage versus buildings, I think it's acceptable. I think, like, it's okay to run forward like that and then just run back. Just run back. The Observer kill was pretty good. I mean, the fact is I did scare him back for a little bit here. This does buy me time. I didn't lose too many Marines for that, right? So I think that's actually okay. But you've got to get back up to the high ground now. and just wait for stim and shields and just be as patient as possible. It's a nasty one because obviously your opponent needs to trade before stim and shields or you're just going to kill them. But it is what it is. So what is the safer response? Well, like I said, if they're one-basing, the safest response is actually to not build your command center. But most people aren't hitting really perfectly executed cheeses and you can get away with the command center. So depending on the meta and how you like to play, if you want to get the command center or not. Either way, going for the factory, the second gas, getting out a tank, a Viking, these units very early on is going to make you unkillable. The moment you have a Viking, he can't spot the high ground or anything like that, and you could just basically build on up from there and you'll kick their ass. So GG's. Very well played though. The proxy double robo is a very fun build. And once again, that was a GM player there. GG's. Shouldn't you build a Cyclone? I think it was Asherbro saying, in case it's Void Rays. Yeah, if I didn't know it was Robo, you're absolutely right. In that last game, I would have built a Cyclone. When we're talking about that kind of factory response path. Guys, Bronze to GM. We have to get through Vibe. Oh my god, the B2GM final boss is here. Too perfect. Big here. This is amazing. Yeah, on Masters 1 of B2GM. Final part. Good shit. Good luck, have fun, mate. Alright, Vibe is actually really good at playing versus mech as well. So if I don't get under his skin and get enough damage done early, he is going to diddle me with just overwhelming numbers. He's also the kind of player who very well could do a frightening push. We're going to take this third because it's easier to defend, and we'll take the front fourth after that, okay? So we don't want to rush into giving him an attack angle. That's so easy. Not at all. Alright, guys. Sweet. So we're feeling pretty good so far. I don't really think I need to check what he's up to because he's Vibe, but I will because there is a gold base on this map and we'll need to know if he chooses to go for that, though. I don't think he will because it's just so easy for Terran to harass with Hellions and stuff. I think that would be a little crazy. A little crazy if he went for that. Alright, what do we got? We forgot to send an SCV down there. Whoopsie daisy.
You scared me. Big job, huh? Bad news? Go ahead.
Command center upgrade complete.
Yeah, we'll go this way. Even though I feel like it's slower.
The Grim Reaper has arrived.
Bad news? SCV ready.
Okay.
Well, butter my biscuit.
I think I'm actually going to play 3CC.
You want a piece of me, boy?
SCV ready.
Death from above. What? You want something? All right, agreed. I'm listening.
SCV ready.
Oh, that's all?
If we get the Overlord as well, that'll be huge.
Whole lot of pain. You're the Reaper man.
SCV ready.
It's massive. It's already massive damage, guys.
On the way. Let's do this.
Big job, huh?
Now, did we kill? Did he kill the Reaper? Yes. Do we care? Not in the slightest, mate.
What's going?
Okay, because we got the Overlord there as well. Okay, get that Hellion started because he might come with his Zerglings now. So he just took some pretty big damage. Second Hellion is on the way. Tech Lab comes down now. Okay, sweet.
Bad news?
Alright, we've done some good damage, but it's going to be really hard to finish him because Vibe, I mean, getting punched in the dick is like the whole point of his style is, you know, I play Mega Greedy, my name is Vibe, and because of that, he's you know how like kickboxers really condition their legs and their shins and stuff, right? So that's something that he's done to his groin it's all calloused up and shit, you know? When you play as greedy as Vibe does, like skipping link speed and shit like he tends to do, it's, yeah, it has an effect, man.
Ready to raise some hell. Smoke. Are you ready for this? Pedal to the metal. SCV ready. I'm waiting on you. SCV ready. Go ahead. Good job. I'm in a heap of trouble. SCV ready. Fire, fire. Not a problem. SCV ready. Is that it? Where's the hot action? What's going? Bad SCV ready.
Command center upgrade complete.
So I didn't need to start these depots so early. I'm doing a bit of a hodgepodge of 2 different builds, guys. Okay, you can go there, then you can go there. Yeah, okay.
Complete.
Let's try and see any active tumors.
SCV ready. Inbound. Confirm.
SCV ready. SCV ready. What's going on? Go ahead. SCV ready.
Oh, it's quite a lot of roaches.
SCV ready.
Screaming. Receiving.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Bad news.
Okay, cool. He hasn't attacked me yet. That's good.
Weapons.
SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell.
Okay.
Roger. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Okay.
SCV ready.
Okay. You can go there, and then
Add-on
let's go Blue
complete.
Flame. Let's go Magfield, and Cyclone Alien Shenanigans. Let's go.
Are you ready for
Yeah.
SCV ready?
Okay.
In the room. SCV ready. Ready to raise. I'm waiting on SCV ready. SCV ready. Where's the hot action?
Oh!
Are you ready for this?
It's online.
Get some. I'm going in.
How does he have so many drones? I've killed so many.
Absolutely. Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. Light it up.
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
Ready to raise some hell. By the numbers.
Engine screaming.
I'm on SCV ready.
Systems go.
Okay, let's go.
Raise some hell.
Show me who you want
Ready
to
to
die.
raise some hell. I'm waiting on
Research complete.
you. Hot button. Inside. What's up?
Optics online. Let's go.
SCV ready. By the numbers, this better be good. What's the story? SCV ready.
Research complete. Mineral field depleted.
Are you bad? What's going on? Ah! Armed and been waiting. You up, ready to go. This better be good.
Comms open. Channel.
Speak up. Go ahead.
This ought to be good.
Ready to roll out. Ready to raise some hell. Big job.
Mineral field.
Ready to raise some hell.
In gear. Comms open.
I'm waiting on on you.
Cyclone receiving.
Ready to raise some hell.
Taking some fire here.
Not a problem.
Got a target in mind. Oh, I'll get there. Comms open. Enemy contact.
This better be good.
Show me who you...
You gonna give me orders? Been waiting on you.
Man, I'm so excited just because I'm playing with my mate, you know?
What's up?
Comms open. Cyclone.
By the numbers, boys.
I got my ears on.
You gonna give me
Ready
orders?
to raise some hell.
This better be good.
Mineral field depleted. Command center upgrade.
Loud and
Ready to raise some hell.
Armed and
Channel's clear, boss.
what's up?
Ready to go.
SCV ready.
Huh? Roger.
Taking some fire here.
He does not have a lot of stuff.
Command center upgrade complete.
Man the rear.
Mineral field depleted.
Ready to roll out.
Where are the banshees at? Damn. They in here, I
Mineral
guess.
field depleted.
SCV ready.
Okay.
Ready to raise some hell.
Uh-huh. Bad news?
What? Got no base. Sitting around. Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. Are you ready to raise some hell?
Thor is here.
Ready to raise some hell.
Thor is here.
Daylight's burnt. Ready to raise some hell.
Thank you, friend.
Is that it?
He's too nice. I'm so panicked at every moment because if I let him get to infestors, Vibe will beat me every game versus Met, guys. If I let him get to like late game, he will beat me every game, I think. Maybe I could beat him with Thor Lib, but I would need like a big advantage going to that position because he will infest my ass, man. GG. Yeah, we really tried to get him with that opening multi-prong for sure. Because we know Vibe's just, honestly, I talk about how mech's pretty good, and it is, but I need to have like, I think a different level of skill with my mech in order to be able to beat a guy like Vibe consistently in late game, just because he's so good with his infestors, he's so good at swapping between Ravager, Muta, and Infestor, and he's just like, forces Thors, neuroparasites them all, forces more tanks. I get caught without enough anti-air, you know, he's really good at that stuff, even though he's not really a multi-prong guy. So yeah, I went pedal to the metal on the aggression. I did mess up my opening kind of bad in terms of I went 3cc, but I kept building depots and stuff, but my Banshee got some damage done, and even before that, the Reaper and then the Hellions got really nice damage. So he was trying to be very, very greedy at the start, and this is what he often does, is Vibe will just be like, you know what, I'm just not going to build Zerglings. And if you like skip the Reaper or your Reaper's a bit late or anything like that, he's just going to be ahead because he has 3 more drones than a person who builds 6 Zerglings, right? So this was not the most instructional video. This was me trying really hard to kill my friend who is very, very greedy and annoying to play against, but notice no Zerglings, right? So he's just going way greedier than most players do, but this did leave a big opening for my Reaper to cause a big amount of damage. So, I mean, this was huge damage, guys. I got a drone I forced a spore, I forced an extractor. This is all massive amounts of mining he's losing, as well as the actual minerals from the thing. And then we get a second drone. Did we get a second drone? No, he spore tricked that one. But the fact that we killed a drone and forced that many buildings, that's a huge disruption. That's a big advantage for me. But unfortunately, my third CC was about 10-15 seconds late. These Hellions were okay. They built pretty much on time. But yeah, his ling speed hasn't even started. Once again, very greedy. He likes to be greedy. He's trying to just get away with skipping ling speed here. So then these Hellions drive in, and this is basically the most important damage was these two Hellions. I just sensed after my Reapers, and because of the whole meta between us, that I was like, I think I can do damage. And I was like, look, if I lure the Queens away, those are the Hellions I'll focus on. So I queued this guy to like attack some drones. Notice I tell him to attack a drone there. I think I did, right? Yeah, it doesn't kill it, doesn't matter. This is where the damage happens. And remember, he's not building workers this time. He's not injecting during this. We accidentally hit the extractor maybe? Or actually, I think we clicked the drone. I think we did. And he actually doesn't lose as many as I would have liked. But it was only 4 Hellions. It's not a big deal. If I was macroing a little better behind it, I would have been much happier with that as well. But yeah, add to that the Banshee finding damage. Now, if he had A-moved his 7 roaches across the map, I actually think I would have been in trouble. Because notice my factories are all derpy, and I already pulled this off the tech lab. So if his roaches went across the map right now, what have I got to defend it? A Marine and 3 Hellions. This is why you're not really meant to use this Banshee aggressively, especially not if I saw a roach warren up that early. But I was just like, yeah, kill drones, kill drones, kill drones, and he's trying to recover. But which is obviously such a big momentum lead this early on. And even though he keeps catching up in workers, his tech is absolute arse, and we're able to kind of turn that into a bit of a messy macro game, but we did eventually get there. You don't want to build many cyclones on this map because it's so focused on this one path. There's not a lot of angles for you to rotate in and dive in and snipe hatcheries and that sort of stuff. Oh, I did get another wave of Hellions, didn't I? Yeah, I did the old two-prong here. Distract the roaches and then come in from the other side. And how many did we get on this one? So I think at this point we were at a pretty hefty worker count. Yeah, 21 worker kills is pretty big, and then these guys run in. Did they get it? Did they get much as well? 22, so we got another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh shit. We got another 7, 8 workers with those guys as well. Oh, okay. So we were really damaging his economy, which is pretty rare on this map. This is not normally a map you can do that much damage with. But yeah, he decided, you know what, what's my comeback play? And he wisely chose Burrow move Roach, but he tried to go Infestors, I think, a little too early, which was cute. And again, that was cool. Sniping the Roach Warren was just a cute little maneuver. Wait. He's already made Burrow move, hasn't he? Oh, did he not make Burrow? Oh, he's using the fucking abusive skin. This skin looks almost identical to the Burrow move upgrade because it gives these spikes on the back of the Roach. Guys, tell Vibe to change his Roach skin. He's cheating. I assumed he had Burrow move upgrade on his Roaches. That's why I built a whole bunch of turrets at home. Cheating skin. That's why skins are banned in tournaments. So we got up to, yeah, a few more worker kills there, and we got the Roach Warren. Did we kill the Evo? I don't think we killed the Evo because we only locked 2 guys onto it. Would have been nice if we got that and stopped his +2. But yeah. When I did finally push, I didn't have that much Hellbat buffer for my army. Because I had 3 Banshees in here, I felt pretty confident that he couldn't just jump on me. And you see the Cyclones, the Banshees just chasing him away. We can kill that with lock-ons from across the gap. And if we can just march forward on this high ground. Building turrets at the front. Also, that was for the tunneling core roaches that I assumed were going to be coming in. That's so funny, man. I really could have sworn that was what was happening. GG's. And obviously it's just, yeah, this is a really bad position for him to be in. I do at some point finally get the 3 more factories, which I felt were really late. So I think getting this 4th up earlier and getting the gases mining there earlier would have made a big difference. I'm also checking my gases because... Thought so. I was like, why is my gas so low on 5 factories? That should not be the case. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. GG's. But yeah, managed to take him out there. I need thought process on why he pushed the gold base. It's the most exposed. It's just the easiest to kill. I didn't think I could really push right into his rally point or anything that early, where the gold base is sticking out so far that I knew I could get to it without pushing through creep. I'm sure I did. We got a Protoss player. Yes, 3 racks time. Probably just cheese. Vibe talked about he was going to have fun this match. He was going to do all sorts of stuff. Your multi-prong opening destroyed his game plan. He also doesn't believe 4,500 players can do the multi-prong Hellion stuff that you were doing. He also says you're better at the game and you know more than he does about it. Oh, for sure. No, that was a really bad instructional game, like I said. That's Masters 1. Masters 1, we're at like almost 5k MMR personally, right? So I literally am just playing my main styles. Honestly, I think Blackburn is really bad for my style of mech, because my style of mech is all about harassment. So even though it's meant to be good for mech, it's good for like a real just methodical, calm macro player. It's pretty good for like the 3cc and stuff, I guess. But it's just, I always prefer multi-pronging a little bit, and I don't think that style works well on other maps. So I don't want to teach you guys a style for Blackburn that isn't going to scale to the other maps quite as well. But it is what it is. That was me cheating. I just really wanted to beat Vibe. Just literally for that reason and that reason alone, guys. What can I say? I'm a piece of shit. I'm a naughty man. People are like, Pig, why do you play so fast and not instruct? And I'm like, people in Masters 1 are basically GM anyway. They're like really close. They just need to like do some homework on their builds, write some notes out, grind some practice games, all that sort of stuff. So I was like, that's fine. But yeah, no. I normally wouldn't multi-prong like that, but you've also got to understand that Vibe plays such a specific style where he abuses you if you don't abuse him. Like, he just doesn't build any of the normal defensive measures. And that does make him very hard to play against. So we got another player who's just not expanding. Awesome. Yeah? I'm gonna build my command center on location, am I? Okay. Well, that's not smart. Alright guys, we're gonna show the other response this time.
Command center upgrade complete.
Big job, huh? Go ahead. Big job, huh? Who wants some?
So I accidentally didn't have my second thingo in. Oh, he's gonna take the Nexus. It's just really late. See, this is the fucking bizarre shit you run into. I was about to take a second gasp. Now I get to go back to my 3RX build. Welcome to the ladder. People do their builds. Just actually, maybe he's a Hero fan. Hero does this as standard. It's not the worst thing in the world. I don't know why Hero does it. I don't know if it's because of the same reason. He just wants to be a bit more, you know, hard to read, or if there's another reason to it. I really don't know, but it's cute. It's very cute. Double gas into the expand. So, guys, let's talk you through the 3RX. We've had so few games with this 3-rack style, and we're finally getting one. So first things first, let's go out and try to intercept any adept that comes across the map. Now, we don't get a ramp on this map, so if he goes Stalker Pressure, we're going to have to build a bunker reactively. Now, you might be like, isn't that greedy? Kind of. You could argue that, yeah, for sure. But he's going to have to micro his ass off to do it, and most people do struggle with that. Double Tech Lab. Alright, so these 5 Marines are just going to go stand in the middle of the map. The other Marines are going to look to handle the Oracle if it comes in. And you want to get these depots started straight away, guys. So we're just going to move forward. It's not really the most important thing. Yeah, we've just scared the Adept back, which is all we needed to do. DTs are a weakness of 3RAX, where you have to kind of just handle it well and hope that you didn't drop your thingos at a bad time. We're going to split one Marine around. Drop your mules at a bad time, of course, is what I was trying to say there. Mules become thingos when my hands are occupied with playing the game that is StarCraft. What can I say? Okay. Oracle would have come in by now, guys, so I'm actually going to regroup at the front now. And guess what, guys? We put on gas straight away. Oh, he's fucking NA timing. Jesus Christ. What did I just say, guys? It's too late for it to be an Oracle, right? The NA timing. I'm like, you know your Oracle's like 30 seconds late, right? And the guy's like, oh. Guys do this in GM as well, so don't worry, guys. It happens. All right, so that guy can go there. If there's no third there, he can go there. My Marines are going to come out, and let's build a turret in each base.
Been waiting on you. Gangway. SCV ready. Go, go. Gangway. Coming through.
Research. Upgrade. Complete.
Okay, he doesn't have a third, so we're going to move over there, but not with the intention of killing, just with the intention of disrupting
We could use some help. This better be good.
him from taking his third.
Research.
Could we maybe go in there and kill him? Maybe, but he's on 2 base. Why would I be... I don't need to be like super focused on that or anything.
SCV ready.
Let's go. SCV ready. You got it.
So we're just focusing on the macro, and it's more important to do the other things.
You gonna get this better be been waiting on. Gangway.
Yeah, shield battery, sentry. We're just keeping him off the third, guys. And we could literally just leave, and that's fine.
That's fine.
SCV ready. Woohoo! Overtime.
Who wants some? Let's have a blast.
Sure thing. SCV ready.
In the rear. Go ahead. Only. You gonna give me orders? This by the numbers, boys. Who wants some? Been waiting on you. You. Ben.
Get the armory so we can continue upgrades. Get the 4th and 5th barracks.
This better be. You want a piece of me, boy?
Add on.
I never finished my wall off, so let's do that. Oh, we forgot to put him back on. Okay. And what else, guys? Well, has he got a third? Is definitely a big question. If it's Zealots, we want to really focus on Widow Mines. If not, then we don't really need to. For now, we'll just make them by default, and of course, medevacs need to be a big priority.
Ready for dust off.
So, with this style, we're going for a much more generic build, right? Is what I've been telling you guys. So basically, we're just always going for the same sort of unit comp.
Upgrade.
And he's going Colossus. So Widow Mines are not that important, but in the interest of showing you guys a one-size-fits-all style, we're just going to keep building them anyway. And we're just going to say, well, how do you play against Colossus? You drop them. You multi-prong them. That's basically what we do, right? Still missing a guy on gas in the main. That's pretty incredible. I'm going to try and scan here, because I imagine there's probably an observer around somewhere.
Add on.
Bloody impossible to know exactly where, though. Oh, well.
Let's have a blast.
Alright, let's get +2 weapons going.
Add on. Complete.
Alright.
SCV ready.
Who wants some? You want a piece of me, boy?
Ready for pickup.
Alright, just a simple formation attack here.
You gonna get
Some units go in the other area, some
Ready for dust
go in the
off.
front. We're keeping an eye on it the whole time.
Now what?
it's on. Go, go, go!
Ready for dust off.
Your forces are under attack.
Piece of me, boy. Get heavy. This better be good.
Command center upgrade complete. Your forces are under attack.
You gonna. This better be good.
Just macroing off my hotkeys behind it.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
Go time. We could use some help here.
Mineral field completed.
Ready for
There's no raw units there, so we're able to just drop on top.
Mineral field complete.
Want a piece of me, boy?
These guys can now get out of there, and they can just leave.
I heard that.
And we see the ease with which a 3 racks calmly executed, not overcommitting, can just destroy your opponent. Did we do some fancy micro there? Fuck yeah. But obviously, you know, adapt it to your own level. And what did we have at home? How are my upgrades? We're almost at 2-1, so we have really good upgrades. What's the next step? It's really up to you. So what would you do next? If we want the most generic standard version, Ghost Academy, obviously Q plus 2 armor, drop a 4th command center, and then probably double gas, but I would argue you don't need that double gas straight away until you start Ghost. So I would actually go the triple barracks, then the double
Ready
gas.
for dust off.
And the idea here is you just keep building Marine Marauder medevac, and yeah, there's attacking into Colossus isn't good head on, but you can always multi-prong. And the idea is you just split your army, and this is what you'll see Clem and Cure and these guys do all the time, and it's a really good skill to learn. It does require a bit more handling of your army, but it also allows you to have on the macro side a very one-size-fits-all army. It's very flexible on the mobility front, and that really makes it very attractive because you get to just fucking always build the same units, and it's like, oh, he has a Colossus army, I can't fight that front on, what can I do? Well, by default, we're playing kind of like a Zerg. Half your army's on the left, half your army's on the right. Oh, he's chasing this army over here? Okay, these guys will come in from behind. You see this all the time. And their army's there, and you fight it from two sides. Or, these guys go Doom Drop, and these guys run home. Now, obviously, if we wanted to counter the Colossus, we could do this as well. Lift the factory, and get that second star bullet. And if you're really worried about the Colossus, or you're not as confident in your multi-prong, you would go for this ahead of the Ghosts, ahead of the 4th base, and allow yourself to pump Vikings. How many medevacs before you pump Vikings? Well, if you're dropping everywhere, you're trading with them, you're making the game messy, you want more medevacs so you can keep trading and keep healing. But if you're sitting at home, you could stop at just 4 medevacs, go straight into Vikings. So those are your two paths. The slower, more front-on style would be straight, swap off the factory the moment you see Colossus, start building Vikings 4 at a time. Push with 10 or 12 Vikings, sniping down the Colossus. Thumbs up.
Research
Whereas if you're building the Widow
Add-on
Mines more,
complete.
you're just building this awesome kind of mixed army. You're adding these ghosts in here. Of course, all tech labs on the last 3 barracks. 3 tech labs, 2 reactors before that. Where's the other reactor? There it is. That's it. Big, have you ever made a Protoss Bronze to GM? Guys, hit that B2GM. Thank you, Pity. No, we have not, but we are just finishing up our Terran one. So hopefully we get there really soon. Pig, what are your attack timings with 3 racks? And how many Marines versus Marauders? Great questions. So, at 4 minutes you take your gas, your 2 gases, right? And from there, what you want to do is you then want to have your factory down at about 420 is when that should go down. So notice, because I've started stim, shields, +1. +1 is the most highest priority, then stim, then shields, because that's the length they take to upgrade. And we want them to all finish at the same time. So +1, then stim, then shields. And then check it out. Next 100 gas kicks in right around 420, 425. You could think of it as 430 if you want. So that factory goes down about 420, 430, just naturally. It would have been earlier, but remember, I didn't put a guy on gas early, and I accidentally only put 2 guys on gas as well. So I was missing a little bit of gas this game. In terms of your attack timing, it really depends. If you build a bunker, it's going to be a little slower. If you focus on never missing SCVs and never getting supply blocked in that regard, and maybe deprioritize Marine production, so you miss a few seconds of Marines here and there, you can have a few less units. In general, if you want to go really hard and just try to kill people with the 3x timing, you want to probably hit right on about 5 minutes with, say, 18 Marines. See, I didn't see a 3rd base, and I got distracted by an Oracle, and I was focused more on my macro. So I was not prioritizing getting over here. So I'm like running around with just 20 Marines, just kind of chill. But I would say try to hit no later than 5:30. What about Marines versus Marauders? Notice I'm on pure Marines, right? So the trick is once you put your factory down, you're allowed to swap into Marauder production because you don't have anything else that you desperately need your gas for. If you start Marauders before that, it delays your factory, messes up your medevac timing. But as long as you start, you can either mix Marauders in right now, but they're a bit more expensive. I decided to build Marines a little bit more just because it's going to spend less minerals. It's going to allow me to put more minerals into SCVs, upgrades, gases, depots, 3rd command center, that sort of thing. But you could absolutely mix Marauders in the moment the factory goes down, and that's what I like to do, especially if I'm committing very hard to my attack. Because then when I go for my attack, I'll put the Marauders in front of the Marines, so they're actually tanking as well for those stim boys. How many army control groups do you use at most? Probably like 4. Probably like 4. But in actual fighting with Terran, it's almost all manual with Terran. With Zerg late game, I'm a bit more control group oriented. because that's the way the Zerg late game army works, where I've got like Infestor key, Broodlord key, Viper Corruptor key, and you know, maybe another army key as well, like 4 or 5 keys for Zerg. Plus, whereas with yeah, with Terran it becomes a bit more manual. So yeah.
SCV ready.
How would you react to Zealot Archon? Well, I'd just build more Widow Mines and I'd be more defensive.
Bad news.
Yeah. I'd be checking their economy. Because my opponent's third was so late, that's all I kind of needed to know was you don't have a third. But if my opponent had a quicker third, I'd be checking, hey, is he taking gases on that third? Has he got a fourth? But generally I'd just be building lots of Widow Mines and I'd be really careful with map control because a player who's on Zealot Archon is very likely to try and do a lot of Zealot run-bys. And it's important to not get surprised by 10 Zealots running into your natural. So I'd be more likely, rather than just dropping in their base, I'd be more likely to be sending a squad of say 20 Marines and 2 medevacs to just go around the edge of the map, looking for pylons that might be there, clearing up any Zealot run-bys that they might catch coming across the map, that sort of stuff. So it'd be a bit of a different focus. We go into TVT now, guys. TVT is awesome because you guys know I love this mobility style. It's more multi-prong oriented, and I like I've said many times, it is not the most vanilla style. It is a style which I'm putting out there because it's my favorite style. And I figure, hey, maybe there's players out there like me. They're probably in the minority. There's probably some players out there who, like me, they just struggle to enjoy Raven Tank. They find it a bit too campy. They find it a bit too boring. And they're like, yeah, give me some action, bro. Give me some fucking action, you know? So I get a little bit hungry for a bit more movement, a bit more action. And I also really enjoy mirror matchups where you use different unit sets. And because very few people play my style, it feels more like a non-mirror matchup because they're playing more static, like tank Raven stuff. And I, on the other hand, am playing the, you know, the mobile kind of Zergy style. And that to me just, it floats my boat. So this style is really cool, guys. It is a 2 Reaper, 2 Cyclone, a 2-1-1. So we're gonna get a second barracks up in the near future.
SCV ready.
Command center goes down. All right, let's go.
SCV ready.
Oh, that's a very early expand.
Got something for me to kill. Oh yeah, baby. What's it worth? Yes,
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
fair enough. Agreed.
Oh, hello.
Do this. Nothing I can't handle. On the way.
Oh, he doesn't have concussive. Okay, we can just run away.
Yeah, from above.
So I'm a little confused by what I'm seeing. But you know what? That's fine.
Got
He's
something.
got a Marauder early. It's not very common, but whatevs. Try and use the mobility here with the Reapers.
Add-on
The moment I saw that command center, I knew my opponent went 1 Rex expand, and I was like, ooh, we've got to do some damage.
You're the Reaper man.
So notice we're focus firing, so we can't pull back the weak ones very effectively.
Optics
Okay.
online. Let's go.
Alright, so we're going to use the Cyclone now, see if we can get some lock-ons and stuff.
SCV ready.
And we're kind of slow on that factory production, so because the build's messy, we're just going to let all the buildings build their own add-ons now. This is the, I messed up.
SCV ready.
Opponent has a much faster expand, so that damage was very necessary just to try and line this game up a little bit better, guys. In terms of, okay, am I massively ahead after all that damage? Not necessarily. I'm probably a little ahead, but I wouldn't actually bank on it being too much. And let's try and do that. So I don't see him getting across the map without me spotting it at all. I just can't imagine that happening, guys. So that's why we're trying to move our Cyclones forward over here.
This better be
Reactor down.
Ready. SCV ready.
Kind of want to see what he's doing with his production though, because a player who opens Marauders is also likely to do other strange things. So it's really kind of, I think, important to see what's going on. My Cyclone's just like, I wish I could see what's up, bro. So we're gonna scan his production in a minute. Let's get the 3rd command center. We do need to get that 3rd barracks, remember, as well. waiting for that energy.
Add-on complete.
You got
Okay.
coordinates?
Barracks, factory, and he's making stim, maybe? By the looks of it. Stim and marines coming in one at a time. Interesting. Okay. So we're going to start a tank here. And yeah, I think I'm just going to put the cyclones one on each side.
Been waiting on you.
Starport's not even finished, so we definitely don't have to worry about him sneaking around the map or anything like that. I really do think I slowed him down a lot. So we're going to tell that to just unload straight in the corner, because I don't think my opponent has much that shoots up. And we've got the command center, the double gas, so we're going to go double eBay. What do we do after the double eBay, guys?
We hear you.
4th and 5th racks. Same shit every game. I'm not even going to save the boost. Normally I save the boost for the way out. Not this time. Because I just, from what I saw with my scan earlier, guys, I feel so confident. I don't think he has stim. Alright, really good micro by me. Whenever the SCVs were buffering, I just pulled back from his units and just killed the SCVs on their own. You can see my opponent there had a very different build. And yeah, I had a feeling they were... When you see someone building Marauders, they're a bit more of a tricky player, who's kind of doing some weird things, and they were on 4 command centers. So you might be like, Pig, why are you abusing these guys? This is the power of having pre-planned crisp timing attacks. You will punish people who are being naughty. My opponent was being very, very naughty. Yeah. Yeah, that's wild. This is a wild style from my opponent. Super wild. And I think they played blind as well, right? Yeah, no scouting, defensive Marauders. Oh, also, they were thinking of taking a base down here as well. What the shit? They were about to go 5 command centers. They were going to play 5 command center bio, guys. That's what this was. 5 command center bio? Holy crap. If we gave them a minute or 2 of freedom, they would have absolutely savaged me. Like, they would have kicked ass. Look at this. Command center, Marauders. 3rd command center starts in the corner at 4 minutes 30. Oh my god. Crazy player, man. Crazy player. I showed a bunch of different builds. What was... Okay, so the first build in Bronze to GM, it's just a generic one-size-fits-all build. So it's the same build for every matchup, and that works fine at lower levels. Then, and it's like a building block, you know? Just it's a 3 racks. It's a 1 racks expand into 3 barracks, into factory, into starport. Real standard build order. Just gives you a lot of production and stuff. But then at some point we started doing like Marines and tanks and Vikings off like a 1 racks expand, I think it was. Then we started doing a little bit of Reaper Hellion pressure into the same sort of style. Then we started using Ravens with the same sort of build orders. It was like a 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion pressure into Ravens. So I kind of showed a whole bunch of builds, and they're meant to be kind of like almost in order of difficulty. It's like the easiest build that's most general, then builds that started to get a little bit more specific, kind of all the way through from there. So yeah, hopefully that helps you out. Now, guys, we're playing Liko again. If Liko does that roach pressure again, what are we going to do? You guys know it. We are gonna mess him up with that bunker on the natural. Remember, he loves that early bunker. Always does it. That early roach rush, sorry. So we're going to mess him up with a bunker at the front. When he runs past that, we'll wait for the cyclone, then clean him up. But as soon as that cyclone pops, we're going to swap our barracks, our factory, and that is going to allow us to have an absolute party. So I've been doing a lot of proxy starport. Let me know in the chat, guys. Would you like to see proxy starport or no proxy starport this game? Let me know what you're more excited to do. I really enjoy the proxy starport. It's still a macro build. Just kind of puts the starport closer. The liberators don't get spotted on the way across the map nearly as often, that sort of stuff. But both are possible. So you guys let me know what you prefer. Proxy or non-proxied starport.
Command center upgrade complete.
Okay.
Bad news. The Grim Reaper has arrived. In the rear.
People
with the
prefer
gear.
proxy. There's one or two no proxy votes.
Our SCVs.
Ah, see
are
how
under
Daddy does
attack.
standard. And once again, guys, same thing. Okay, cool.
Done. All right. Oh yeah, baby. Who wants
Okay.
some?
Well, we're not going to get a chance to proxy anyway because we're playing
Our
Liko.
SCVs
And Liko is
are
Liko.
under attack.
SCV ready.
Oh, shit.
Yes, sir.
This better be good. You gonna give me
Where the
orders?
fuck is my Reaper, man?
Yes, sir.
SCV ready.
Oh, this is not good. Where's my bunker?
Big job.
Oh, shit.
Got something for me to kill.
Oh, shit. Okay, I got a little distracted there. That's why we don't ask chat questions in the middle of everything happening. Shit.
Add-on complete.
You're so silly, pig.
SCV ready.
Okay, as long as this bunker gets up, thank God for big maps. We should be okay.
Add-on complete.
It just means I think also my Marines are a little late.
Command center
Notice we're only dropping
upgrade
mules because we know
complete.
that roach is gonna be that roach run by real soon.
Boy,
I'm saying it. I'm expecting it. It's not happening.
I'm
There it is.
deaf.
SCV ready.
There we go. Starport, and we're gonna get a Viking out pretty early as well.
I'm listening. That's all. Nothing. Gangway coming through.
SCV ready.
Optics online. Let's go kill something. Comms open.
Been waiting.
Bad news.
Show me who you...
SCV ready.
You got coordinates or what? Channel's got
So he did make a few more guys this time.
cyclone receipt.
SCV ready.
This better. On.
This ought to be good.
All right.
SCV
Okay,
ready.
well done. Little slow on these units, but it is what it is.
Complete.
Okay, we also didn't build extra depots.
SCV ready.
You got coordinates.
All right. Well, Hellions are on the way at least, so that'll fix itself in a little bit.
Got a target
Ready
in
to
mind.
plunder.
Ready to raise some hell.
Yes, indeed.
Cyclone
What a savage. He's got the gold base and he's already going 4 base, guys.
moving into position. Comms open.
Go ahead. SCV ready. Big job.
Enemy
Okay.
contact. Nothing. Channel's clear, boss. I get ya. Got a target in
SCV ready.
mind. In gear.
Okay.
In the rear.
Slow down.
Gear.
Get organized, pig.
SCV ready.
As tempting as it is to kill all of his shit,
Ready to raise
it's
some
more
hell.
important to just stay calm and keep spending our money on stuff.
Can't hold them alone.
SCV ready.
I like it.
You got
Okay,
Let's go.
let's go. 4th and 5th factory.
Scared me. Go ahead.
And you can go there.
Job.
You can go there.
Reporting.
Okay.
SCV ready. Burn rubber.
cyclone. Channel's clear, boss.
Oh, he's actually trying to defend this really hard. Good on him. I thought he might.
This ought to
So I'm like, yeah, let's just not throw the units away, man.
be adjusting for
SCV
your
ready.
coordinates.
SCV ready.
I get ya. Cyclone en route. In gear. Oh, I'll get them. Show me who you
SCV
want.
ready.
Okay, cool.
Got a target
SCV
in
ready.
mind.
And I'm just trying to make really good fighting units because I feel he's just going to try and swarm me. So
Raise some
I
hell.
feel like that's actually the more important thing than anything else, you know?
SCV ready. raise some hell.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
Yeah, I think I'm just tensing up a bit too much now. Infestation bit. So do we think he's just going to play Infestors, or is he actually going to play
Moving into position. Oh, I'll get there. Come.
Go ahead. What? Hey, you know, got no patience. Can't hold him alone. Ready to raise some hell. Talk to me.
This ought to be good.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Why are you still here? How do you think this is a good idea, dude? Oh my god, he's such a fucking savage. This guy. I cannot fathom it, man. He's just such a fucking psycho.
Got any extra firepower?
He's actually getting some decent little trades here. Well done, well done.
Talk to me.
Research.
Okay.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
Going. Daylight's burning.
Standing by. Of course. As you...
Ah, you scared me. In the
Mineral
rear.
field depleted.
I never made upgrades. I haven't been macroing at all, guys. This is Chaos Macro at its best. Looks like he has dudes on the high ground or something, because he saw that. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna go for some nice stuff. And okay.
Yeah?
Need something. Go ahead.
Oh, we don't have an engineering bay? You're kidding me.
Got freedom?
SCV ready.
Okay.
What's that?
Nothing'll stop me.
Fueled up, ready to go. Absolutely. All day long. I'm in a heap of trouble. Ready to raise. In motion. Ready to raise some hell. Taste napalm. What's that? Ready to raise some hell. Ready to raise.
Mineral field depleted.
What does he not have roach feed yet? This is what I'm talking about. This guy is actually a maniac.
Mayday! Mayday!
Boy is here. Ready to raise some hell. Got no pain.
Research complete. Mineral field depleted.
This is the greatest. Oh my god. How much? How does he not have roach feed? It's crazy. Look at this. Oh, boom, baby. Oh, boom.
Command center upgrade complete.
His spore's still bouncing around. Oh my god.
Upgrade.
What a psycho. Okay, anyways, let's try and get the low ground base. Try and do some macro behind this now that we're set up in a very good position up front. Let's try to also get these guys. Put them over there and one over there. How does he have broodlords? I'm so confused. Yeah, we're dead. We're dead, guys.
Got any extra firepower?
Comm systems go. Cyclone ready for action. Channel's clear, boss.
Okay, you go there. You go there.
Go ahead.
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
Our SCVs are under attack.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Okay, you go.
Systems.
It's heating up out here.
Add-on complete.
Okay.
Optics online. Let's go kill some.
Base is under attack.
Give us your go.
Is he going back? He's going back for it. Okay.
What's our target? Ready to raise some hell.
field depleted.
Contact. That's Warden. Cyclone. Show me who you wanted. This ought to be good.
Okay, we've got how many Thors now? Not that many. Okay, now we've got a good number. Oh, Cyclone's going down, okay.
Ready to plunder.
Got some Vikings as well. These guys are going to go back in one more time.
Here, boss.
Because he's coming across the map, right? No, he's not. Is he? Maybe, maybe not. These guys are just going to hang here for a moment. And then we've got next army coming through the middle here. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, I think we should be fine. And you guys can go there. Put guys on gas. And
Mineral field depleted.
Ready to plunder. Ready to plunder.
Mineral field depleted.
okay, yeah, he's dead. We just got too many Thors. We've already killed all of his economy. So what did we do, guys? We split up our units and pulled back. Obviously, I'm very focused on playing, but notice the Thors are just going to A-move. And then I'm actually moving through and target firing there just to make sure we killed the Broodlords. There we go. Now, normally you'd want my Hellbats mixed in to fix things, but I actually swapped one of my factories off the reactors just so that I could get more Vikings out. Vikings force Corruptors. If the Corruptors run into the Thors, they die very quickly. And yeah. And basically you just want to get out a lot of Thors to beat the Broodlords. Against this sort of player where they have no creep spread, you know that maybe they have some upgrades, but they're probably not the greatest. Speaking of which, I'm still on 1-1. Absolute donkey game. Yeah, I think we're seeing my fatigue set in a little bit. I've been playing for 5 hours and 20 minutes because these games, so many games versus lower level players and quite a few longer games mixed in as well as a lot of explaining in between means this has actually gone a long time. But I do like to finish each section in one go. Why didn't he GG? He had Broodlords. Broodlords are a pretty good trump card. But let's just watch what happened. I was like, fuck, he got me with the Broodlords. And then I went super focus mode and was like, what the hell? So these Broodlords show themselves at this point. And what do we do, guys, against Broodlords? Now, we're lucky. It was 2 Broodlords, right? He was pretty dead from all the damage we'd been doing. Shout out to Chad Liberator, by the way, that killed like 36 drones. I don't know how many drones that random Liberator killed, but it killed so much. So what do? We unsiege our army, we split our army in half, and we go down the flanks of the map. This is obviously very scary if they also have a big, massive Ravager Bane, as well as the Broodlords, because then they're fighting your tanks unsieged, and you're like, oh shit. Behind it, you want to swap to Thor, Hellion, Viking production as much as possible. Thors kill Broodlords, and they're also a decent general purpose unit. Hellbats will kill everything else, right? Hellbats kill the Broodlings and clear up the ground so the Thors can move around and they protect them. And then, of course, Vikings, like I said, force Corruptors as well, making it more complicated for your opponent. Now, you want to kind of usually go for a meaty response to Zerg, I would say, like that, and then just keep trying to do Cyclone Hellion run-bys, keep trying to do multi-prong harassment, queuing things into their base. Something I didn't use this game, but I did get servos, so I should have, was earlier on, doing things like Q5 Hellions to run up to a base and morph into Hellbats. Q5 Hellions to run into a base, morph to Hellbats. It just is such a harder problem for the Zerg to deal with. Drones, queens, everything die much quicker. Hatcheries even die to Hellbats quite quickly. And if they just A-move Roaches into it, even Roaches die to Hellbats if they're just A-moved into it, because the Hellbat does so much damage. So it would have been really nice if I did that. As it was, I went around, killed a lot of stuff that was popping out, really hurt the economy, forced the Broodlords home as well. And in the end, I didn't get this hatchery. Good transfuses from Rico, but I got close. I didn't hit one stand. And then these Cyclones were killing units down here as well. They eventually get cleaned up, but they killed a whole bunch of drones, Overlord, Cyclones, all the rest. Yeah. But we were just all over the place macro-wise. So why were we all over the place macro-wise? Well, I think I just got a bit excited in the early game. Like I said, I'm a bit fatigued, so my focus isn't quite there. It took a long time to start the Hellions and didn't start the depots. So reviewing the response, what do you do in this position? Altrang, thank you very much for the 40-month resub, mate. Altrang, welcome back. Thank you for the love, dude. I think it's just kind of reminding yourself to do things like, okay, in this scenario, you should always build an extra depot ahead of time. If you can remember to drop the 3rd command center right now while dealing with this as well, that's awesome. Like if you drop the command center while you're dealing with the roaches, it's got this free build time, because this is a point where you're naturally going to be fumbling around with your build order a little bit and the roaches are distracting you. So try to remember to drop a 3rd command center and an extra depot while dealing with the roaches, as well as swap the factory over and cleaning all that up. So you can see I floated a lot of minerals. I also wasn't building SCVs the entire time. I then go out hunting overlords, which you can see Liko always runs overlords to their death and leaves them everywhere. Which is exactly why I got a Viking as well, which I imagine killed at least a few of these overlords, right? I wasn't actually watching it. Please tell me it did. Please tell me it did. Okay, it did. It missed this guy though. Yeah, he's one of these Zergs who just sets up perverts all over the map. But yeah, we kind of kept him panicked here just by threatening with the Hellion Cyclone. The moment I saw Ling Speed, I was like, look, there's no need to force my way in. He's trying to get 4 hatcheries up. That seems scary. But what's more important is hitting my own macro, which you could see was pure chaos at this point. Where was the double armory? Where was the 4th and 5th factory? Things were taking so much longer to happen than they should have been. So I really should have just slowed down. I think it was, oh, he's roach rushing me. Oh, he's got a gold base. And I kept feeling like I needed to react to things. And that's the urge you got to fight in StarCraft, because reactions should be preset, organized lists. Think of it like in like plane emergencies, they have like different checklists. They have a book. They're like, the engine broke, and they fucking open it and they do a bunch of things, because that's just how you solve high pressure things where you've got to fucking fix things in a set order and solve problems, right? It's always better to have it that way. And StarCraft is consciously trying to build these little checklists, these little reaction lists is what I normally call them, of how to deal with certain circumstances. And it's like, cool. I mean, I was doing some good harassment and stuff. It's just when I was going in with the Hellions, at no point did I say, hey, hold on a moment. Let's pause with those Hellions here and let's get my macro going. Start 1-1. Queue up extra SCVs, and then go for the micro, or something like that, you know? It just felt like it was really disorganized, and I was letting myself get into this elevated state of like, gotta do things! So it's just one of this, you know, it got more and more loose and willy-nilly at this point, so this was a little crazy. Yeah, this is the legendary Lyco Zhao, man. This guy's insane. I love him. Plays so weird. They've got to be Southeast Asian, I think. Maybe, oh no, Taiwanese and Chinese players play crazy too. Just Asian in general. He's just got to be a non-Korean Asian StarCraft player, because we play Australian server as well. Got to be. Because those guys bring the specialist tactics on an entirely another level. Pig, so this guide, we need to do exactly like you and keep eye on your timings. Am I right? Not at all. Not at all. So, I mean, you should never be doing things exactly like another player. There is a structure. So let's. I've had a few questions like this that leave me a little confused about. I'm not sure if people are following or not. So I've had quite a few, and it's good. I like these questions. They're great. They're great. But so TVZ, we've got the build order. Where is the build order actually? Did we ever write the build order down in here? I'm not sure if we did. When we swapped back to Mech and Masters, did we ever do it? We wrote some notes on TVZ. There. Okay, that's when we were still doing Biomine. Here's when we went back to Battle Mech. Okay, so I guess if we want a kind of write-up for this build order that people want, so they can actually have the notes. You should always be looking at notes where possible, because you want to organize things in your brain. Otherwise, your thinking is going to be very disorganized. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's the funny thing. I guess I don't really have a write-up of it, because it's all based off this Gumiho mech build, but then I just switch the orders around a little bit. Oh my lord. So this is all of my private notes on mech. All right, let's write this down. So TVZ, I guess when we go back to battle mech, which is here. My other main account's personal mech notes here. So we're gonna make these a different color, I think. Just so people know that's like its own kind of thing. So we'll make these like pink or something, I don't know. Does pink look good? Looks kind of gross, doesn't it? I don't know, orange. That'll do. Whatever. It doesn't look great. Maybe I'll just make it like blue or something. Dark blue? Dark blue's got to be a bit better. There we go. That's better. Okay. So the idea there being that you're able to look at my main style and kind of confirm some of that. But that's all honestly extra info. Honestly, it's not really useful. Not really the most useful, but just in case people are curious. So what actually changes in that? Basically, it's the same Hellion lib opening plugged into a mech follow-up. So what does that actually look like? Well, basically, what are we doing? We are going 3rd CC, 3rd, 4th gas, 2nd, 3rd factory, 2 armories, 4th and 5th factory, 4th CC, 3 more factories. That's basically it. That's basically it. Pretty straightforward in terms of the general order. So obviously there's details. If you haven't learnt any builds yet, then you know, depending on your skill level, you guys, this might not be today's game's probably not the best for you if you're in Platinum League or something like that. If you're just improving, watch the start of the series, and those builds and the explanations there are much more tailored to anyone who's going to be playing at a different league. If you're in Diamond, maybe this is too high for you, maybe the start's too low, go to the Diamond section, and hopefully those builds help you out. So I really do help those out. How many workers do you use? I would probably never really want to go above 80 workers as a Terran. I'm happy to sit on 66 for a while, but once my 4th is up, I'll build a handful more workers, maybe eight more workers or so. So about 72 workers is usually where I hang out. About 72 workers. And I do. Pop, pop, pop. Can we see the workers lost tab? Yeah, sure. I don't think I killed that many this game. 13 at this point. He's just rallying drones and roaches in the middle of the map. Fucking savage, bro. And he's going Hive with no roach speed. How do you not realize you don't have roach speed? Honestly, this guy is just a maniac. It befuddles the brain. Has a Spire as well? But he's going Hive? What? I just feel like there is this purely free-flowing, uncontrolled decision-making with Liko. Crazy, crazy man.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Yeah.
Ready to roll out. SCV ready.
In general, Terrans are more attacking race, guys. So the reason why it's not... Yeah. The reason why things are a little bit looser as we go up is because we do want to be flexible in terms of how we attack, you know. You do want to use your brain as a StarCraft player. And this is something I've always said from the start, is I'm not really interested in bringing up players who aren't enjoying playing StarCraft or thinking... like, if you don't think for yourself, I'm not the guy for you in terms of educating, right? So a few people ask questions like that. They're like, oh, you know, why aren't you just telling me exactly how to play? And I'm like, I just don't think that's a good way to play StarCraft. Like, that wouldn't work for me, and I can only teach the way that I learn, right? So for me, it's much more, it needs to be shit that interests me. It really does. The Liberator was the hero, by the way. This Liberator up here was the absolute hero. So for me, it's more about, I want to teach you guys how to understand, appreciate the game, and make your own decisions on how to make the game fun for you. And I honestly don't even think winning has to be the main main goal there. 21 kill Liberator. What a savage. That Liberator was such a beast. That Liberator absolutely slayed. Yeah. What is the minimal APM? How important is APM? I mean, you need to be able to click on things, Dennis. I don't know what those are. And I really encourage people answering questions all the time. So if you ask a question and someone weighs in, just accept it. If you don't want to interact with it, don't. It's fine. But there's a lot of people in chat who are very experienced players. So you really should message these. You should really listen to what they say. They usually have some pretty good advice. Or at least it's food for thought. It's really important to improve as a community and kind of chat together, because I can't answer every question. There's too many questions over stream and chat. But I don't know. I mean, what's the minimum? It's like, well, if you're in Bronze League, you could probably win your games with like 20 APM used reasonably efficiently. Probably less. I think probably, what do you think, guys? 10, 15 APM in Bronze League? If you're actually using it on correct things, literally just building the right units and A-moving them, you could probably win. So I don't think there's ever a minimum. How important is APM? I mean, you need to be able to click on things and do them, right? How important is the speed with which you punch someone in the face in a fight? I mean, it's pretty important, but if you're if you're like a 60 kilogram guy, rather on the smaller end, 50 kilos, 60 kilos, you're going to be a lot faster than a 300 pound, 120, 130 kilo guy, right? So does that mean you're going to beat him in a fight? No. But if you're two similar sized guys, the speed's going to make a big difference, right? So it's like, I don't know. How do I answer that question? I mean, do you need to click fast? Yeah, for sure. How important is it? I mean, it depends on your skill level. So, and the style you play actually influences it as well, right? Like some pros are way faster than others. It really depends how you want to play. Yeah, there's GMs with like 120, 100 APM. There's diamond players with like 400 APM these days. It's actually crazy, dude. Pig, why don't you play BC, Mick? I just used to play a lot of BCs. I just got bored of it. The battlecruiser becomes such a slow thing that's very inflexible, right? Yeah, it can run around, but I just felt like it was a little, it was also kind of bad versus fast mutas, I felt. Like, not the greatest in that scenario. It's not terrible. It's not great either. So I just kind of, I don't know. I had a lot of fun with BCs, and then I swapped back to libs. Here, you don't even need Banshee speed, Alpaca. You just, I mean, honestly, yeah, you can snipe swarm hosts and zone control and stuff. It's just, yeah, like I do get Banshee speed. I often don't even bother with Cloak, though I might bother in that scenario as well. But it's like suddenly they need Overseers if you have Cloak, they need Queens running forward. It's actually the Cyclone Hellion that is meant to go out and fight for the map. So it's more often than not, it's my Cyclones trying to catch the swarm hosts and force them back. That actually does the trick. Ooh, that did not start because my hotkeys. What matchup was that? Protoss. All right, Protoss guys, let's go. All right. So we sent him over there because my first SCV was a little bit late, so I knew I'd need to send an SCV to build the depot a little bit earlier than the SCV popping, because he was popping 2 seconds late, and it is what it is.
SCV ready.
And we're good. Alright guys, opening should be pretty similar now. TVP, 3 racks, let's go! Are we up against another proxy proxy Stargate build? Let's find out. Okay. You guys know I like to scout nice and early to check. Am I being cheesed? What's going on? Apparently I missed a second of SCV production there. Ouchie, ouchie. Second base, third base, fourth base, and fifth base. Let's go. I didn't rally to the inside of the gas. That's alright. So remember guys, we never pull off gas with this build. There are some other 3 Rexes at the moment that people do that with. We don't do that. That's fine. So we missed some SCV production, which means Orbital will be slightly late. No Nexus yet. 2 gates before expansion. What the fuck, dude? It's a 4 gate. I'm getting 4 gated, guys.
Go ahead.
Bad news.
What the fuck?
What's going on? Ah!
These guys have got to be kidding me,
In
man.
the rear with the gear.
Gangway, coming through.
Huh?
Alright, we're gonna hide him here. Hopefully they don't see what's up.
This better be good.
Oh
yeah.
What's going
And
on?
then we'll get the Marine back to the high ground after just checking around for very nearby proxies.
Complete.
By the numbers, boys. Will do. Roger that.
Okay, I'm gonna play 3 racks, am I?
Go ahead.
Apparently I'm playing 3 racks. I don't know if that's wise. Man, why am I sticking with the build in the face of aggression? I do not know, but I am. I'm like, I really want to do 3 racks, guys. I really want to do 3 racks. I want to talk about 3 racks. So even though I think getting a factory is much safer here,
Our
we are gonna
SCVs
do this. And of
under
course he
attack.
checks for it. Are you serious, bro? God
By
damn.
the numbers.
So that's really bad for me, guys. I'm gonna have to use scans for scouting now. Very annoying.
SCV ready.
And he could use Adepts and Stalkers to break a depot down, but don't think that's the end of the world. Let's go. Engineering Bay. Hopefully he doesn't get force fields up to block me in.
SCV ready.
Not a very clean opening, but that's okay. Let's just hit the build order as we normally would, and we should be okay. 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 So he went 2 Adepts, which means he could be going 1 base blink. There's a few different things he could be doing.
SCV ready.
Okay.
Bad news.
Keep building SCVs. Marines, of course, being the highest priority, but these barracks are a little late, so
Add-on
not too happy with that.
Gangway, coming
And let's scan.
SCV
Yeah, he's
ready.
expanding and he's going a robo. So no big surprises there. Because to telegraph a build that bad and then commit to it would be insane. So we're gonna move down with non-stim Marines. That's gonna be the trick, guys. Because he's not even active with his
Go, go, go. You gonna
Adepts
give
down
me
here.
orders? Of course.
Add-on complete.
Got it. Been waiting on you. This better be good.
Go
Want a
ahead.
piece of me, boy?
SCV ready. What's going on? Huh?
Okay. Alright.
You scared me.
Stim, shields, +1, all on the way.
Gangway, coming
And we're going to try and go across the map with an SCV for a little bit of vision. We're trying to get some depots right now. And try to also put on gas. Okay, I think we should be good now. Still in pure Marine production right now, guys.
What's going?
If he's going something like a Colossus drop, that would be really problematic. Because remember, we saw a robo. So that's something we got to watch out for right now. So we're going to go factory is about 40 seconds later than normal. Makes sense because our natural was delayed. Things will be later than normal. That is just what it is.
Research complete.
And we're looking right now, do you have a 3rd base? The answer appears to be no.
gonna give me orders?
We're also missing a guy on gas in the main because I'm a noob.
SCV ready.
Now that we've got the factory down, this is where we start building Marauders, remember? That's what we were talking about earlier. I'm going to keep our Marauders and Marines back, just in case there's like a disruptor drop or something.
Upgrade complete.
I think it's just 2 base Colossus,
Research
is what I'm imagining
complete.
at this point. Let's see, what do we see? Stalkers, Colossus. Yeah, okay, cool.
Better be good.
So you could do a Colossus timing. That would be kind of a bummer for me to deal with, because I don't have the greatest answers to it. But we've got the Starport reactor going down. Got that 4th gas.
Huh? SCV ready.
Alright, so we're going to go out here. There's probably an observer somewhere nearby, so consider scanning it. And we're just going to kind of grab a Stim Marine and take that.
SCV ready.
Been waiting on you.
And let's get that 3rd command center up, shall we?
You can. Go time me. Who wants some?
Add-on
It's about to get
SCV ready.
sure thing. Go, go, go.
SCV ready.
Bring it. This better be good. Go time. I'm on it. Who wants some?
Opponent's build makes no sense. So they're doing Zuka's beginner opening into Colossus on 2 base. What was the MMR difference here? That's crazy. I was so paranoid all game. What was that build order? So why would you open 2 gate in PvT when you're in... Well, this guy's like GM MMR right now. I know it's first day GM, but still. Epic supply block on 31 into Robo. That's just crazy. That's just so insane to me that someone would play like that. That's crazy. I was like, I've got to be getting 4 gated or something. This guy has a diamond logo and MMR is not showing. Their name is Kitties. Treat them as if they're a GM player. Your MMR?
SCV ready. What's going on?
4-4. Silly ladder. Well, good luck. It's going to be a TVT, guys, and we will probably win with our first couple of units, okay?
Big job. SCV ready. Go ahead. Bad news.
And that's how ladder works. If you play someone better than you, you've got so little on the line.
Ah,
Yeah.
scared me.
Nothing to lose. Check your mindset, guys. You're stressed out when you play someone better than you. I mean, if you play them 7 times in a row, it can be a little annoying, right? Don't get me wrong. But otherwise, it's like, hey, you get to play against that person, and if you win, you have so much to gain.
SCV
And
ready.
otherwise, why would I go easy?
Roger.
I respect my opponents too much.
SCV ready.
I mean, this player is 100% stream sniping. At this point, with how much they've been chatting, I'm just like, I don't actually trust
Sure
them.
thing. In the rear with the... Gotcha.
But yeah, it's actually disrespectful as fuck to someone to go easy on them. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, dude.
What's going on?
Command center upgrade complete.
Okay, buddy. Where's your proxy?
Grim Reaper has arrived.
Come on, mate. You just pushed it a bit too far.
This. All right.
SCV ready.
Our SCVs.
Oh wait, did I just see a marine there?
Big job. Got something. SCV ready.
Yes, indeed. The Grim
Fucking idiot.
has arrived.
What's going on?
Death from above.
Huh? Ah! In the rear.
Got some.
SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell.
Death from
Light it up.
agreed. The Grim Reaper has arrived.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
You're the Reaper man.
Where's the hot action?
I'm listening.
Oh, he's pulled the boys. He's pulled the boys.
SCV ready.
Oh, this is sick.
Go ahead.
Got something. The Grim Reaper has arrived.
I mean, he did a dirty move to try and get a win, guys. So I feel absolutely no remorse over this one.
In the rear.
Over being a savage there. That's just it, man. We're gonna tank off as well, man.
Gotcha. What's going on?
Get out of here, you little scumbag. Fucking guy, dude. This fucking idiot. I'm sure he's an adorable, nice human being, but yeah. I'm just like, that's the dirtiest shit ever. Just constantly trying to distract and ask questions. And I love it as well because he just pushed it too far. He almost had me believing it. It was so authentic. Said, I'm 4.4K, blah, blah, blah. And you know what? It was this point. Well, can I ask how so good? And that's where you know he pushed it too far. And I was like, there's no fucking way, you fucking idiot. The moment he said this, I was like, nah. He's trying to get me to give him he's giving me an open-ended, complicated question to try and get me to sit there and go, how do I answer that? Right as the fucking push is about to come in. You absolute scumbag. You absolute. And immediately I'm like, where's your proxy, you little shithead? And yeah, we fucked him up. We killed the SCV building the barracks. And people will never stop doing this in RTS games, guys. There's a lot of people out there who never learnt sportsmanship. And I think these were the people whose dads in their soccer games when they were little kids, when they were 6 years old, were on the sidelines going, fuck him up, Jimmy, elbow that other kid in the head. You know, like you guys know how you'd always be playing that one team as kids who were like way too serious about it. And like in hindsight, when you're older, you realize they probably got beaten by their parents whenever they lost a game of under sixes soccer. I think this is what happens to those ones. If they don't rebel and say, oh, that was messed up what my parents tried to teach me. You know, I think this is what they end up doing is they're like, maybe I can beg for people to go easy, then I can try and distract them while cheesing them. And I'm just like, dude, what? Do you just have no concept of sportsmanship? What the hell, mate? What the hell? You can try to cheese someone. You could try to be sneaky. You could even be a little coy. But no, none of this asking me questions when the attack's about to hit, you cheeky little fucker. Naughty. I recently went down the rabbit hole of Little League ejection videos on YouTube. It's addicting and disturbing. Oh yeah, no, those people should have their kids taken off them. This is why you guys should vote for me as dictator of the world. Because if I was dictator of the world, I'd like put people down based on that. Maybe not put them down because I don't really want to be a mass murderer, but I'd what do you call it I'd like take their balls. Like if there's a dad who's like, you little fuck, Jimmy, why'd you miss scoring the goal? And Jimmy's sitting there looking all sad. I'd be like, excuse me, sir. And we'd just give him, like, I don't know if it would be chemical or physical, but we'd castrate him. We'd take his kids off him. We'd send them to some wonderful place where they have loving fucking foster parents and shit. And then we'd castrate him. That's still genocide? Yeah, but it's the good kind. I mean, let's be real. Do you guys really think Mr. Jones shouts at his kid and abuses him for not winning at the sport at 6 years old deserves to live or reproduce? Come on, mate. I do think my opponent should have proxied in a different location in the previous game. Proxy Marine's pretty strong. Yeah. Don't need a lot of micro or anything for it. This is that Idra player that I dropped a lot before, guys. Idra's left nut. Alright, guys. We are here. Let's try and be a little bit more focused on our SCV production in this game as we once again show you this lovely mobility-focused Reaper Cyclone 211. It's my favorite TVT build. It's very advanced. And I think if you're not copying it, maybe you just learn something about if you guys play someone who's playing very heavy like mobility, cyclone, multiple cyclones early, then lots of Marines and medevacs. Hopefully you get a feel for what their goals are, and then you can hopefully like apply that when you're playing against people who are playing the same sort of style. So I hope even if this style, which I love doing because it's so much fun, doesn't appeal to you to play, hopefully you're still learning something from it. So guys, barracks gas into second gas. Times out beautifully where that guy rallies out and you get 75 gas a moment later. You want to tell them both to mine from the inside, of course. And you just want to rally a worker in and pull a worker off minerals into it, just like that. And you want to do the same on the other side, just a little bit when it finishes. So this guy is going to go out here, check for proxies.
Yeah, whatever.
And you go there as well. You go there. Just to balance out those minerals. Okay. Beautiful. And, okay. Alright. So, same build order as always, guys. We wait for just before 100 gas. We'll pull a guy off ready to build that factory the moment we get there. And there we go.
In the rear with the gear.
Hello. There we go. And then we build the depot with the other one. So that's 2 workers, 1 off each gas. Build the depot. Awesome.
Command center upgrade complete.
Okay.
Grand Reaper has arrived.
Bad news. Big job. SCV ready.
I'm listening.
Dodge the slow zone just to get across there a little bit faster, and we'll run up to the natural because I always feel like going into the natural is
In the rear. What's going on?
the most
SCV
useful.
ready.
Hello?
On the way, certainly. It's on now. All right.
Ah, we misclicked it.
SCV ready.
The grim
Little slow on the reactor there. That's all right. I'm gonna run up this way, and okay.
Big job.
Got to be a little bit tighter on those timings. Should have been building that tech lab earlier as well, but you guys have seen I'm a little bit loose. This guy's gonna run in there, see if he can get an SCV, and then run away.
What's going on? Where? SCV ready.
No! Ah, you got to remember, guys. I could have gotten away with that on a normal map, but on a slow zone map, as soon as you got to be watching it. If you start getting shot, you've got to abort before you jump.
Go ahead.
If you don't manage to abort before you jump, you're gonna have a bad time.
SCV ready.
So we've got extra guys on gas now. We can get the starport as well going. Very nice. Extra marines as well as an extra cyclone on the way. Now I know he has a Reaper, remember, so we do have to be a little wary, but we'll still try to.
Nothing'll stop me.
Piece of shit. I was about to say we still got to be wary of that Reaper coming in, but I wanted to get across the map anyway to see what was up, so I decided to leave the base anyway. Do end up getting a little punished for it, but it is what it is. And alright, so we are now getting that starport. It'll build its own reactor. Second cyclone is on the way. Build feels a little bit sloppy, guys, but this is just naturally what happens for me the longer a day goes, doesn't it? I'm just like, this isn't really how the build's supposed to line up. Oh no, he had a Widow Mine! Oh, what a bastard. Widow Mines are really good units, guys. They're really good. I'm going to go down here and see if I can intercept the drop. We're also going to put a Marine spotter, a couple of Marine spotters out.
This better be good. You gonna give me orders?
Okay.
You want a piece of me,
And the third barracks takes priority
Add-on
over
complete.
Yo.
other stuff.
Gangway coming through.
Cyclone's hoping to catch a drop, like I said.
Go, go, go! We could use some help.
Medevacs and Marines on the way.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
And more guys there. Build another depot. Very important to keep building depots because you got so much Marine production plus the medevacs. And you're going to start tank soon, so it's really easy to get supply blocked at this point, and then just kind of go, ah, crap, I'm supply blocked.
SCV ready.
At this point, looks like he's not really harassing with anything. I'm just going to drop a scan to see what's up. And it looks like, yeah, third command center. Looks like tanks, ravens. This is really standard stuff. Nothing wild, nothing crazy. Now, something you can do, which I haven't been doing much today, but I really probably should have been, is, we'll try and drop in this corner. Very dangerous in this map. You can build your third on location, right? Because think about how much map control we get with this style. Is it a little more dangerous? Yes. Is it frigging awesome? Hells yeah.
Want a piece of me, boy?
Both of those things. Alright.
What's
Oh, fuck me.
Show me who you
Talk to me.
channels.
Life flight.
Got a target
Research
in mind.
complete.
Dropping off. Waiting on you. Heading out.
armed and ready?
Okay, there we go.
I'm on it.
Inside of
Add-on complete.
I like to build the E-bays right there up against the edge.
SCV ready.
Get combat shields, more marines, all that sort of stuff.
You gonna give me orders?
Cyclone there, and then
I feel ya.
just gonna leave these 8 marines up there ready to keep dropping wherever possible. Now we go 4th and 5th barracks. It's time to get 2 depots building at a time for the rest of this game. The third base will be ready. Orbital SCVs down there. Let's get 1-1 upgrades, and these guys are just gonna hang over here, ready for when that base flies down to try and deal with it.
Armed and ready.
So what else have we got, guys? We've got another 8 marines in here, which are gonna actually go up there.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
We could use some help here. This better be
Command center upgrade complete.
I get you. Show me who you want to die.
We're gonna try and stim in. Oh shit.
You gonna give me orders? Sure.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
So because I saw his army coming out, I was trying to do a backstop. Oh!
Research complete.
Loud and clear.
Go, go!
Remember, you don't need gases. That was me just doing things without thinking about why I was doing them. Don't do that, guys. Armory, stick to your order. Fourth base, let's take to the top left. Because remember, we're playing a mobility style, so that's kind of what our main advantages are supposed to be.
Ready for dust off.
So this guy's going to come in the back and try to unload there, see if we can do a little bit more damage. Let's get that fourth command center up. I feel like my production's a little bit low, but
Add-on
I'm trying.
complete.
Now we know there's a tank just over there, guys. We want to just go up into the main, trying to cause as much havoc as possible. Remember, we forgot to keep building depots, despite saying I needed to do that for the rest of this game. And we're just focusing down SCVs. Now behind this, do we have an army? Yeah. But I'm getting more and more worried about his army
Complete.
being too big when it comes and just killing me. So let's get the factory plus the double gas. Let's get that. We can just put guys on gas straight away and rally up to the fourth. Okay, keep building marines. We cannot miss marine production, guys.
Ready for dust off.
Come on. It's really lazy production for me.
SCV ready.
So when he pushes forward, I feel like we're going to get overwhelmed. And the whole point of this style is that we need to be ready to jump on his ass the moment he comes. Let's look at his army, look at my army. Very similar size.
Ready for dust off.
Oh, this is great. Is it though?
Ready to go.
Ready for dust off.
Add-on complete.
Ready for pickup. Ready for dust off.
Who wants some? This better be good. You gonna armed and go, go, go!
Fueled up, ready to go.
Gangway, coming through. Orders
Where's the emergency?
been waiting on you.
Life flight. Ready for dust off.
Ready to roll out.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Mineral field depleted.
Armed and ready.
Trying to just attack everywhere that he's not.
Fueled up, ready to go.
Waiting on you. Somebody, get me out of this mess. Now what?
You want a piece of me, boy?
Just trying to keep him busy right now. But are we actually outproducing him is the question.
Who wants some?
Ready to roll out.
You gonna give me orders? We could use some help here. Gangway, coming through.
We're dead. Well done. Opponent played a really good game, guys. I played a really bad game.
Want some?
And just did not produce properly for it. Basically everything I said I was gonna do, I didn't do. Oh, that tank's getting some big shots from behind, but that's not enough. GG, well played. I'm gonna call it there. I really like trying to finish it all in one day while my mind's focused, but we've got to call it there. That's easily enough for GM anyways. But I think the quality has gone down as we lose to a 4400 MMR player there. Just did not keep up my production at all. Didn't get my extra barracks going or anything, and messed up. Let's watch the replay real quick, and you can see the disorganization right from the start. So what is the trick to do better? Well, why aren't you playing that well? What do you do, Pig? How do you improve? Can't you learn more from losing? Just take a break. That's literally all it is. I just can't focus right now because I've been playing for 6.5 hours 6 hours and 10 minutes to be exact. So yeah, that's all. We're just kind of making lots of little unforced errors for no reason. Case in point, what time does that Reaper pop out? Let's check it. 1 minute 58 is the benchmark. Let's check. First Reaper's on time, that's good. Okay, cool. I think the build order was perfect at this point. You're gonna watch it start to fall apart real quickly. I don't mind losing the Reaper for one SCV. That's not the end of the world. I did want to try and kill that SCV as well, but I think I misclicked on it. I clicked the command center once or twice there. But during that, where's the tech lab? So tech lab's delayed because I was over focusing. So I should have known during that Reaper micro to be tapping build reactor, build tech lab, build reactor, build tech lab, build reactor, build tech lab in between microing the Reaper. So a bit of a mistake there. Command center is about 10 seconds late for no reason as well. So that was a little delayed. So all those things just weren't quite happening when they should have. And I threw this Reaper away as well. Wasn't looking at it when it jumped in, right? Like I said, you got to look at it. If it gets shot, turn it around, you'll be fine. Cyclone was so very late. And because of that, none of the buildings were able to swap around, which meant the 2-on-1, which is meant to hit maybe 540 earliest, 620 latest. Let's see where we hit with that. Because I don't think that was a very good timing. End this heresy and let's go back to regular lattices, Maxan. This was a pretty good timing actually that I hit with the 2-on-1. I didn't have that many Marines though. Yeah, I only had about 13, 14 Marines. I mean, I got a depot and I pulled out. It's not the end of the world. So that was fine. But I'm down on SCVs for no good reason. And I just miss a lot of production for the rest of this game. Big supply block on 70, like massive supply block on 70. And then I get supply blocked again a little bit later. So just focus on your macro and your spending and like I would be fine here. I was trying to like look for openings and stuff, but that should basically just be slightly lower priority than fixing your fundamentals. So if you're ever on a day where you're playing a bit off, me right now, end of the stream, bit tired, always focus on macro first. This is unnecessary. I've already got a drop over there. Why am I sending a second drop? So then I've got what? Main army, plus a cyclone, plus marine spotter down here, plus I've got a drop, and then I'm queuing this to go around the top. This is unnecessarily fancy. My thought here was these guys will distract at some point, and then that drop will come in a little bit later on the same angle and mess shit up. But obviously that just wasn't executed very well at all, was it? Because guess what? I'm not playing that well. I should have simplified things, not overcomplicated things. Now, I did some economic damage there, and I'm going to do some more economic damage. But look at my production tab during all this, guys. I'm only building 4 Marines. I'm not building Marines and tanks non-stop. I mean, this is great damage. Look at all this damage I did. This is awesome. Problem. Small problem. I'm not building extra SCVs during it, which is already a mistake. But where's me Marine count at? I'm down in Marines. Yes, I sacrificed some for economic damage, but remember, I've done much more barracks than him earlier. He's already got a big tank Raven Viking advantage. I need to be ahead on the Marines. I am not, and check it out. Even though I was mentioning that at this point, I still miss production. I still miss production. And here, I mean, this was a kind of wild engagement for him. When I say wild, I mean literally pre-combat shield's worst angle he could possibly take. But I only got 1 or 2 tank shots off. I thought I had 2 tanks shooting, I only had 1. And so in hindsight, it would have been better if I unsieged and pulled back there. Anything to delay the fight, get more Marines, get the SCVs in the fight if needed, would have been crucial. I didn't do any of that, and so I basically throw the game there. Him keeping those tanks alive is huge. I could have pulled back here. I'm still just attacking. Oh, just defend, bro. Just defend. Put the pressure on him to kill you. Never once did that, and I just kept going with the micro, screw up your macro, and tunnel vision approach there. So that's what happens. Do you think sending the second drop through the bottom part would be better? No, I just don't think I should be doing it at all, because I've already shown my opponent drop play. He's going to be well prepared and defended for drop play, number 1. I've already got another prong out there, plus a cyclone, which is 2 APM sinks. I've got to manage that drop. I've got to manage my cyclone to see when he moves out. If I've now got another drop and my main army and my macro, what am I doing? I'm stretching my already compressed, tired brain and saying, hey, tired brain, do you want to do 10 times more things than you should really be able to actively manage in a game of StarCraft? It's giving myself too many things to focus on. Whole-ass 1 or 2 things, don't half-ass 26 different things at once. That's a golden rule of StarCraft. Rex Vipers, dude. All right, guys. Oh my God, you know what? GM just ticked over. Oh my God, GM just ticked over. We did get it. I knew it. I knew it. It's real GM. That red bar at the bottom, you can't see it. My name is now Platinum Heroes Rowan. Yes. Bronze to GM. We did it. Oh my God. That's definitely GM's definitely there. And oh no. Thank you guys. I hope you learned a lot from this Bronze to GM Terran. Happy to be finished with it. But I you know, keep asking me questions about it as you follow along. Have a good time with it. And thank you very much for watching the show. See you guys in Bronze to GM Protoss. That's probably gonna have a little bit of a break before we start that, but I'll keep you guys posted. So catch you next time. Goodbye, guys, and good night.